Section 1 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1, by Ida M. Tarbell. Chapter 1. The Origin of the Lincoln Family. The Lincolns in Kentucky. Birth of Abraham Lincoln. Between the years 1635 and 1645, there came to the town of Hingham, Massachusetts, from the west of England, 8 men named Lincoln. 3 of these, Samuel, Daniel, and Thomas, were brothers. Their relationship, if any, to the other Lincolns who came over from the same part of England at about the same time, is not clear. 2 of these men, Daniel and Thomas, died without heirs, but Samuel left a large family, including 4 sons. Among the descendants of Samuel Lincoln's sons were many good citizens and prominent public officers. One was a member of the Boston Tea Party, and served as a captain of artillery in the War of the Revolution. 3 served on the brig Hazard during the Revolution. Levi Lincoln, a great-great-grandson of Samuel, born in Hingham in 1749 and graduated from Harvard, was one of the Minutemen at Cambridge immediately after the Battle of Lexington, a delegate to the convention in Cambridge for framing a state constitution, and in 1781 was elected to the Continental Congress, but declined to serve. He was a member of the House of Representatives and of the Senate of Massachusetts, and was appointed Attorney General of the United States by Jefferson. For a few months preceding the arrival of Madison, he was Secretary of State, and in 1807 he was elected Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts. In 1811 he was appointed Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court by President Madison, an office which he declined. From the close of the Revolutionary War, he was considered the head of the Massachusetts bar. His eldest son, Levi Lincoln, born in 1782, had also an honorable career. He was a Harvard graduate, became governor of the state of Massachusetts, and held other important public offices. He received the degree of LL.D. from both Williams College and Harvard College. Another son of Levi Lincoln, Enoch Lincoln, served in Congress from 1818 to 1826. He became governor of Maine in 1827, holding the position until his death in 1829. Enoch Lincoln was a writer of more than ordinary ability. The 4th son of Samuel Lincoln was called Mordecai. Mordecai was a rich blacksmith, as an ironworker was called in those days, and the proprietor of numerous ironworks, sawmills, and grist mills, which, with a goodly amount of money, he distributed at his death among his children and grandchildren. 2 of his children, Mordecai and Abraham, did not remain in Massachusetts, but removed to New Jersey, and thence to Pennsylvania, where both became rich, and dying left fine estates to their children. Their descendants in Pennsylvania have continued to this day to be well-to-do people, some of them having taken prominent positions in public affairs. Abraham Lincoln of Berks County, who was born in 1736 and died in 1806, filled many public offices, being a member of the General Assembly of Pennsylvania, of the State Convention of 1787, and of the State Constitutional Convention in 1790. One of the sons of this second Mordecai, John, received from his father 300 acres of land lying in the Jerseys. But evidently he did not care to cultivate his inheritance, for about 1758 he removed to Virginia. Virginia John, as this member of the family was called, had 5 sons, one of whom, Jacob, entered the Revolutionary Army and served as a lieutenant at Yorktown. The 3rd son was named Abraham, and to him his father conveyed, in 1773, a tract of 210 acres of land in what is now Rockingham County, Virginia. But though Abraham Lincoln prospered and added to these acres, he was not satisfied to remain many years in Virginia. It was not strange. The farm on which he lived lay close to the track of one of the earliest of those wonderful western migrations which, from time to time, have taken place in this country. Soon after John Lincoln came into Virginia, vague rumors began to be circulated there of a rich western land called Kentucky. These rumors rapidly developed into facts, as journeys were made into the new land by John Finley, Daniel Boone, and other adventure-loving men, and settlers began to move thither from Pennsylvania, Virginia, and North Carolina. There were but two roads by which Kentucky could be reached then: the National Highway from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, and thence by the Ohio, and the highway which ran from Philadelphia southwestward through the Virginia Valley to Cumberland Gap, and thence by a trail called the Wilderness Road, northwest to the Ohio at Louisville. The latter road was considered less dangerous and more practical than the former, and by it the greater part of the emigrants journeyed. Now, this road lay through Rockingham County. Abraham Lincoln was thus directly under the influence of a moving procession of restless seekers after new lands and unknown goods. The spell came upon him, and selling 240 acres of land in Rockingham County for £5,000 of the current money of Virginia, a sum worth at that time not more than £125 sterling, he joined a party of travelers to the wilderness. Returning a few months later, he moved his whole family, consisting of a wife and 5 children, into Kentucky. Abraham Lincoln was ambitious to become a landed proprietor in the new country, and he entered a generous amount of land: 400 acres on Long Run in Jefferson County, 800 acres on Green River near the Green River Lick, 500 acres in Campbell County. He settled near the first tract, where he undertook to clear a farm. It was a dangerous task, for the Indians were still troublesome, and the settlers, for protection, were forced to live in or near forts or stations. In 1784, when John Filson published his History of Kentucky, though there was a population of 30,000 in the territory, there were but 18 houses outside of the stations. Of these stations, or stockades, there were but 52. According to the tradition in the Lincoln family, Abraham Lincoln lived at Hughes Station on Floyd Creek in Jefferson County. All went well with him and his family until 1788. Then, one day, while he and his 3 sons were at work in their clearing, an unexpected Indian shot killed the father. His death was a terrible blow to the family. The large tracts of land which he had entered were still uncleared, and his personal property was necessarily small. The difficulty of reaching the country at that date, as well as its wild condition, made it impracticable for even a wealthy pioneer to own more stock or household furniture than was absolutely essential. Abraham Lincoln was probably as well provided with personal property as most of his neighbors. The inventory of his estate, now owned by R.T. Durrett, LL.D., of Louisville, Kentucky, was returned by the appraisers on March 10, 1789. It gives a clearer idea of the condition in which he left his wife and children than any description could do. 1 sorrel horse, 8 pounds, 1 black horse, 9 pounds 10 shillings, 1 red cow and calf, 4 pounds 10 shillings, 1 brindle cow and calf, 4 pounds 10 shillings, 1 red cow and calf, 5 pounds, 1 brindle bull yearling, 1 pound, 1 brindle heifer yearling, 1 pound, bar spear plow and tackling, 2 pounds 5 shillings, 3 weeding hoes, 7 pounds 6 shillings, flax wheel, 6 shillings, pair smoothing irons, 15 shillings, 1 dozen pewter plates, 1 pound 10 shillings, 2 pewter dishes, 17 shillings 6 pence, Dutch oven and cule weighing 15 pounds, 15 shillings, small iron kettle and cule weighing 12 pounds, 12 shillings, tool adze, 10 shillings, hand saw, 5 shillings, 1-inch auger, 6 shillings, 3/4 auger, 4 shillings 6 pence, half-inch auger, 3 shillings, drawing knife, 3 shillings, currying knife, 10 shillings, currier's knife and marking iron, 6 shillings, old smooth bar gun, 10 shillings, rifle gun, 55 shillings, rifle gun, 3 pounds 10 shillings, 3 pot trammels, 14 shillings, 1 feather bed and furniture, 5 pounds 10 shillings, ditto, 8 pounds 5 shillings, 1 bed and turkey feathers and furniture, 1 pound 10 shillings, steeking iron, 1 shilling 6 pence, candlestick, 1 shilling 6 pence, 1 axe, 9 shillings. Total, £68, 16 shillings, 6 pence. Soon after the death of Abraham Lincoln, his widow moved from Jefferson County to Washington County. Here the eldest son, Mordecai, who inherited nearly all of the large estate, became a well-to-do and popular citizen. The deed book of Washington County contains a number of records of lands bought and sold by him. At one time he was sheriff of his county, and according to a tradition of his descendants, a member of the Kentucky legislature. His name is not to be found, however, in the fullest collection of journals of the Kentucky legislature which exists, that of Dr. R.T. Durrett of Louisville, Kentucky. Mordecai Lincoln is remembered especially for his sporting tastes, his bitter hatred of the Indians, and his ability as a storyteller. He remained in Kentucky until late in life, when he removed to Hancock County, Illinois. Of Josiah, the second son, we know very little more than the records show that he owned and sold land. He left Kentucky when a young man to settle on the Blue River in Harrison County, Indiana, and there he died. The two daughters married into well-known Kentucky families, the elder, Mary, marrying Ralph Croom, the younger, Nancy, William Broomfeld. The death of Abraham Lincoln was saddest for the youngest of the children, a lad of 10 years at the time, named Thomas, for it turned him adrift to become a wandering, laboring boy before he had learned even to read. Thomas seems not to have inherited any of the father's estate, and from the first to have been obliged to shift for himself. For several years he supported himself by rough farm work of all kinds, learning in the meantime the trade of carpenter and cabinet maker. According to one of his acquaintances, Tom had the best set of tools in what was then and now Washington County, and was a good carpenter for those days when a cabin was built mainly with the axe, and not a nail or bolt hinge in it, only leathers and pins to the door, and no glass. Although a skilled craftsman for his day, he never became a thrifty or ambitious man. He would work energetically enough when a job was brought to him, but he would never seek a job. But if Thomas Lincoln plied his trade spasmodically, he shared the pioneer's love for land, for when but 25 years old and still without the responsibility of a family, he bought a farm in Hardin County, Kentucky. This fact is of importance, proving as it does that Thomas Lincoln was not the altogether shiftless man he has been pictured. Certainly he must have been above the grade of the ordinary country boy, to have had the energy and ambition to learn a trade and secure a farm through his own efforts by the time he was 25. He was illiterate, never doing more in the way of writing than to bunglingly write his own name. Nevertheless, he had the reputation in the country of being good-natured and obliging, and possessing what his neighbors called good strong horse sense. Although he was a very quiet sort of a man, he was known to be determined in his opinions, and quite competent to defend his rights by force if they were too flagrantly violated. He was a moral man, and, in the crude way of the pioneer, religious. In 1806 Thomas Lincoln married. The early history of his wife, Nancy Hanks, has been until recently obscured by contradictory traditions. The compilation of the genealogy of the Hanks family in America, which has been completed by Mrs. Caroline Hanks Hitchcock, though not yet printed, has fortunately cleared up the mystery of her birth. According to the records which Mrs. Hitchcock has gathered, and a brief summary of which she has published in a valuable little volume called Nancy Hanks, the family to which Thomas Lincoln's wife belonged first came to this country in 1699 and settled in Plymouth, Massachusetts. This early settler, Benjamin Hanks, had 11 children, one of whom, William, went to Virginia, settling near the mouth of the Rappahannock River. William Hanks had 5 sons, 4 of whom, about the middle of the 18th century, moved to Amelia County, Virginia, where, according to old deeds unearthed by Mrs. Hitchcock, they owned nearly 1,000 acres of land. Joseph Hanks, the youngest of these sons, married Nancy Shipley. This Miss Shipley was a daughter of Robert and Rachel Shipley of Laurinburg County, Virginia, and a sister of Mary Shipley, who married Abraham Lincoln of Rockingham County, and who was the mother of Thomas Lincoln. About 1789, Joseph Hanks and a large number of his relatives in Amelia County moved into Kentucky, where he settled near what is now Elizabethtown. He remained here until his death in 1793. Joseph Hanks' will may still be seen in the county records of Bardstown. He leaves to each of his sons a horse, to each of his daughters a heifer yearling, though these bequests, as well as the whole estate of 150 acres of land, was to be the property of his wife during her life, when it was to be divided equally among all the children. Soon after Joseph Hanks' death, his wife died, and the family was scattered. The youngest of the 8 children left fatherless and motherless by the death of Joseph Hanks and his wife was a little girl called Nancy. She was but 9 years old at the time, and a home was found for her with her aunt, Lucy Shipley, wife of Richard Berry, who had a farm in Washington County near Springfield. Nancy had a large number of relatives near there, all of whom had come from Virginia with her father. The little girl grew up into a sweet-tempered and beautiful woman, whom tradition paints not only as the center of all the country merrymaking, but as a famous spinner and housewife. It was probably at the house of Richard Berry that Thomas Lincoln met Nancy Hanks, for he doubtless spent more or less time nearby with his oldest brother, Mordecai Lincoln, who was a resident of Washington County and a friend and neighbor of the Berrys. He may have seen her, too, at the home of her brother, Joseph Hanks, in Elizabethtown. This Joseph Hanks was a carpenter and had inherited the old home of the family, and it was with him that Thomas Lincoln learned his trade. At all events, the 2 cousins became engaged, and on June 10th, 1806, their marriage bond was issued according to the law of the time. 2 days later, according to the marriage returns of the Reverend Jesse Head, they were married, a fact duly attested also by the marriage certificate made out by the officiating minister. The marriage took place at the home of Richard Berry, near Beachland, in Washington County, Kentucky. It was celebrated in the boisterous style of 100 years ago, and was followed by an inn-fare given by the bride's guardian. To this celebration came all the neighbors, and according to an entertaining Kentucky centenarian, Dr. Christopher Columbus Graham, even those who happened in the neighborhood were made welcome. He tells how he heard of the wedding while out hunting for roots, and went just to get a good supper. "I saw Nancy Hanks Lincoln at her wedding," continues Mr. Graham, "a fresh-looking girl, I should say over 20. I was at the inn-fare, too, given by John H. Parrott, her guardian, and only girls with money had guardians appointed by the court. We had bear meat, venison, wild turkey and ducks, eggs, wild and tame, so common that you could buy them at 2 bits a bushel, maple sugar swung on a string to bite off for coffee or whiskey, syrup in big gourds, peach and honey, a sheep that the 2 families barbecued whole over coals of wood burned in a pit and covered with green boughs to keep the juice in, and a race for the whiskey bottle." After his marriage, Thomas Lincoln settled in Elizabethtown. His home was a log cabin, but at that date few people in the state had anything else. Kentucky had been in the Union only 14 years. When admitted, the few brick structures within its boundaries were easily counted, and there were only log schoolhouses and churches. 14 years had brought great improvements, but the majority of the population still lived in log cabins, so that the home of Thomas Lincoln was as good as most of his neighbors. Little is known of his position in Elizabethtown, though we have proof that he had credit in the community, for the descendants of 2 of the early storekeepers still remember seeing on their grandfathers' account books sundry items charged to T. Lincoln. Tools and groceries were the chief purchases he made, though on one of the ledgers a pair of silk suspenders worth $1.50 was entered. He not only enjoyed a certain credit with the people of Elizabethtown, he was sufficiently respected by the public authorities to be appointed in 1816 a road surveyor, or, as the office is known in some localities, supervisor. It was not, to be sure, a position of great importance, but it proved that he was considered fit to oversee a body of men at a task of considerable value to the community. Indeed, all of the documents mentioning Thomas Lincoln which have been discovered show him to have had a much better position in Hardin County than he has been credited with. It was at Elizabethtown that the first child of the Lincolns, a daughter, was born. Soon after this event, Thomas Lincoln decided to combine farming with his trade, and moved to the farm he had bought in 1803 on the Big South Fork of Nolan Creek in Hardin County, now LaRue County, 3 miles from Hodgensville, and about 14 miles from Elizabethtown. Here he was living when, on February 12, 1809, his second child, a boy, was born. The little newcomer was called Abraham after his grandfather, a name which had persisted through many preceding generations in both the Lincoln and Hanks families. The home into which the child came was the ordinary one of the poorer Western pioneer, a one-roomed cabin with a huge outside chimney, a single window, and a rude door. The description of its squalor and wretchedness, which are so familiar, have been overdrawn. Dr. Graham, than whom there is no better authority on the life of that day, and who knew Thomas Lincoln well, declares energetically that it is all stuff about Tom Lincoln keeping his wife in an open shed in a winter. The Lincolns had a cow and calf, milk and butter, a good feather bed, for I have slept on it. They had home-woven kiverlids, big and little pots, a loom and wheel. Tom Lincoln was a man and took care of his wife. The Lincoln home was undoubtedly rude and in many ways uncomfortable, but it sheltered a happy family, and its poverty affected the new child but little. He grew to be robust and active, and soon learned how endless are the delights and interests the country offers to a child. He had several companions. There was his sister Nancy, or Sarah, both names are given her, 2 years his senior. There was a cousin of his mother's, 10 years older, Dennis Friend, commonly called Dennis Hanks, an active and ingenious leader in sports and mischief, and there were the neighbors' boys. One of the latter, Austin Gollaher, lived to be over 90 years of age, and to his death related with pride how he played with young Lincoln in the shavings of his father's carpenter's shop, hunted coons and ran the woods with him, and once even saved his life. Yes, Mr. Gollaher was accustomed to say, the story that I once saved Abraham Lincoln's life is true. He and I had been going to school together for a year or more, and had become greatly attached to each other. Then school disbanded on account of there being so few scholars, and we did not see each other much for a long while. One Sunday my mother visited the Lincolns, and I was taken along. Abe and I played around all day. Finally, we concluded to cross the creek to hunt for some partridges young Lincoln had seen the day before. The creek was swollen by a recent rain, and in crossing on the narrow footlog, Abe fell in. Neither of us could swim. I got a long pole and held it out to Abe, who grabbed it. Then I pulled him ashore. He was almost dead, and I was badly scared. I rolled and pounded him in good earnest. Then I got him by the arms and shook him, the water meanwhile pouring out of his mouth. By this means I succeeded in bringing him to, and he was soon all right. Then a new difficulty confronted us. If our mothers discovered our wet clothes, they would whip us. This we dreaded from experience, and determined to avoid. It was June, the sun was very warm, and we soon dried our clothing by spreading it on the rocks about us. We promised never to tell the story, and I never did until after Lincoln's tragic end. When the little boy was about 4 years old, the first real excitement of his life occurred. His father moved from the farm on Nolan Creek to another some 15 miles northeast on Knob Creek, and here the child began to go to school. At that day, the schools in the West were usually accidental, depending upon the coming of some poor and ambitious young man who was willing to teach a few terms while he looked for an opening to something better. The terms were irregular, their length being decided by the time the settlers felt able to board the master and pay his small salary. The chief qualifications for a schoolmaster seemed to have been enough strength to keep the big boys in order, though one high authority affirms that pluck went for a heap sight more'n sinew with boys. Many of the itinerant masters were Catholics, strolling Irishmen from the colony in Tennessee, or French priests from Kaskaskia. Lincoln's first teacher, Zachariah Riney, was a Catholic. Of his second teacher, Caleb Hazel, we know even less than of Riney. Mr. Gollaher says that Abraham Lincoln, in those days when he was his schoolmate, was an unusually bright boy at school and made splendid progress in his studies. Indeed, he learned faster than any of his schoolmates. Though so young, he studied very hard. He would get spicewood bushes, hack them up on a log, and burn them, 2 or 3 together, for the purpose of giving light by which he might pursue his studies. Probably the boy's mother had something to do with the spicewood illuminations. Tradition has it that Mrs. Lincoln took great pains to teach her children what she knew, and that at her knee they heard all the Bible lore, fairy tales, and country legends that she had been able to gather in her poor life. Besides the ABC schools, as Lincoln called them, the only other medium of education in the country districts of Kentucky in those days was preaching. Itinerants like the schoolmasters, the preachers of whatever denomination, were generally uncouth and illiterate. The code of morals they taught was mainly a healthy one, and they no doubt did much to keep the consciences of the pioneers awake. It is difficult to believe that they ever did much for the moral training of young Lincoln, though he certainly got his first notion of public speaking from them, and for years in his boyhood one of his chief delights was to gather his playmates about him and preach and thump until he had his auditors frightened or in tears. As soon as the child was strong enough to follow his father into the fields, he was put to work at simple tasks, bringing tools, carrying water, picking berries, dropping seeds. He learned to know his father's farm from line to line, and years after, when President of the United States, he recalled in a conversation at the White House, in the presence of Dr. J. Wright of Emporia, Kansas, the arrangement of the fields, and an incident of his own childish experience as a farmer's son. "Mr. President," one of his visitors had asked, "how would you like, when the war is over, to visit your old home in Kentucky?" "I would like it very much," Mr. Lincoln replied. "I remember that old home very well. Our farm was composed of 3 fields. It lay in the valley surrounded by high hills and deep gorges. Sometimes, when there came a big rain in the hills, the water would come down through the gorges and spread all over the farm. The last thing that I remember of doing there was one Saturday afternoon. The other boys planted the corn in what we called the big field. It contained 7 acres, and I dropped the pumpkin seed. I dropped 2 seeds every other hill and every other row. The next Sunday morning there came a big rain in the hills. It did not rain a drop in the valley, but the water coming down through the gorges washed ground, corn, pumpkin seeds, and all clear off the field." End of section 1. Section 2 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1, by Ida M. Tarbell. Chapter 2. The Lincolns Leave Kentucky for Southern Indiana. Conditions of life in their new home. In 1816 a great event happened to the little boy. His father emigrated from Knob Creek to Indiana. This removal was partly on account of slavery, but chiefly on account of the difficulty in land titles in Kentucky, says his son. It was due as well, no doubt, to the fascination which an unknown country has always had for the adventurous, and to that restless pioneer spirit which drives even men of sober judgment continually towards the frontier, in search of a place where the conflict with nature is less severe. Some spot farther on, to which a friend or a neighbor has proceeded, and from which he sends back glowing reports. It may be that Thomas Lincoln was tempted into Indiana by the reports of his brother Joseph, who had settled on the Big Blue River in that state. At all events, in the fall of 1816, he started, with wife and children and household stores, to journey by horseback and by wagon from Knob Creek to a farm selected on a previous trip he had made. This farm, located near Little Pigeon Creek, about 15 miles north of the Ohio River and a mile and a half east of Gentryville, Spencer County, was in a forest so dense that the road for the travelers had to be hewed out as they went. To a boy of 7 years, free from all responsibility and too vigorous to feel its hardships, such a journey must have been a long delight and wonder. Life suddenly ceased its routine, and every day brought forth new scenes and adventures. Little Abraham saw forests greater than he had ever dreamed of, peopled by strange birds and beasts, and he crossed a river so wide that it must have seemed to him like the sea. To Thomas and Nancy Lincoln, the journey was probably a hard and sad one, but to the children beside them it was a wonderful journey into the unknown. On arriving at the new farm, an axe was put into the boy's hands, and he was set to work to aid in clearing a field for corn, and to help build the half-face camp, which for a year was the home of the Lincolns. There were few more primitive homes in the wilderness of Indiana in 1816 than this of young Lincoln, and there were few families even in that day who were forced to practice more makeshifts to get a living. The cabin which took the place of the half-face camp had but one room with a loft above. For a long time there was no window, door, or floor, not even the traditional deerskin hung before the exit. There was no oiled paper over the opening for light. There was no puncheon covering on the ground. The furniture was of their own manufacture. The table and chairs were of the rudest sort, rough slabs of wood in which holes were bored and legs fitted in. Their bedstead, or rather bed frame, was made of poles held up by 2 outer posts, and the ends made firm by inserting the poles in auger holes that had been bored in a log which was a part of the wall of the cabin. Skins were its chief covering. Little Abraham's bed was even more primitive. He slept on a heap of dry leaves in the corner of the loft, to which he mounted by means of pegs driven into the wall. Their food, if coarse, was usually abundant. The chief difficulty in supplying the larder was to secure any variety. Of game there was plenty: deer, bear, pheasants, wild turkeys, ducks, birds of all kinds. There were fish in the streams, and wild fruits of many kinds in the woods in the summer, and these were dried for winter use. But the difficulty of raising and milling corn and wheat was very great. Indeed, in many places in the West, the first flour cake was an historical event. Corn dodger was the everyday bread of the Lincoln household, the wheat cake being a dainty reserved for Sunday mornings. Potatoes were the only vegetable raised in any quantity, and there were times in the Lincoln family when they were the only food on the table, a fact proved to posterity by the oft-quoted remark of Abraham to his father after the latter had asked a blessing over a dish of roasted potatoes, that they were mighty poor blessings. Not only were they all the Lincolns had for dinner sometimes, one of their neighbors tells of calling there when raw potatoes, pared and washed, were passed around instead of apples or other fruit. They even served as a kind of pioneer chaufrette, being baked and given to the children to carry in their hands as they started to school or on distant errands in winter time. The food was prepared in the rudest way, for the supply of both groceries and cooking utensils was limited. The former were frequently wanting entirely, and as for the latter, the most important item was the Dutch oven. An indispensable article in the primitive kitchen outfit was the griddle. It was made by flattening out an old piece of tin, punching it full of holes, and nailing it on a board. Upon this all sorts of things were grated, even ears of corn, in which slow way enough meal was sometimes secured for bread. Old tin was used for many other contrivances besides the griddle, and every scrap was carefully saved. Most of the dishes were of pewter, the spoons iron, the knives and forks horn-handled. The Lincolns, of course, made their own soap and candles, and if they had cotton or wool to wear, they literally had to grow it. It is probable that young Abraham Lincoln wore little cotton or linsey-woolsey. His trousers were of roughly tanned deerskin, his foot covering a homemade moccasin, his cap a coonskin. It was only the material for his blouse or shirt that was woven at home. If this costume had some obvious disadvantages, it was not to be despised. So good an authority as Governor Reynolds says of one of its articles, the linsey-woolsey shirt, "It was an excellent garment. I have never felt so happy and healthy since I put it off." These pretty pinching times, as Abraham Lincoln once described his early days in Indiana, lasted until 1819. The year before, Nancy Lincoln had died, and for many months no more forlorn place could be conceived than this pioneer home bereft of its guiding spirit. But finally, Thomas Lincoln went back to Kentucky and returned with a new wife, Sally Bush Johnston, a widow with 3 children, John, Sarah, and Matilda. The new mother came well provided with household furniture, bringing many things unfamiliar to little Abraham: 1 fine bureau, 1 table, 1 set of chairs, 1 large clothes chest, cooking utensils, knives, forks, bedding, and other articles. She was a woman of energy, thrift, and gentleness, and at once made the cabin homelike and taught the children habits of cleanliness and comfort. Abraham was 10 years old when his new mother came from Kentucky, and he was already an important member of the family. He was remarkably strong for his years, and the work he could do in a day was a decided advantage to Thomas Lincoln. The axe which had been put into his hand to help in making the first clearing he had never been allowed to drop. Indeed, as he says himself, from that till within his 23rd year he was almost constantly handling that most useful instrument. Besides, he drove the team, cut the elm and linn brush with which the stock was often fed, learned to handle the old shovel plow, to wield the sickle, to thresh the wheat with a flail, to fan and clean it with a sheet, to go to mill and turn the hard-earned grist into flour. In short, he learned all the trade the settler's boy must know, and so well that when his father did not need him he could hire him to the neighbors. Thomas Lincoln also taught him the rudiments of carpentry and cabinet-making, and kept him busy much of the time as his assistant in his trade. There are houses still standing in and near Gentryville on which it is said he worked. As he grew older, he became one of the strongest and most popular hands in the vicinity, and much of his time was spent as a hired boy on some neighbor's farm. For 25 cents a day, paid to his father, he was hostler, plowman, woodchopper, and carpenter, besides helping the women with the chores. For them he was ready to carry water, make the fire, even tend the baby. No wonder that a laborer who never refused to do anything asked of him, who could strike with a maul heavier blows and sink an axe deeper into the wood than anybody else in the community, and who at the same time was general help for the women, never lacked a job in Gentryville. Of all the tasks his rude life brought him, none seems to have suited him better than going to the mill. It was perhaps as much the leisure enforced by this trip as anything else that attracted him. The machinery was primitive, and each man waited his turn, which sometimes was long in coming. A story is told by one of the pioneers of Illinois of going many miles with a grist and waiting so long for his turn that, when it came, he and his horse had eaten all the corn and he had none to grind. This waiting with other men and boys on like errands gave an opportunity for talk, storytelling, and games, which were Lincoln's delight. If Abraham Lincoln's life was rough and hard, it was not without amusements. At home, the rude household was overflowing with life. There was Abraham and his sister, a step-brother and 2 step-sisters, and a cousin of Nancy Hanks Lincoln, Dennis Friend Hanks, whom misfortune had made an inmate of the Lincoln home, quite enough to plan sports and mischief and keep time from growing dull. Thomas Lincoln and Dennis Hanks were both famous storytellers, and the Lincolns spent many a cozy evening about their cabin fire repeating the stories they knew. Of course the boys hunted. Not that Abraham ever became a true sportsman. Indeed, he seems to have lacked the genuine sporting instinct. In a curious autobiography, written entirely in the third person, which Lincoln prepared at the request of a friend in 1860, he says of his exploits as a hunter, A few days before the completion of his 8th year, in the absence of his father, a flock of wild turkeys approached the new log cabin, and Abraham, with a rifle gun, standing inside, shot through a crack and killed one of them. He has never since pulled the trigger on any larger game. This exploit is confirmed by Dennis Hanks, who says, "No doubt about A. Lincoln's killing the turkey. He done it with his father's rifle, made by William Lutz of Bullitt County, Kentucky. I have killed 100 deer with her myself, turkeys too numerous to mention." But there were many other country sports which he enjoyed to the full. He went swimming in the evenings, fished with the other boys in Pigeon Creek, wrestled, jumped, and ran races at the noon rests. He was present at every country horse race and fox chase. The sports he preferred were those which brought men together, the spelling school, the husking bee, the raising, and all of these he was the life by his wit, his stories, his good nature, his doggerel verses, his practical jokes, and by a rough kind of politeness. For even in Indiana in those times there was a notion of politeness, and one of Lincoln's schoolmasters had given lessons in manners. Lincoln seems to have profited in a degree by them, for Mrs. Crawford, at whose house he worked for some time, declares that he always lifted his hat and bowed when he made his appearance. There was, of course, a rough gallantry among the young people, and Lincoln's old comrades and friends in Indiana have left many tales of how he went to see the girls, of how he brought in the biggest backlog and made the brightest fire, of how the young people sitting around it, watching the way the sparks flew, told their fortunes. He helped pare apples, shell corn, and crack nuts. He took the girls to meeting and to spelling school, though he was not often allowed to take part in the spelling match, for the one who chose first always chose Abe Lincoln, and that was equivalent to winning, as the others knew that he would stand up the longest. The nearest approach to sentiment at this time of which we know is recorded in a story Lincoln once told to an acquaintance in Springfield. It was a rainy day, and he was sitting with his feet on the window-sill, his eyes on the street, watching the rain. Suddenly he looked up and said, "Did you ever write out a story in your mind? I did when I was a little codger. One day a wagon with a lady and 2 girls and a man broke down near us, and while they were fixing up, they cooked in our kitchen. The woman had books and read us stories, and they were the first I had ever heard. I took a great fancy to one of the girls, and when they were gone I thought of her a great deal. And one day when I was sitting out in the sun by the house, I wrote out a story in my mind. I thought I took my father's horse and followed the wagon, and finally I found it, and they were surprised to see me. I talked with the girl and persuaded her to elope with me, and that night I put her on my horse, and we started off across the prairie. After several hours we came to a camp, and when we rode up we found it was the one we had left a few hours before, and we went in. The next night we tried again, and the same thing happened. The horse came back to the same place, and then we concluded that we ought not to elope. I stayed until I had persuaded her father to give her to me. I always meant to write that story out and publish it, and I began once, but I concluded that it was not much of a story. But I think that was the beginning of love with me." His life had its tragedies as well as its touch of romance, tragedies so real and profound that they gave dignity to all the crudeness and poverty which surrounded him, and quickened and intensified the melancholy temperament which he inherited from his mother. Away back in 1816, when Thomas Lincoln had started to find a farm in Indiana, bidding his wife be ready to go into the wilderness on his return, Nancy Lincoln had taken her boy and girl to a tiny grave, that of her youngest child, and the 3 had there said good-bye to a little one whom the children had scarcely known, but for whom the mother's grief was so keen that the boy never forgot the scene. 2 years later he saw his father make a green pine box and put his dead mother into it, and he saw her buried not far from their cabin, almost without prayer. Young as he was, it was his efforts, it is said, which brought a parson from Kentucky 3 months later to preach the sermon and conduct the service which seemed to the child a necessary honor to the dead. As sad as the death of his mother was that of his only sister, Sarah. Married to Aaron Grigsby in 1826, she had died a year and a half later in childbirth, a death which, to her brother, must have seemed a horror and a mystery. Apart from these family sorrows, there was all the crime and misery of the community, all of which came to his ears and awakened his nature. He even saw in those days one of his companions go suddenly mad. The young man never recovered his reason, but sank into idiocy. All night he would croon plaintive songs, and Lincoln himself tells how, fascinated by this mysterious malady, he used to rise before daylight to cross the fields to listen to this funeral dirge of the reason. In spite of the poverty and rudeness of his life, the depths of his nature were unclouded. He could feel intensely, and his imagination was quick to respond to the touch of mystery. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1, Chapter 3, Abraham Lincoln's Early Opportunities, the books he read, trips to New Orleans, impression he made on his friends. With all his hard living and hard work, Lincoln was getting, in this period, a desultory kind of education. Not that he received much schooling. He went to school by littles, he says. In all, it did not amount to more than a year. And if we accept his own description of the teachers, it was perhaps just as well that it was only by littles. No qualification was required of a teacher beyond readin', writin', and cipherin' to the rule of 3. If a straggler supposed to know Latin happened to sojourn in the neighborhood, he was looked upon as a wizard. But more or less of a schoolroom is a matter of small importance if a boy has learned to read, and to think of what he reads. And that this boy had learned. His stock of books was small, but he knew them thoroughly, and they were good books to know. The Bible, Aesop's Fables, Robinson Crusoe, Bunyan's Pilgrim Progress, A History of the United States, Weem's Life of Washington, and the Statutes of Indiana. These are the chief ones we know about. Some of these books he borrowed from the neighbors, a practice which resulted in at least one casualty, for Weem's Life of Washington he allowed to get wet, and to make good the loss he had to pull fodder 3 days. No matter, the book became his then, and he could read it as he would. Fortunately, he took this curious work in profound seriousness, which a wide-awake boy would hardly be expected to do today. Washington became an exalted figure in his imagination, and he always contended later, when the question of the real character of the first president was brought up, that it was wiser to regard him as a godlike being, heroic in nature and deeds, as Weems does, than to contend that he was only a man who, if wise and good, still made mistakes and was guilty of follies like other men. Besides these books, he borrowed many others. He once told a friend that he read through every book he had ever heard of in that country for a circuit of 50 miles. From everything he read he made long extracts, with his turkey buzzard pen and briar root ink. When he had no paper he would write on a board, and thus preserve his selections until he secured a copybook. The wooden fire shovel was his usual slate, and on its back he ciphered with a charred stick, shaving it off when it had become too grimy for use. The logs and boards in his vicinity he covered with his figures and quotations. By night he read and worked as long as there was light, and he kept a book in the crack of the logs in his loft to have it at hand at peep of day. When acting as a ferryman on the Ohio in his 19th year, anxious, no doubt, to get through the books of the house where he boarded, before he left the place he read every night until midnight. Every lull in his daily labor he used for reading, rarely going to his work without a book. When plowing or cultivating the rough fields of Spencer County, he found frequently a half-hour for reading, for at the end of every long row the horse was allowed to rest, and Lincoln had his book out and was perched on stump or fence almost as soon as the plow had come to a standstill. One of the few people still left in Gentryville who remembers Lincoln, Captain John Lamar, tells to this day of riding to mill with his father and seeing, as they drove along, a boy sitting on the top rail of an old-fashioned stake-and-rider worm fence, reading so intently that he did not notice their approach. His father, turning to him, said, "John, look at that boy yonder, and mark my words, he will make a smart man out of himself. I may not see it, but you'll see if my words don't come true." "That boy was Abraham Lincoln," adds Mr. Lamar impressively. In his habits of reading and study, the boy had little encouragement from his father, but his stepmother did all she could for him. Indeed, between the two there soon grew up a relation of touching gentleness and confidence. In one of the interviews a biographer of Mr. Lincoln sought with her before her death, Mrs. Lincoln said, "I induced my husband to permit Abe to read and study at home as well as at school. At first he was not easily reconciled to it, but finally he too seemed willing to encourage him to a certain extent. Abe was a dutiful son to me always, and we took particular care, when he was reading, not to disturb him, would let him read on and on till he quit of his own accord." This consideration of his stepmother won the boy's confidence, and he rarely copied anything that he did not take it to her to read, asking her opinion of it, and often, when she did not understand it, explaining the meaning in his plain and simple language. Among the books which fell into young Lincoln's hand, when he was about 18 years old, was a copy of the Revised Statutes of Indiana. We know from Dennis Hanks and from Mr. Turnham of Gentryville, to whom the book belonged, and from other associates of Lincoln at the time, that he read the book intently and discussed its contents intelligently. It was a remarkable volume for a thoughtful lad whose mind had already been fired by the history of Washington. It opened with that wonderful document, the Declaration of Independence. Following the Declaration of Independence was the Constitution of the United States, the Act of Virginia passed in 1783, by which the territory northwestward of the River Ohio was conveyed to the United States, and the Ordinance of 1787 for governing this territory, containing that clause on which Lincoln, in the future, based many an argument on the slavery question. This article, number 6 of the ordinance, reads, "There shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude in the said territory, otherwise than in the punishment of crimes, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, provided always that any person escaping into the same, from whom labor or service is lawfully claimed in any one of the original states, such fugitive may be lawfully reclaimed, and conveyed to the person claiming his or her labor or service, as aforesaid." Following this was the Constitution and the revised laws of Indiana, 375 pages, of 500 words each, of statutes. When Lincoln finished this book, as he had probably before he was 18, we have reason to believe that he understood the principles on which the nation was founded, how the state of Indiana came into being, and how it was governed. His understanding of the subject was clear and practical, and he applied it in his reading, thinking, and discussion. After he had read the statutes of Indiana, Lincoln had free access to the library of an admirer, Judge John Pitcher of Rockport, Indiana, where he examined many books. Although so far away from the center of the world's activity, he was learning something of current history. One man in Gentryville, Mr. Jones, the storekeeper, took a Louisville newspaper, and here Lincoln went regularly to read and discuss its contents. All the men and boys of the neighborhood gathered there, and everything which the paper printed was subjected to their keen, shrewd common sense. It was not long before young Lincoln became the favorite member of the group, the one listened to most respectfully. Politics were warmly discussed by these Gentryville citizens, and it may be that sitting on the counter of Jones' grocery, Lincoln even argued on slavery. It certainly was one of the live questions in Indiana at that date. For several years after the organization of the territory, and in spite of the Ordinance of 1787, a system of thinly disguised slavery had existed, and it took a sharp struggle to bring the state in without some form of the institution. So uncertain was the result that, when decided, the word passed from mouth to mouth all over Hoosierdom, "She has come in free! She has come in free!" Even in 1820, 4 years after the admission to statehood, the census showed 190 slaves, nearly all of them in the southwest corner, where the Lincolns lived. And it was not in reality until 1821 that the state Supreme Court put an end to the question. In Illinois in 1822 to 1824, there was carried on one of the most violent contests between the friends and opponents of slavery which occurred before the repeal of the Missouri Compromise. The effort to secure slave labor was nearly successful. In the campaign, pamphlets, pro and con, literally inundated the state. The pulpits took it up, and almost every stump in every county had its bellowing, indignant orator. So violent a commotion, so near at hand, could hardly have failed to reach Gentryville. There had been other anti-slavery agitation going on within hearing for several years. In 1804, a number of Baptist ministers of Kentucky started a crusade against the institution, which resulted in a hot contest in the denomination, and the organization of the Baptist Licking Locust Association Friends of Humanity. The Reverend Jesse Head, the minister who married Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks, talked freely and boldly against slavery, and one of their old friends, Christopher Columbus Graham, the man who was present at their wedding, says, "Tom and Nancy Lincoln and Sally Bush were just steeped full of Jesse Head's notions about the wrong of slavery and the rights of man, as explained by Thomas Jefferson and Thomas Paine." In 1806, Charles Osborne began to preach immediate emancipation in Tennessee. 10 years later, he started a paper in Ohio devoted to the same idea, and in 1819 he transferred his crusade to Indiana. In 1821, Benjamin Lundy started, in Tennessee, the famous Genius, devoted to the same doctrine, and in 1822 at Shelbyville, only about 100 miles from Gentryville, was started a paper similar in its views, the Abolition Intelligencer. At that time there were, in Kentucky, 5 or 6 abolition societies, and in Illinois was an organization called the Friends of Humanity. Probably young Lincoln heard but vaguely of these movements, but some of them he must have heard, and he must have connected them with the speech of Mr. Pitt on the slave trade, with Mary's elegy, The Slaves, and with the discussion given in his Kentucky Preceptor. Which has the most to complain of, the Indian or the Negro? All of which tradition declares he was fond of repeating. It is not impossible that, as Frederick Douglass first realized his own condition in reading a school speaker, the Columbian orator, so Abraham Lincoln first felt the wrong of slavery in reading his Kentucky or American Preceptor. Lincoln was not only winning in these days in the Jones grocery store a reputation as a talker and a storyteller, he was becoming known as a kind of backwoods orator. He could repeat with effect all the poems and speeches in his various school readers. He could imitate to perfection the wandering preachers who came to Gentryville, and he could make a political speech so stirring that he drew a crowd about him every time he mounted a stump. The applause he won was sweet, and frequently he indulged his gifts when he ought to have been working. So thought his employers and Thomas, his father. It was trying, no doubt, to the hard-pushed farmers to see the men who ought to have been cutting grass or chopping wood throw down their scythes or axes and group around a boy whenever he mounted a stump to develop a pet theory or repeat with variations yesterday's sermon. In his fondness for speech-making, young Lincoln attended all the trials of the neighborhood, and frequently walked 15 miles to Booneville to attend court. He wrote as well as spoke, and some of his productions were printed through the influence of his admiring neighbors. Thus, a local Baptist preacher was so struck with one of Abraham's essays on temperance that he sent it to Ohio, where it is said to have appeared in a newspaper. Another article on national politics so pleased a lawyer of the vicinity that he declared the world couldn't beat it. In considering the different opportunities for development which the boy had at this time, it should not be forgotten that he spent many months at one time or another on the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. In fact, all that Abraham Lincoln saw of men in the world outside of Gentryville and its neighborhood until after he was 21 years of age, he saw on these rivers. For many years the Ohio and the Mississippi were the Appian Way, the one route to the world for the Western settlers. To preserve it, they had been willing in early times to go to war with Spain or with France, to secede from the Union, even to join Spain or France against the United States, if either country would ensure their right to the highway. In the long years in which the ownership of the great river was unsettled, every man of them had come to feel with Benjamin Franklin, "A neighbor might as well ask me to sell my street door." In fact, this waterway was their street door, and all that many of them ever saw of the world passed here. Up and down the rivers was a continual movement. Odd craft of every kind possible on a river went by. Arks and sleds, with tidy cabins where families lived, and where one could see the washing stretched, the children playing, the mother on pleasant days rocking and sewing. Keel boats which dodged in and out and turned inquisitive noses up all the creeks and bayous. Great fleets from the Alleghanies, made up of a score or more of timber rafts and manned by 40 or 50 rough boatmen. Ordnance boats, loaded with flour, hogs, produce of all kinds. Pirogues made from great trees. Broadhorns, curious nondescripts worked by a wheel. And, after 1812, steamboats. All this traffic was leisurely. Men had time to tie up and tell the news and show their wares. Even the steamboats loitered as it pleased them. They knew no schedule. They stopped anywhere to let passengers off. They tied up wherever it was convenient, to wait for fresh wood to be cut and loaded, or for repairs to be made. Waiting for repairs seems, in fact, to have absorbed a great deal of the time of these early steamers. They were continually running on to sawyers or planters or wooden islands, and they blew up with a regularity which was monotonous. Even as late as 1842, when Charles Dickens made the trip down the Mississippi, he was often gravely recommended to keep as far aft as possible, because the steamboats generally blew up forward. With this varied river life, Abraham Lincoln first came into contact as a ferryman and boatman, when in 1826 he spent several months as a ferryman at the mouth of Anderson Creek, where it joins the Ohio. This experience suggested new possibilities to him. It was a custom among the farmers of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois at this date to collect a quantity of produce and float down to New Orleans on a raft to sell it. Young Lincoln saw this and wanted to try his fortune as a produce merchant. An incident of his projected trip he related once to Mr. Seward. "Seward," he said, "did you ever hear how I earned my first dollar?" "No," said Mr. Seward. "Well," replied he, "I was about 18 years of age, and belonged, as you know, to what they call down south the scrubs. People who do not own land and slaves are nobody there. But we had succeeded in raising, chiefly by my labor, sufficient produce, as I thought, to justify me in taking it down the river to sell. After much persuasion I had got the consent of my mother to go, and had constructed a flatboat, large enough to take the few barrels of things we had gathered to New Orleans. A steamer was going down the river. We have, you know, no wharves on the western streams, and the custom was, if passengers were at any of the landings, they were to go out in a boat, the steamer stopping and taking them on board. I was contemplating my new boat, and wondering whether I could make it stronger or improve it in any part, when two men with trunks came down to the shore in carriages, and looking at the different boats, singled out mine, and asked, 'Who owns this?' I answered modestly, 'I do.' "Will you," said one of them, "take us and our trunks out to the steamer?" "Certainly," said I. I was very glad to have the chance of earning something, and supposed that each of them would give me a couple of bits. The trunks were put in my boat. The passengers seated themselves on them, and I sculled them out to the steamer. They got on board, and I lifted the trunks and put them on the deck. The steamer was about to put on steam again when I called out, "You have forgotten to pay me." Each of them took from his pocket a silver $half and threw it on the bottom of my boat. I could scarcely believe my eyes as I picked up the money. You may think it was a very little thing, and in these days it seems to me like a trifle, but it was a most important incident in my life. I could scarcely credit that I, the poor boy, had earned $1 in less than a day, that by honest work I had earned $1. I was a more hopeful and thoughtful boy from that time. Soon after this, while he was working for Mr. Gentry, the leading citizen of Gentryville, his employer decided to send a load of produce to New Orleans, and chose young Lincoln to go as a bow hand, to work the front oars. For this trip he received $8 a month and his passage back. Who can believe that he could see and be part of this river life without learning much of the ways and thoughts of the world beyond him? Every time a steamboat or a raft tied up near Anderson Creek, and he with his companions boarded it and saw its mysteries and talked with its crew, every time he rowed out with passengers to a passing steamer, who can doubt that he came back with new ideas and fresh energy? The trips to New Orleans were, to a thoughtful boy, an education of no mean value. It was the most cosmopolitan and brilliant city of the United States at that date, and there young Lincoln saw life at its intensest. Such was Abraham Lincoln's life in Indiana. Such were the avenues open to him for study and for seeing the world. In spite of the crudeness of it all, in spite of the fact that he had no wise direction, that he was brought up by a father with no settled purpose, and that he lived in a pioneer community where a young man's life at best is but a series of makeshifts, Lincoln soon developed a determination to make something out of himself, and a desire to know, which led him to neglect no opportunity to learn. The only unbroken outside influence which directed and stimulated him in these ambitions was that coming first from his mother, then from his stepmother. These two women, both of them of unusual earnestness and sweetness of spirit, were one or the other of them at his side throughout his youth and young manhood. The ideal they held before him was the simple ideal of the early American, that if a boy is upright and industrious, he may aspire to any place within the gift of the country. The boy's instinct told him they were right. Everything he read confirmed their teachings, and he cultivated, in every way open to him, his passion to know and to be something. His zeal in study, his ambition to excel, made their impression on his acquaintances. Even then they pointed him out as a boy who would make something of himself. In 1865, 35 years after he left Gentryville, William H. Herndon, for many years a law partner of Lincoln, anxious to save all that was known of Lincoln in Indiana, went among his old associates, and with a sincerity and thoroughness worthy of grateful respect, interviewed them. At that time there were still living numbers of the people with whom Lincoln had been brought up. They all remembered something of him. It is curious to note that all of these people tell of his doing something different from what other boys did, something sufficiently superior to have made a keen impression upon them. In almost every case, each person had his own special reason for admiring Lincoln. A facility in making rhymes and writing essays was the admiration of many, who considered it the more remarkable because essays and poetry were not taught in school, and Abe took it up on his own account. Many others were struck by the clever application he made of this gift for expression. At one period he was employed as a hand by a farmer who treated him unfairly. Lincoln took a revenge unheard of in Gentryville. He wrote doggerel rhymes about his employer's nose, a long and crooked feature about which the owner was very sensitive. The wit he showed in taking revenge for a social slight by a satire on the Grigsbys, who had failed to invite him to a wedding, made a lasting impression in Gentryville. That he should write so well as to be able to humiliate his enemies more deeply than if he had resorted to the method of taking revenge current in the country and thrashed them, seemed to his friends a mark of surprising superiority. His schoolmates all remembered his spelling. He stood at the head of his class invariably, and at the spelling matches in which the young people of the neighborhood passed many an evening, the one who first began choosing sides always chose Abe Lincoln. So often did he spell the school down that finally, tradition says, he was no longer allowed to take part in the matches. Very many of his old neighbors recalled his reading habits, and how well stored his mind was with information. His explanations of natural phenomena were so unfamiliar to his companions that he sometimes was jeered at for them, though as a rule his listeners were sympathetic, taking a certain pride in the fact that one of their number knew as much as Lincoln did. "He was better read than the world knows, or is likely to know exactly," said one old acquaintance. "He often and often commented or talked to me about what he read. Seemed to read it out of the book as he went along. Did so with others. He was the learned boy among us unlearned folks. He took great pains to explain. Could do it so simply. He was diffident then, too." One man was impressed by the character of the sentences Lincoln had given him for a copybook. "It was considered at that time," said he, "that Abe was the best penman in the neighborhood. One day, while he was on a visit at my mother's, I asked him to write some copies for me. He very willingly consented. He wrote several of them, but one of them I have never forgotten, although a boy at that time. It was this: 'Good boys who to their books apply will all be great men by and by.'" His wonderful memory was recalled by many. To save that which he found to his liking in the books he borrowed, Lincoln committed much to memory. He knew many long poems, and most of the selections in the Kentucky Preceptor. By the time he was 21, in fact, his mind was well stored with verse and prose. All of his comrades remembered his stories and his clearness in argument. "When he appeared in company," says Nat Grigsby, "the boys would gather and cluster around him to hear him talk. Mr. Lincoln was figurative in his speech, talks, and conversation. He argued much from analogy, and explained things hard for us to understand by stories, maxims, tales, and figures. He would almost always point his lesson or idea by some story that was plain and near us, that we might instantly see the force and bearing of what he said." This ability to explain clearly and to illustrate by simple figures of speech must be counted as the great mental acquirement of Lincoln's boyhood. It was a power which he gained by hard labor. Years later he related his experience to an acquaintance who had been surprised by the lucidity and simplicity of his speeches, and who had asked where he was educated. "I never went to school more than 6 months in my life," he said, "but I can say this, that among my earliest recollections, I remember how, when a mere child, I used to get irritated when anybody talked to me in a way I could not understand. I do not think I ever got angry at anything else in my life, but that always disturbed my temper, and has ever since. I can remember going to my little bedroom after hearing the neighbors talk of an evening with my father, and spending no small part of the night walking up and down and trying to make out what was the exact meaning of their, to me, dark sayings. I could not sleep, although I tried to, when I got on such a hunt for an idea, until I had caught it, and when I thought I had got it, I was not satisfied until I had repeated it over and over, until I had put it in language plain enough, as I thought, for any boy I knew to comprehend. This was a kind of passion with me, and it has stuck by me, for I am never easy now when I am handling a thought, till I have bounded it north, and bounded it south, and bounded it east, and bounded it west." Mr. Herndon, in his interviewing in Indiana, found that everywhere Lincoln was remembered as kind and helpful. The man or woman in trouble never failed to receive all the aid he could give them. Even a worthless drunkard of the village called him a friend, as well he might, Lincoln having gathered him up one night from the roadside where he lay freezing and carried him on his back a long distance to a shelter in a fire. The thoughtless cruelty to animals so common among country children revolted the boy. He wrote essays on cruelty to animals, harangued his playmates, protested whenever he saw any wanton abuse of a dumb creature. This gentleness made a lasting impression on his mates, coupled as it was with the physical strength and courage to enforce his doctrines. Stories of his good heart and helpful life might be multiplied, but they are summed up in what his stepmother said of the boy. Abe was a good boy, and I can say what scarcely one woman, a mother, can say in 1,000. Abe never gave me a cross word or look, and never refused in fact or appearance to do anything I requested him. I never gave him a cross word in all my life. His mind and mine, what little I had, seemed to run together. He was here after he was elected president. He was a dutiful son to me always. I think he loved me truly. I had a son, John, who was raised with Abe. Both were good boys, but I must say, both now being dead, that Abe was the best boy I ever saw or expect to see. End of chapter 3. Section 4 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1, Chapter 4, The Lincolns Leave Indiana, The Journey to Illinois. Abraham Lincoln starts out for himself. In the spring of 1830, when Abraham Lincoln was 21 years old, his father, Thomas Lincoln, decided to leave Indiana. The reason Dennis Hanks gives for this removal was a disease called the milk sick. Abraham Lincoln's mother, Nancy Hanks Lincoln, and several of their relatives who had followed them from Kentucky had died of it. The cattle had been carried off by it. Neither brute nor human life seemed to be safe. As Dennis Hanks says, "This was reason enough, ain't it, for leaving?" Anyone who has traveled through the portions of Spencer County in which the Lincolns settled will respect Thomas Lincoln for his energy in moving. When covered with timber, as the land was when he chose his farm, it no doubt promised well. But 14 years of hard labor showed him that the soil was niggardly and the future of the country unpromising. Today, 65 years since the Lincolns left Spencer County, the country remains as it was then, dull, commonplace, unfruitful. The towns show no signs of energy or prosperity. There are no leading streets or buildings. No man's house is better than his neighbor's, and every man's house is ordinary. For a long distance on each side of Gentryville as one passes by rail, no superior farm is to be seen, no prosperous farm or manufactory. It is a dead, monotonous country, where no possibilities of quick wealth have been discovered, and which only centuries of tilling and fertilizing can make prosperous. The place chosen for their new home was the Sangamon country in central Illinois. It was, at that day, a country of great renown in the West, the name meaning the land where there is plenty to eat. One of the family, John Hanks, a cousin of Abraham's mother, was already there, and the inviting reports he had sent to Indiana were no doubt what led the Lincolns to decide on Illinois as their future home. Gentryville saw young Lincoln depart with genuine regret, and his friends gave him a score of rude proofs that he would not be forgotten. After he was gone, one of these friends planted a cedar tree in his memory. It still marks the site of the Lincoln home, the first monument erected to the memory of a man to whom the world will never cease to raise monuments. The spot on the hill overlooking Buckthorn Valley, where the Lincolns said goodbye to their old home and to the home of Sarah Lincoln Grigsby, to the grave of the mother and wife, to all their neighbors and friends, is still pointed out. Buckthorn Valley held many recollections dear to them all, but to no one of the company was the place dearer than to Abraham. It is certain that he felt the parting keenly, and that he never forgot his years in the Hoosier state. One of the most touching experiences he relates in all his published letters is his emotion at visiting his old Indiana home 14 years after he had left it. So strongly was he moved by the scenes of his first conscious sorrows, efforts, joys, ambitions, that he put into verse the feelings they awakened. While he never attempted to conceal the poverty and hardship of these days, and would speak humorously of the pretty pinching times he experienced, he never regarded his life at this time as mean or pitiable. Frequently he talked to his friends in later days of his boyhood, and always with apparent pleasure. Mr. Lincoln told this story of his youth, says Leonard Swett, as the story of a happy childhood. There was nothing sad or pinched, and nothing of want, and no allusion to want in any part of it. His own description of his youth was that of a happy, joyous boyhood. It was told with mirth and glee, and illustrated by pointed anecdotes, often interrupted by his jocund laugh. And he was right. There was nothing ignoble or mean in this Indiana pioneer life. It was rude, but only with the rudeness which the ambitious are willing to endure in order to push on to a better condition than they otherwise would know. These people did not accept their hardships apathetically. They did not regard them as permanent. They were only the temporary deprivations necessary in order to accomplish what they had come into the country to do. For this reason they endured hopefully all that was hard. It is worth notice, too, that there was nothing belittling in their life. There was no pauperism, no shirking. Each family provided for its own simple wants, and had the conscious dignity which comes from being equal to a situation. If their lives lacked culture and refinement, they were rich in independence and self-reliance. The company which emigrated to Illinois included the family of Thomas Lincoln and those of Dennis Hanks and Levi Hall, married to Lincoln's stepsisters, 13 persons in all. They sold land, cattle, and grain, and much of their household goods, and were ready in March of 1830 for their journey. All the possessions which the three families had to take with them were packed into big wagons to which oxen were attached, and the caravan was ready. The weather was still cold, the streams were swollen, and the roads were muddy, but the party started out bravely. Inured to hardships, alive to all the new sights on their route, every day brought them amusement and adventures, and especially to young Lincoln the journey must have been of keen interest. He drove one of the teams, he tells us, and, according to a story current in Gentryville, he succeeded in doing a fair peddler's business on the route. Captain William Jones, in whose father's store Lincoln had spent so many hours in discussion and in storytelling, and for whom he had worked the last winter he was in Indiana, says that before leaving the state, Abraham invested all his money, some $30-odd, in notions. Though all the country through which they expected to pass was but sparsely settled, he believed he could dispose of them. A set of knives and forks was the largest item entered on the bill, says Captain Jones. The other items were needles, pins, thread, buttons, and other little domestic necessities. When the Lincolns reached their new home near Decatur, Illinois, Abraham wrote back to my father, stating that he had doubled his money on his purchases by selling them along the road. Unfortunately, we did not keep that letter, not thinking how highly we would have prized it in years afterwards. The pioneers were a fortnight on their journey. All we know of the route they took is from a few chance remarks of Lincoln's to his friends, to the effect that they passed through Vincennes, where he saw a printing press for the first time, and through Palestine, where he saw a juggler performing sleight-of-hand tricks. They reached Macon County, their new home, from the south. Mr. H.C. Whitney says that once in Decatur, when he and Lincoln were passing the courthouse together, Lincoln walked out a few feet in front, and, after shifting his position 2 or 3 times, said, as he looked up at the building, partly to himself and partly to me, "Here is the exact spot where I stood by our wagon when we moved from Indiana, 26 years ago. This is at 6 feet from the exact spot." He then told me he had frequently thereafter tried to locate the route by which they had come, and that he had decided that it was near the main line of the Illinois Central Railroad. The party settled some 10 miles west of Decatur, in Macon County. Here John Hanks had the logs ready cut for their new home, and Lincoln, Dennis Hanks, and Hall soon had a cabin erected. Mr. Lincoln says in his short autobiography of 1860, "Here they built a log cabin, into which they removed, and made sufficient of rails to fence 10 acres of ground, fenced and broke the ground, and raised a crop of sown corn upon it the same year. These are, or are supposed to be, the rails about which so much is being said just now, though these are far from being the first or only rails ever made by Abraham." If they were far from being his first and only rails, they certainly were the most famous ones he or anybody else ever split. This was the last work Lincoln did for his father, for in the summer of that year, 1830, he exercised the right of majority and started out to shift for himself. When he left his home, he went empty-handed. He was already some months over 21 years of age, but he had nothing in the world, not even a suit of respectable clothes, and one of the first pieces of work he did was to split 400 rails for every yard of brown jeans dyed with white walnut bark that would be necessary to make him a pair of trousers. He had no trade, no profession, no spot of land, no patron, no influence. 2 things recommended him to his neighbors. He was strong, and he was a good fellow. His strength made him a valuable laborer. Not that he was fond of hard labor. One of his Indiana employers says, "Abe was no hand to pitch into work like killing snakes." But when he did work, it was with an ease and effectiveness which compensated his employer for the time he spent in practical jokes and extemporaneous speeches. He could lift as much as 3 ordinary men, and my how he would chop, says Dennis Hanks. His axe would flash and bite into a sugar tree or sycamore, and down it would come. If you heard him fellin' trees in a clearin', you would say there was 3 men at work by the way the trees fell. Standing 6'4", he could outlift, outwork, and outwrestle any man he came in contact with. Friends and employers were proud of his prowess and boasted of it, never failing to pit him against any hero whose strength they heard vaunted. He himself was proud of it, and throughout his life was fond of comparing himself with tall and strong men. When the committee called on him in Springfield in 1860 to notify him of his nomination as president, Governor Morgan of New York was of the number, a man of great height and brawn. "Pray, Governor, how tall may you be?" was Mr. Lincoln's first question. There is a story told of a poor man seeking a favor from him once at the White House. He was overpowered by the idea that he was in the presence of the president, and, his errand done, was edging shyly away, when Mr. Lincoln stopped him, insisting that he measure with him. The man was the taller, as Mr. Lincoln had thought, and he went away evidently as much abashed that he dared be taller than the President of the United States as that he had dared to venture into his presence. Governor Hoyt tells an excellent story illustrating this interest of Lincoln's in manly strength, and his involuntary comparison of himself with whomsoever showed it. It was in 1859, after Lincoln had delivered a speech at the Wisconsin State Agricultural Fair in Milwaukee. Governor Hoyt had asked him to make the rounds of the exhibits, and they went into a tent to see a strong man perform. He went through the ordinary exercises with huge iron balls, tossing them in the air, and catching them and rolling them on his arms and back. And Mr. Lincoln, who evidently had never before seen such a combination of agility and strength, watched him with intense interest, ejaculating under his breath now and then, "By George! By George!" When the performance was over, Governor Hoyt, seeing Mr. Lincoln's interest, asked him to go up and be introduced to the athlete. He did so, and as he stood looking down musingly on the man, who was very short, and evidently wondering that one so much smaller than he could be so much stronger, he suddenly broke out with one of his quaint speeches. "Why," he said, "why, I could lick salt off the top of your hat." His strength won him popularity, but his good nature, his wit, his skill in debate, his stories, were still more efficient in gaining him goodwill. People liked to have him around, and voted him a good fellow to work with. Yet such were the conditions of his life at this time that, in spite of his popularity, nothing was open to him but hard manual labor. To take the first job which he happened upon, rail splitting, plowing, lumbering, boating, storekeeping, and make the most of it, thankful if thereby he earned his bed and board and a yearly suit of jeans, was apparently all there was before Abraham Lincoln in 1830, when he started out for himself. Through the summer and fall of 1830 and the early winter of 1831, Mr. Lincoln worked in the vicinity of his father's new home, usually as a farmhand and rail splitter. Most of his work was done in company with John Hanks. Before the end of the winter he secured employment of which he has given an account himself, though in the third person. During that winter Abraham, together with his stepmother's son, John D. Johnston, and John Hanks, yet residing in Macon County, hired themselves to Denton Offutt to take a flatboat from Beardstown, Illinois, to New Orleans, and for that purpose were to join him, Offutt, at Springfield, Illinois, as soon as the snow should go off. When it did go off, which was about the 1st of March, 1831, the country was so flooded as to make traveling by land impracticable. To obviate which difficulty, they purchased a large canoe and came down the Sangamon River in it. This is the time and manner of Abraham's first entrance into Sangamon County. They found Offutt at Springfield, but learned from him that he had failed in getting a boat at Beardstown. This led to their hiring themselves to him for $12 per month each, and getting the timber out of the trees and building a boat at Old Sangamon Town, on the Sangamon River, 7 miles northwest of Springfield, which boat they took to New Orleans, substantially on the old contract. Sangamon Town, where Lincoln built the flatboat, has since his day completely disappeared from the earth. But then it was one of the flourishing settlements on the river of that name. Lincoln's advent in the town did not go unnoticed. In a small community cut off from the world, as Old Sangamon was, every newcomer is scrutinized and discussed before he is regarded with confidence. Lincoln did not escape this scrutiny. His appearance was so striking, in fact, that he attracted everybody's attention. He was a tall, gaunt young man, says Mr. John Roll of Springfield, then a resident of Sangamon, dressed in a suit of blue homespun jeans consisting of a roundabout jacket, waistcoat, and breeches which came to within about 4 inches of his feet. The latter was encased in rawhide boots, into the tops of which most of the time his pantaloons were stuffed. He wore a soft felt hat which had at one time been black, but now, as its owner dryly remarked, was sunburned until it was a combine of colors. It took some 4 weeks to build the raft, and in that period Lincoln succeeded in captivating the entire village by his storytelling. It was the custom in Sangamon for the menfolks to gather at noon and in the evening, when resting, in a convenient lane near the mill. They had rolled out a long peeled log, on which they lounged while they whittled and talked. Lincoln had not been long in Sangamon before he joined this circle. At once he became a favorite, by his jokes and good humor. As soon as he appeared at the assembly ground, the men would start him to storytelling. So irresistibly droll were his yarns that, says Mr. Roll, whenever he'd end up in his unexpected way, the boys on the log would whoop and roll off. The result of the rolling off was to polish the log like a mirror. The men, recognizing Lincoln's part in this polishing, christened their seat Abe's Log. Long after Lincoln had disappeared from Sangamon, Abe's Log remained, and until it had rotted away people pointed it out and repeated the droll stories of the stranger. When the flatboat was finished, Lincoln and his friends prepared to leave Sangamon. Before he started, however, he was the hero of an adventure so thrilling that he won new laurels in the community. Mr. Roll, who was a witness of the whole exciting scene, tells the story. It was the spring following the winter of the deep snow. Walter Carman, John Seaman, and myself, and at times others of the Carman boys, had helped Abe in building the boat, and when we had finished we went to work to make a dugout, or canoe, to be used as a small boat with the flat. We found a suitable log about 1/8 of a mile up the river, and with our axes went to work under Lincoln's direction. The river was very high, fairly booming. After the dugout was ready to launch, we took it to the edge of the water, and made ready to let her go, when Walter Carman and John Seaman jumped in as the boat struck the water, each one anxious to be the first to get a ride. As they shot out from the shore, they found they were unable to make any headway against the strong current. Carman had the paddle, and Seaman was in the stern of the boat. Lincoln shouted to them to head upstream and work back to shore, but they found themselves powerless against the stream. At last they began to pull for the wreck of an old flatboat, the first ever built on the Sangamon, which had sunk and gone to pieces, leaving one of the stanchions sticking above the water. Just as they reached it, Seaman made a grab, and caught hold of the stanchion when the canoe capsized, leaving Seaman clinging to the old timber, and throwing Carman into the stream. It carried him down with the speed of a mill race. Lincoln raised his voice above the roar of the flood, and yelled to Carman to swim for an old tree which stood almost in the channel, which the action of the high water had changed. Carman, being a good swimmer, succeeded in catching a branch, and pulled himself up out of the water, which was very cold, and had almost chilled him to death, and there he sat shivering and chattering in the tree. Lincoln, seeing Carman safe, called out to Seaman to let go the stanchion and swim for the tree. With some hesitation he obeyed and struck out, while Lincoln cheered and directed him from the bank. As Seaman neared the tree he made one grab for a branch, and, missing it, went under the water. Another desperate lunge was successful, and he climbed up beside Carman. Things were pretty exciting now, for there were 2 men in the tree and the boat was gone. It was a cold, raw April day, and there was great danger of the men becoming benumbed and falling back into the water. Lincoln called out to them to keep their spirits up and he would save them. The village had been alarmed by this time, and many people had come down to the bank. Lincoln procured a rope and tied it to a log. He called all hands to come and help roll the log into the water, and after this had been done, he, with the assistance of several others, towed it some distance up the stream. A daring young fellow by the name of Jim Dorrell then took his seat on the end of the log, and it was pushed out into the current, with the expectation that it would be carried downstream against the tree where Seaman and Carman were. The log was well directed and went straight to the tree, but Jim, in his impatience to help his friends, fell a victim to his good intentions. Making a frantic grab at a branch, he raised himself off the log, which was swept from under him by the raging water, and he soon joined the other 2 victims upon their forlorn perch. The excitement on shore increased, and almost the whole population of the village gathered on the river bank. Lincoln had the log pulled up the stream, and, securing another piece of rope, called to the men in the tree to catch it if they could when he should reach the tree. He then straddled the log himself, and gave the word to push out into the stream. When he dashed into the tree, he threw the rope over the stump of a broken limb, and let it play until it broke the speed of the log, and gradually drew it back to the tree, holding it there until the 3 now nearly frozen men had climbed down and seated themselves astride. He then gave orders to the people on the shore to hold fast to the end of the rope which was tied to the log, and, leaving his rope in the tree, he turned the log adrift. The force of the current, acting against the taut rope, swung the log around against the bank, and all on board were saved. The excited people who had watched the dangerous experiment with alternate hope and fear now broke into cheers for Abe Lincoln and praises for his brave act. This adventure made quite a hero of him along the Sangamon, and the people never tired telling of the exploit. The flatboat built and loaded, the party started for New Orleans about the middle of April. They had gone but a few miles when they met with another adventure. At the village of New Salem there was a mill dam. On it the boat stuck, and here for nearly 24 hours it hung, the bow in the air and the stern in the water, the cargo slowly setting backwards, shipwreck almost certain. The village of New Salem turned out in a body to see what the strangers would do in their predicament. They shouted, suggested, and advised for a time, but finally discovered that one big fellow in the crew was ignoring them and working out a plan of relief. Having unloaded the cargo into a neighboring boat, Lincoln had succeeded in tilting his craft. Then, by boring a hole in the end extending over the dam, the water was let out. This done, the boat was easily shoved over and reloaded. The ingenuity which he had exercised in saving his boat made a deep impression on the crowd on the bank, and it was talked over for many a day. The proprietor of boat and cargo was even more enthusiastic than the spectators, and vowed he would build a steamboat for the Sangamon and make Lincoln the captain. Lincoln himself was interested in what he had done, and nearly 20 years later he embodied his reflections on this adventure in a curious invention for getting boats over shoals. The raft over the New Salem Dam, the party went on to New Orleans, reaching there in May 1831, and remaining a month. It must have been a month of intense intellectual activity for Lincoln. Since his first visit, made with young gentry, New Orleans had entered upon her flush times. Commerce was increasing at a rate which dazzled speculators and drew them from all over the United States. From 1830 to 1840, no other American city increased in such a ratio. Exports and imports, which in 1831 amounted to $26 million, in 1835 had more than doubled. The Creole population had held the sway so far in the city, but now it came into competition and often into conflict with a pushing, ambitious, and frequently unscrupulous Native American party. To these two predominating elements were added Germans, French, Spanish, Negroes, and Indians. Cosmopolitan in its makeup, the city was even more cosmopolitan in its life. Everything was to be seen in New Orleans in those days, from the idle luxury of the wealthy Creole to the organization of filibustering juntas. The pirates still plied their trade in the Gulf, and the Mississippi River brought down hundreds of riverboatmen, one of the wildest, wickedest set of men that ever existed in any city. Lincoln and his companions ran their boat up beside thousands of others. It was the custom to tie such craft along the riverfront where St. Mary's Market now stands, and one could walk a mile, it is said, over the tops of these boats without going ashore. No doubt Lincoln went, too, to live in the boatmen's rendezvous, called the Swamp, a wild, rough quarter where roulette, whiskey, and the flintlock pistol ruled. All of the picturesque life, the violent contrasts of the city, he would see as he wandered about, and he would carry away the sharp impressions which are produced when mind and heart are alert, sincere, and healthy. In this month spent in New Orleans, Lincoln must have seen much of slavery. At that time the city was full of slaves, and the number was constantly increasing. Indeed, 1/3 of the New Orleans increase in population between 1830 and 1840 was in Negroes. One of the saddest features of the institution was to be seen there in its aggravated form, the slave market. The better class of slaveholders of the South, who looked on the institution as patriarchal, and who guarded their slaves with conscientious care, knew little, it should be said, of this terrible traffic. Their transfer of slaves was humane, but in the open markets of the city it was attended by shocking cruelty and degradation. Lincoln witnessed in New Orleans for the first time the revolting sight of men and women sold like animals. Mr. Herndon says that he often heard Mr. Lincoln refer to this experience. In New Orleans for the first time, he writes, Lincoln beheld the true horrors of human slavery. He saw Negroes in chains, whipped and scourged. Against this inhumanity his sense of right and justice rebelled, and his mind and conscience were awakened to a realization of what he had often heard and read. No doubt, as one of his companions has said, slavery ran the iron into him then and there. One morning in their rambles over the city, the trio passed a slave auction. A vigorous and comely mulatto girl was being sold. She underwent a thorough examination at the hands of the bidders. They pinched her flesh and made her trot up and down the room like a horse to show how she moved, and in order, as the auctioneer said, that bidders might satisfy themselves whether the article they were offering to buy was sound or not. The whole thing was so revolting that Lincoln moved away from the scene with a deep feeling of unconquerable hate. Bidding his companions follow him, he said, "Boys, let's get away from this. If ever I get a chance to hit that thing," meaning slavery, "I'll hit it hard." Mr. Herndon gives John Hanks as his authority for this statement, but according to Mr. Lincoln's autobiography, Hanks did not go on to New Orleans, but having a family, and finding that he was likely to be detained from home longer than he had expected, he turned back at St. Louis. Though the story as told above probably grew to its present proportions by much telling, there is reason to believe that Lincoln was deeply impressed on this trip by something he saw in a New Orleans slave market, and that he often referred to it. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1. Chapter 5. Lincoln secures a position. He studies grammar. First appearance in politics. The month in New Orleans passed swiftly, and in June 1831 Lincoln and his companions took passage up the river. He did not return, however, in the usual condition of the river boatman out of a job. According to his own way of putting it, during this boat enterprise acquaintance with Offutt, who was previously an entire stranger, he conceived a liking for Abraham, and believing he could turn him to account, he contracted with him to act as a clerk for him on his return from New Orleans, in charge of a store and mill at New Salem. The store and mill were, however, so far only in Offutt's imagination, and Lincoln had to drift about until his employer was ready for him. He made a short visit to his father and mother, now in Coles County near Charleston. Fever and ague had driven the Lincolns from their first home in Macon County, and then in July 1831 he went to New Salem, where, as he says, he stopped indefinitely and for the first time, as it were, by himself. The village of New Salem, the scene of Lincoln's mercantile career, was one of the many little towns which, in the pioneer days, sprang up along the Sangamon River, a stream then looked upon as navigable and destined to be counted among the highways of commerce. 20 miles northwest of Springfield, strung along the left bank of the Sangamon, parted by hollows and ravines, is a row of high hills. On one of these, a long, narrow ridge, beginning with a sharp and sloping point near the river, running south, and parallel with the stream a little way, and then, reaching its highest point, making a sudden turn to the west, and gradually widening until lost in the prairie, stood this frontier village. The crooked river for a short distance comes from the east, and, seemingly surprised at meeting the bluff, abruptly changes its course and flows to the north. Across the river the bottom stretches out half a mile back to the highlands. New Salem, founded in 1829 by James Rutledge and John Cameron, and a dozen years later a deserted village, is rescued only from oblivion by the fact that Lincoln was once one of its inhabitants. The town never contained more than 15 houses, all of them built of logs, but it had an energetic population of perhaps 100 persons, among whom were a blacksmith, a tinner, a hatter, a schoolmaster, and a preacher. New Salem boasted a grist mill, a sawmill, 2 stores, and a tavern. But its day of hope was short. In 1837 it began to decline, and by 1840 Petersburg, 2 miles down the river, had absorbed its business and population. Salem Hill is now only a green cow pasture. Lincoln's first sight of the town had been in April 1831, when he and his crew had been detained in getting their flatboat over the Rutledge and Cameron Mill Dam. When he walked into New Salem 3 months later, he was not altogether a stranger, for the people remembered him as the ingenious flatboatman who had freed his boat from water by resorting to the miraculous expedient of boring a hole in the bottom. Offutt's goods had not arrived when Mr. Lincoln reached New Salem, and he loafed about, so those who remember his arrival say, good-naturedly taking a hand in whatever he could find to do, and in his droll way making friends of everybody. By chance a bit of work fell to him almost at once, which introduced him generally, and gave him an opportunity to make a name in the neighborhood. It was election day. In those days, elections in Illinois were conducted by the viva voce method. The people did try voting by ballot, but the experiment was unpopular. It required too much form, and in 1829 the former method of voting was restored. The judges and clerks sat at a table with the poll book before them. The voter walked up and announced the candidate of his choice, and it was recorded in his presence. There was no ticket peddling, and ballot box stuffing was impossible. The village schoolmaster, Mentor Graham by name, was clerk at this particular election, but his assistant was ill. Looking about for someone to help him, Mr. Graham saw a tall stranger loitering around the polling place, and called to him, "Can you write?" "Yes," said the stranger, "I can make a few rabbit tracks." Mr. Graham evidently was satisfied with the answer, for he promptly initiated him, and he filled his place not only to the satisfaction of his employer, but also to the delectation of the loiterers about the polls, for whenever things dragged, he immediately began to spin out a stock of Indian yarns. So droll were they that men who listened to Lincoln that day repeated them long after to their friends. He had made a hit in New Salem to start with, and here, as in Sangamontown, it was by means of his story-telling. A few days later he accepted an offer to pilot down the Sangamon and Illinois rivers as far as Beardstown, a flatboat bearing the family and goods of a pioneer bound for Texas. At Beardstown he found Offutt's goods waiting to be taken to New Salem. As he footed his way home, he found 2 men with a wagon and ox team going for the goods. Offutt had expected Lincoln to wait at Beardstown until the ox team arrived, and the teamsters, not having any credentials, asked Lincoln to give them an order for the goods. This, sitting down by the roadside, he wrote out. One of the men used to relate that it contained a misspelled word, which he corrected. When the oxen and their drivers returned with the goods, the store was opened in a little log house on the brink of the hill, almost over the river. The precise date of the opening of Denton Offutt's store is not known. We only know that on July 8, 1831, the County Commissioner's Court of Sangamon County granted Offutt a license to retail merchandise in New Salem, for which he paid $5, a fee which supposed him to have $1,000 worth of goods in stock. The Frontier store filled a unique place. Usually it was a general store, and on its shelves were found most of the articles needed in a community of pioneers. But supplying goods and groceries was not its only function. It was the pioneers' intellectual and social center. It was the common meeting place of the farmers, the happy refuge of the village loungers. No subject was unknown there. The habitués of the place were equally at home in discussing politics, religion, or sports. Stories were told, jokes were cracked, and the news contained in the latest newspaper finding its way into the wilderness was repeated again and again. Lincoln could hardly have chosen surroundings more favorable to the highest development of the art of storytelling, and he had not been there long before his reputation for drollery was established. But he gained popularity and respect in other ways. There was, near the village, a settlement called Clary's Grove, the most conspicuous part of whose population was an organization known as the Clary's Grove Boys. They exercised a veritable terror over the neighborhood, and yet they were not a bad set of fellows. Mr. Herndon, who knew personally many of the boys, says, "They were friendly and good-natured. They could trench a pond, dig a bog, build a house. They could pray and fight, make a village, or create a state. They would do almost anything for sport or fun, love or necessity. Though rude and rough, though life's forces ran over the edge of the bowl, foaming and sparkling in pure deviltry for deviltry's sake, yet place before them a poor man who needed their aid, a lame or sick man, a defenseless woman or widow, or an orphaned child, they melted into sympathy and charity at once. They gave all they had and willingly toiled or played cards for more. Though there never was under the sun a more generous parcel of rowdies, a stranger's introduction was likely to be the most unpleasant part of his acquaintance with them. Denton Offutt, Lincoln's employer, was just the man to love to boast before such a crowd. He seemed to feel that Lincoln's physical prowess shed glory on himself, and he declared the country over that his clerk could lift more, throw farther, run faster, jump higher, and wrestle better than any man in Sangamon County. The Clary's Grove boys, of course, felt in honor bound to prove this false, and they appointed their best man, one Jack Armstrong, to throw Abe. Jack Armstrong was, according to the testimony of all who remember him, a powerful twister, square-built and strong as an ox, the best-made man that ever lived, and everybody knew that a contest between him and Lincoln would be close. Lincoln did not like to tussle and scuffle. He objected to wooling and pulling. But Offutt had gone so far that it became necessary to yield. The match was held on the ground near the grocery. Clary's Grove and New Salem turned out generally to witness the bout, and betting on the result ran high, the community as a whole staking their jackknives, tobacco plugs, and treats on Armstrong. The two men had scarcely taken hold of each other before it was evident that the Clary's Grove champion had met a match. The two men wrestled long and hard, but both kept their feet. Neither could throw the other, and Armstrong, convinced of this, tried a foul. Lincoln no sooner realized the game of his antagonist than, furious with indignation, he caught him by the throat, and holding him out at arm's length, he shook him like a child. Armstrong's friends rushed to his aid, and for a moment it looked as if Lincoln would be routed by sheer force of numbers. But he held his own so bravely that the boys, in spite of their sympathies, were filled with admiration. What bid fair to be a general fight ended in a general handshake, even Jack Armstrong declaring that Lincoln was the best fellow who ever broke into the camp. From that day, at the cockfights and horse races, which were their common sports, he became the chosen umpire, and when the entertainment broke up in a row, a not uncommon occurrence, he acted the peacemaker, without suffering the peacemaker's usual fate. Such was his reputation with the Clary's Grove boys after 3 months in New Salem that when the fall muster came off, he was elected captain. Lincoln showed soon that if he was unwilling to indulge in wooling and pulling for amusement, he did not object to it in the interests of decency and order. In such a community as New Salem, there are always braggarts who can only be made endurable by fear. To them, Lincoln soon became an authority more to be respected than sheriff or constable. If they transgressed in his presence, he thrashed them promptly with an imperturbable air, half indolent but wholly resolute, which was more baffling and impressive than even his iron grip and well-directed blows. A man came into the store one day and began swearing. Now, profanity in the presence of women Lincoln would never allow. He asked the man to stop, but he persisted, loudly boasting that nobody should prevent his saying what he wanted to. The women gone, the man began to abuse Lincoln so hotly that the latter said, "Well, if you must be whipped, I suppose I might as well whip you as any other man." and going outdoors with the fellow, he threw him on the ground and rubbed smartweed in his eyes until he bellowed for mercy. New Salem's sense of chivalry was touched, and Denton Offutt's clerk became more of a hero than ever. His honesty excited no less admiration. Two incidents seem to have particularly impressed the community. Having discovered on one occasion that he had taken 6 1/4 cents too much from a customer, he walked 3 miles that evening, after his store was closed, to return the money. Again, he weighed out half a pound of tea, as he supposed. It was night, and this was the last thing he did before closing up. On entering in the morning, he discovered a 4-ounce weight in the scales. He saw his mistake, and closing up shop, hurried off to deliver the remainder of the tea. This unusual regard for the rights of others soon won him the title of Honest Abe. As soon as the store was fairly under way, Lincoln began to look about for books. Since leaving Indiana in March, 1830, he had had in his drifting life little leisure or opportunity for study, though a great deal for observation of men and of life. His experience made him realize more and more clearly that power over men depends upon knowledge. He had found that he was himself superior to many of those who were called the great men of the country. Soon after entering Macon County in March 1830, when he was only 21 years old, he had found he could make a better speech than at least one man who was before the public. A candidate had come along where he and John Hanks were at work, and as John Hanks tells the story, the man made a speech. It was a bad one, and I said Abe could beat it. I turned down a box, and Abe made his speech. The other man was a candidate. Abe wasn't. Abe beat him to death, his subject being the navigation of the Sangamon River. The man, after Abe's speech was through, took him aside and asked him where he had learned so much, and how he could do so well. Abe replied, stating his manner and method of reading, what he had read. The man encouraged him to persevere. He studied men carefully, comparing himself with them. Could he do what they did? He seems never up to this time to have met one who was incomprehensible to him. I have talked with great men, he told his fellow clerk and friend, Green, and I do not see how they differ from others. Then he found, too, that people listened to him, that they quoted his opinions, and that his friends were already saying that he was able to fill any position. Offutt even declared the country over that Abe knew more than any man in the United States, and that someday he would be president. When he began to realize that he himself possessed the qualities which made men great in Illinois, that success depended upon knowledge, and that already his friends credited him with possessing more than most members of the community, his ambition was encouraged, and his desire to learn increased. Why should he not try for a public position? He began to talk to his friends of his ambition and to devise plans for self-improvement. In order to keep in practice in speaking, he walked 7 or 8 miles to debating clubs. Practicing polemics was what he called the exercise. He seems now for the first time to have begun to study subjects. Grammar was what he chose. He sought Mentor Graham, the schoolmaster, and asked his advice. If you are going before the public, Mr. Graham told him, you ought to do it. But where could he get a grammar? There was but one, said Mr. Graham, in the neighborhood, and that was 6 miles away. Without waiting for further information, the young man rose from the breakfast table, walked immediately to the place, and borrowed this rare copy of Kirkham's Grammar. From that time on, for weeks, he gave every moment of his leisure to mastering the contents of the book. Frequently he asked his friend Green to hold the book while he recited, and when puzzled by a point he would consult Mr. Graham. Lincoln's eagerness to learn was such that the whole neighborhood became interested. The Greens lent him books, the schoolmaster kept him in mind and helped him as he could, and the village cooper let him come into his shop and keep up a fire of shavings sufficiently bright to read by at night. It was not long before the grammar was mastered. "Well," Lincoln said to his fellow clerk, Green, "if that's what they call a science, I think I'll go at another." Before the winter was ended, he had become the most popular man in New Salem. Although he was but 22 years of age in February 1832, had never been to school an entire year in his life, had never made a speech except in debating clubs and by the roadside, had read only the books he could pick up, and known only the men who made up the poor, out-of-the-way towns in which he had lived, encouraged by his great popularity among his immediate neighbors, as he says himself, he decided to announce himself in March 1832 as a candidate for the General Assembly of the state. The only preliminary expected of a candidate for the legislature of Illinois at that date was an announcement stating his sentiments with regard to local affairs. The circular in which Lincoln complied with this custom was a document of about 2,000 words, in which he plunged at once into the subject he believed most interesting to his constituents: the public utility of internal improvements. At that time, the state of Illinois, as indeed the whole United States, was convinced that the future of the country depended on the opening of canals and railroads and the clearing out of the rivers. In the Sangamon country, the population felt that a quick way of getting to Beardstown on the Illinois River, to which point the steamer came from the Mississippi, was, as Lincoln puts it in his circular, indispensably necessary. Of course, a railroad was the dream of the settlers, but when it was considered seriously, there was always, as Lincoln says, a heart-appalling shock accompanying the amount of its cost, which forces us to shrink from our pleasing anticipations. The probable cost of this contemplated railroad is estimated at $290,000. The barest statement of which, in my opinion, is sufficient to justify the belief that the improvement of the Sangamon River is an object much better suited to our infant resources. Respecting this view, I think I may say, without the fear of being contradicted, that its navigation may be rendered completely practicable as high as the mouth of the South Fork, or probably higher, to vessels of from 25 to 30 tons burden, for at least 1/2 of all common years, and to vessels of much greater burden a part of the time. From my peculiar circumstances, it is probable that for the last 12 months I have given as particular attention to the stage of the water in this river as any other person in the country. In the month of March, 1831, in company with others, I commenced the building of a flatboat on the Sangamon, and finished and took her out in the course of the spring. Since that time, I have been concerned in the mill at New Salem. These circumstances are sufficient evidence that I have not been very inattentive to the stages of the water. The time at which we crossed the mill dam being in the last days of April, the water was lower than it had been since the breaking of winter in February, or than it was for several weeks after. The principal difficulties we encountered in descending the river were from the drifted timber, which obstructions all know are not difficult to be removed. Knowing almost precisely the height of water at that time, I believe I am safe in saying that it has often been higher as lower since. From this view of the subject, it appears that my calculations with regard to the navigation of the Sangamon cannot but be founded in reason. But whatever may be its natural advantages, certain it is that it can never be practically useful to any great extent without being greatly improved by art. The drifted timber, as I have before mentioned, is the most formidable barrier to this object. Of all parts of this river, none will require so much labor in proportion to make it navigable as the last 30 or 35 miles. And going with the meanderings of the channel, when we are this distance above its mouth, we are only between 12 and 18 miles above Beardstown in something near a straight direction. And this route is upon such low ground as to retain water in many places during the season, and in all parts as to draw 2/3 or 3/4 of the river water at all high stages. This route is on prairie land the whole distance, so that it appears to me, by removing the turf a sufficient width, and damming up the old channel, the whole river, in a short time, would wash its way through, thereby curtailing the distance and increasing the velocity of the current very considerably. while there would be no timber on the banks to obstruct its navigation in the future. And being nearly straight, the timber which might float in at the head would be apt to go clear through. There are also many places above this where the river, in its zigzag course, forms such complete peninsulas as to be easier to cut at the necks than to remove the obstruction from the bends, which, if done, would also lessen the distance. What the cost of this work would be, I am unable to say. It is probable, however, that it would not be greater than is common to streams of the same length. Finally, I believe the improvement of the Sangamon River to be vastly important and highly desirable to the people of the county, and if elected, any measure in the legislature having this for its object, which may appear judicious, will meet my approbation and receive my support. Lincoln could not have adopted a measure more popular. At that moment the whole population of Sangamon was in a state of wild expectation. Some 6 weeks before Lincoln's circular appeared, a citizen of Springfield had advertised that as soon as the ice went off the river, he would bring up a steamer, the Talisman, from Cincinnati, and prove the Sangamon navigable. The announcement had aroused the entire country. Speeches were made and subscriptions taken. The merchants announced goods direct per steamship Talisman the country over, and every village from Beardstown to Springfield was laid off in town lots. When the circular appeared, the excitement was at its height. Lincoln's comments in his circular on 2 other subjects, on which all candidates of the day expressed themselves, are amusing in their simplicity. The practice of loaning money at exorbitant rates was then a great evil in the West. Lincoln proposed that the limits of usury be fixed, and he closed his paragraph on the subject with these words, which sound strange enough for a man who, in later life, showed so profound a reverence for law. In cases of extreme necessity, there could always be means found to cheat the law, while in all other cases it would have its intended effect. I would favor the passage of a law on this subject which might not be very easily evaded. Let it be such that the labor and difficulty of evading it could only be justified in cases of greatest necessity. A general revision of the laws of the state was the second topic which he felt required a word. Considering the great probability, he said, that the framers of those laws were wiser than myself, I should prefer not meddling with them, unless they were first attacked by others, in which case I should feel it both a privilege and a duty to take that stand which, in my view, might tend most to the advancement of justice. Of course, he said a word for education. Upon the subject of education, not presuming to dictate any plan or system respecting it, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject which we as a people can be engaged in. That every man may receive at least a moderate education, and thereby be enabled to read the histories of his own and other countries, by which he may duly appreciate the value of our free institutions, appears to be an object of vital importance, even on this account alone, to say nothing of the advantages and satisfaction to be derived from all being able to read the Scriptures and other works, both of a religious and moral nature, for themselves. For my part, I desire to see the time when education, and by its means morality, sobriety, enterprise, and industry, shall become much more general than at present, and should be gratified to have it in my power to contribute something to the advancement of any measure which might have a tendency to accelerate that happy period. The audacity of a young man in his position, presenting himself as a candidate for the legislature, is fully equaled by the humility of the closing paragraphs of his announcement. But, fellow citizens, I shall conclude. Considering the great degree of modesty which should always attend youth, it is probable I have already been more presuming than becomes me. However, upon the subjects of which I have treated, I have spoken as I have thought. I may be wrong in regard to any or all of them, but holding it a sound maxim that it is better only sometimes to be right than at all times to be wrong, so soon as I discover my opinions to be erroneous, I shall be ready to renounce them. Whether it be true or not, I can say, for one, that I have no other so great as that of being truly esteemed of my fellow men, by rendering myself worthy of their esteem. How far I shall succeed in gratifying this ambition is yet to be developed. I am young and unknown to many of you. I was born and have ever remained in the most humble walks of life. I have no wealthy or popular relations or friends to recommend me. My case is thrown exclusively upon the independent voters of the county, and, if elected, they will have conferred a favor upon me for which I shall be unremitting in my labors to compensate. But, if the good people in their wisdom shall see it fit to keep me in the background, I have been too familiar with disappointments to be very much chagrined. Very soon after Lincoln had distributed his handbills, enthusiasm on the subject of the opening up of the Sangamon rose to a fever. The Talisman actually came up the river. Scores of men went to Beardstown to meet her, among them Lincoln, of course, and to him was given the honor of piloting her, an honor which made him remembered by many a man who saw him that day for the first time. The trip was made with all the wild demonstrations which always attended the first steamboat. On either bank a long procession of men and boys on foot or horse accompanied the boat. Cannons and volleys of musketry were fired from every settlement passed. At every stop speeches were made, congratulations offered, toasts drunk, flowers presented. It was one long hurrah from Beardstown to Springfield, and foremost in the jubilation was Lincoln, the pilot. The Talisman went to the point on the river nearest to Springfield, and there tied up for a week. When she went back, Lincoln again had the conspicuous position of pilot. The notoriety this gave him was probably quite as valuable politically as the $40 he received for his service was financially. While the country had been dreaming of wealth through the opening of the Sangamon, and Lincoln had been doing his best to prove that the dream would be realized, the store in which he clerked was petering out, to use his expression. The owner, Denton Offutt, had proved more ambitious than wise, and Lincoln saw that an early closing by the sheriff was probable. But before the store was fairly closed, and while the Talisman was yet exciting the country, an event occurred which interrupted all of Lincoln's plans. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1. Chapter 6. The Black Hawk War. Lincoln chosen captain of a company. Re-enlists as an independent ranger. End of the war. One morning in April, a messenger from the governor of the state rode into New Salem scattering circulars. The circular was addressed to the militia of the northwest section of the state, and announced that the British band of Sacs and other hostile Indians, headed by Black Hawk, had invaded the Rock River country, to the great terror of the frontier inhabitants, and it was called upon the citizens who were willing to aid in repelling them to rendezvous at Beardstown within a week. The name of Black Hawk was familiar to the people of Illinois. He was an old enemy of the settlers and had been a tried friend of the British. The land his people had once owned in the northwest of the present state of Illinois had been sold in 1804 to the government of the United States, but with the provision that the Indians could hunt and raise corn there until it was surveyed and sold to the settlers. Long before the land was surveyed, however, squatters had invaded the country and tried to force the Indians west of the Mississippi. Particularly envious were these whites of the lands at the mouth of the Rock River, where the ancient village and burial place of the Sacs stood, and where they came each year to raise corn. Black Hawk had resisted their encroachments, and many violent acts had been committed on both sides. Finally, however, the squatters, in spite of the fact that the line of settlement was still 50 miles away, succeeded in evading the real meaning of the treaty and in securing a survey of the desired land at the mouth of the river. Black Hawk, exasperated and broken-hearted at seeing his village violated, persuaded himself that the village had never been sold, indeed, that land could not be sold. "My reason teaches me," he wrote, "that land cannot be sold. The Great Spirit gave it to his children to live upon, and cultivate as far as necessary for their subsistence. And so long as they occupy and cultivate it, they have the right to the soil. But if they voluntarily leave it, then any other people have a right to settle upon it. Nothing can be sold but such things as can be carried away." Supported by this theory, conscious in some way that he did not understand that he had been wronged, and urged on by White Cloud, the prophet, who ruled a Winnebago village on the Rock River, Black Hawk crossed the Mississippi in 1831, determined to evict the settlers. A military demonstration drove him back, and he was persuaded to sign a treaty never to return east of the Mississippi. "I touched the goose quill to the treaty and was determined to live in peace," he wrote afterwards. But hardly had he touched the goose quill before his heart smote him. Longing for his home, resentment at the whites, obstinacy, brooding over the bad counsels of White Cloud and his disciple, Neopope, an agitating Indian who had recently been east to visit the British and their Indian allies, and who assured Black Hawk that the Winnebagos, Ottawas, Chippewas, and Potawatomis would join him in a struggle for his land, and that the British would send him guns, ammunition, provision, and clothing early in the spring, all persuaded the Hawk that he would be successful if he made an effort to drive out the whites. In spite of the advice of many of his friends and of the Indian agent in the country, he crossed the river on April 6, 1832, and with some 500 braves, his squaws, and children, marched to the prophet's town, 35 miles up the Rock River. As soon as they heard of Black Hawk's invasion, the settlers of the northwestern part of the state fled in a panic to the forts, and from there rained petitions for protection on Governor Reynolds. General Atkinson, who was at Fort Armstrong, wrote to the governor for reinforcements, and accordingly on the 16th of April, Governor Reynolds sent out influential messengers with a sonorous summons. It was one of these messengers riding into New Salem who put an end to Lincoln's canvassing for the legislature, freed him from Offutt's expiring grocery, and led him to enlist. There was no time to waste. The volunteers were ordered to be at Beardstown, nearly 40 miles from New Salem, on April 22nd. Horses, rifles, saddles, blankets were to be secured. A company formed. It was a work of which the settlers were not ignorant. Under the laws of the state, every able-bodied male inhabitant between 18 and 45 was obliged to drill twice a year, or pay a fine of $1. As a dollar was hard to raise, says one of the old settlers, everybody drilled. Preparations were quickly made, and by April 22nd, the men were at Beardstown. The day before, at Richland, Sangamon County, Lincoln was elected captain of the company from Sangamon. According to his friend Greene, it was something beside ambition which led him to seek the captaincy. One of the odd jobs which Lincoln had taken since coming into Illinois was working in a sawmill for a man named Kirkpatrick. In hiring Lincoln, Kirkpatrick had promised to buy him a cant-hook with which to move heavy logs. Lincoln had proposed, if Kirkpatrick would give him the $2 which the cant-hook would cost, to move the logs with a common handspike. This the proprietor had agreed to, but when payday came he refused to keep his word. When the Sangamon Company of Volunteers was formed, Kirkpatrick aspired to the captaincy, and Lincoln, knowing it, said to Greene, "Bill, I believe I can make Kirkpatrick pay me that $2 he owes me on the cant-hook. I'll run against him for captain." And he became a candidate. The vote was taken in a field by directing the men at the command march to assemble around the one they wanted for captain. When the order was given, 3/4 of the men gathered around Lincoln. In Lincoln's third-person autobiography, he says he was elected to his own surprise, and adds, he says he has not since had any success in life which gave him so much satisfaction. The company was a motley crowd of men. Each had secured for his outfit what he could get, and no two were equipped alike. Buckskin breeches prevailed, and there was a sprinkling of coonskin caps. Each man had a blanket of the coarsest texture. Flintlock rifles were the usual arm, though here and there a man had a Kramer. Over the shoulder of each was slung a powder horn. The men had, as a rule, as little regard for discipline as for appearances, and when the new captain gave an order, were as likely to jeer at it as to obey it. To drive the Indians out was their mission, and any order which did not bear directly on that point was little respected. Lincoln himself was not familiar with military tactics, and made many blunders, of which he used to tell afterwards with relish. One of these was an early experience in giving orders. He was marching with a front of over 20 men across a field, when he desired to pass through a gateway into the next enclosure. "I could not for the life of me," said he, "remember the proper word of command for getting my company endwise, so that it could get through the gate. So, as we came near, I shouted, 'This company is dismissed for 2 minutes, when it will fall in again on the other side of the gate.'" Nor was it only his ignorance of the manual which caused him trouble. He was so unfamiliar with camp discipline that he once had his sword taken from him for shooting within limits. Another disgrace he suffered was on account of his disorderly company. The men, unknown to him, stole a quantity of liquor one night, and the next morning were too drunk to fall in when the order was given to march. For their lawlessness, Lincoln wore a wooden sword 2 days. But none of these small difficulties injured his standing with the company. They soon grew so proud of his quick wit and great strength that they obeyed him because they admired him. No amount of military tactics could have secured from the volunteers the cheerful following he won by his personal qualities. The men soon learned, too, that he meant what he said, and would permit no dishonorable performances. A helpless Indian took refuge in the camp one day, and the men, who were inspired by that wanton mixture of selfishness, unreason, and cruelty, which seems to seize a frontiersman as soon as he scents a red man, were determined to kill the refugee. He had a safe conduct from General Cass, but the men, having come out to kill Indians, and not having succeeded, threatened to take revenge on the helpless savage. Lincoln boldly took the man's part, and though he risked his life in doing it, he cowed the company and saved the Indian. It was on the 27th of April that the force of 1,600 men organized at Beardstown started out. The army was cold, the roads heavy, the streams turbulent. The army marched first to Yellow Banks on the Mississippi, then to Dixon on the Rock River, which they reached on May 12th. At Dixon they camped, and near here occurred the first bloodshed of the war. A body of about 340 Rangers under Major Stillman, but not of the regular army, asked to go ahead as scouts to look for a body of Indians under Black Hawk, rumored to be about 12 miles away. The permission was given, and on the night of the 14th of May, Stillman and his men went into camp. Black Hawk heard of their presence. By this time, the poor old chief had discovered that the promises of aid from the Indian tribes and the British were false, and dismayed, he had resolved to recross the Mississippi. When he heard the whites were near, he sent 3 braves with a white flag to ask for a parley and permission to descend the river. Behind them, he sent 5 men to watch proceedings. Stillman's Rangers were in camp when the bearers of the flag of truce appeared. The men were many of them half drunk, and when they saw the Indian truce-bearers, they rushed out in a wild mob and ran them into camp. Then catching sight of the 5 spies, they started after them, killing 2. The 3 who reached Black Hawk reported that the truce-bearers had been killed, as well as their 2 companions. Furious at this violation of faith, Black Hawk raised a yell and sallied forth with 40 braves to meet Stillman's band, who by this time were out in search of the Indians. Black Hawk, too maddened to think of the difference of numbers, attacked the whites. To his surprise, the enemy turned and fled in a wild riot. Nor did they stop at the camp, which, from its position, was almost impregnable. They fled in complete panic, sauve-qui-peut, through their camp, across prairie and rivers and swamps, to Dixon, 12 miles away. The first arrival reported that 2,000 savages had swept down on Stillman's camp and slaughtered all but himself. Before the next night, all but 11 of the band had arrived. Stillman's defeat, as this disgraceful affair is called, put all notion of peace out of Black Hawk's mind, and he started out in earnest on the warpath. Governor Reynolds, excited by the reports of the first arrivals from the Stillman stampede, made out that night, by candlelight, a call for more volunteers, and by the morning of the 15th had messengers out and his army in pursuit of Black Hawk. But it was like pursuing a shadow. The Indians purposely confused their trail. Sometimes it was a broad path, then it suddenly radiated to all points. The whites broke their bands and pursued the savages here and there, never overtaking them, though now and then coming suddenly on some terrible evidences of their presence. A frontier home deserted and burned, slaughtered cattle, scalps suspended where the army could not fail to see them. This fruitless warfare exasperated the volunteers. They threatened to leave, and their officers had great difficulty in making them obey orders. On reaching a point in the Rock River, beyond which lay the Indian country, a company under Colonel Zachary Taylor refused to cross, and held a public indignation meeting, urging that they had volunteered to defend the state, and had the right as independent American citizens to refuse to go out of its borders. Taylor heard them to the end, and then spoke. "I feel that all gentlemen here are my equals. In reality, I am persuaded that many of them will, in a few years, be my superiors, and perhaps, in the capacity of members of Congress, arbiters of the fortunes and reputation of humble servants of the Republic like myself. I expect then to obey them as interpreters of the will of the people. And the best proof that I will obey them is now to observe the orders of those whom the people have already put in the place of authority, to which many gentlemen around me justly aspire. In plain English, gentlemen and fellow citizens, the word has been passed on to me from Washington to follow Black Hawk and to take you with me as soldiers. I mean to do both. There are the flatboats drawn up on the shore, and here are Uncle Sam's men drawn up behind you on the prairie." The volunteers knew true grit when they met it. They dissolved their meeting and crossed the river without Uncle Sam's men being called into action. The march in pursuit of the Indians led the army to Ottawa, where the volunteers became so dissatisfied that on May 27th and 28th, Governor Reynolds mustered them out. But a force in the field was essential until a new levy was raised, and a few of the men were patriotic enough to offer their services. Among them Lincoln, who on May 29th was mustered in at the mouth of the Fox River by a man in whom 30 years later he was to have a keen interest, General Robert Anderson, commander at Fort Sumter in 1861. Lincoln became a private in Captain Elijah Iles's company of independent rangers not brigaded, a company made up, says Captain Iles in his Footsteps and Wanderings, of generals, colonels, captains, and distinguished men from the disbanded army. General Anderson says that at this muster Lincoln's arms were valued at $40, his horse and equipment at $120. The independent rangers were a favored body, used to carry messages and to spy on the enemy. They had no camp duties and drew rations as often as they pleased, so that as a private Lincoln was really better off than as a captain. The achievements and tribulations of this body of rangers, to which he belonged, are told with interesting detail by its commanding officer, Captain Iles, in his Footsteps and Wanderings. While the other companies were ordered to scout the country, he writes, mine was held by General Atkinson in camp as a reserve. One company was ordered to go to Rock River, now Dixon, and report to Colonel Taylor, afterwards President, who had been left there with a few United States soldiers to guard the army supplies. The place was also made a point of rendezvous. Just as the company got to Dixon, a man came in and reported that he and 6 others were on the road to Galena, and in passing through a point of timber about 20 miles north of Dixon, they were fired on and 6 killed, he being the only one to make his escape. Colonel Taylor ordered the company to proceed to the place, bury the dead, go on to Galena, and get all the information they could about the Indians. But the company took fright and came back to the Illinois River helter-skelter. General Atkinson then called on me and wanted to know how I felt about taking the trip, that he was exceedingly anxious to open communication with Galena and to find out, if possible, the whereabouts of the Indians before the new troops arrived. I answered the general that myself and men were getting rusty and were anxious to have something to do, and that nothing would please us better than to be ordered out on the expedition, that I would find out how many of my men had good horses and were otherwise well equipped, and what time we wanted to prepare for the trip. I called on him again at sunset and reported that I had about 50 men well equipped and eager, and that we wanted 1 day to make preparations. He said go ahead, and he would prepare our orders. The next day was a busy one, running bullets and getting our flintlocks in order. We had no percussion locks then. General Henry, one of my privates, who had been promoted to the position of major of one of the companies, volunteered to go with us. I considered him a host, as he had served as lieutenant in the War of 1812 under General Scott, and was in the Battle of Lundy's Lane and several other battles. He was a good drill officer and could aid me much. After General Atkinson handed me my orders and my men were mounted and ready for the trip, I felt proud of them and was confident of our success, although numbering only 48. Several good men failed to go, as they had gone down to the foot of the Illinois Rapids to aid in bringing up the boats of army supplies. We wanted to be as little encumbered as possible, and took nothing that could be dispensed with other than blankets, tin cups, coffee pots, canteens, a wallet of bread, and some fat side meat, which we ate raw or broiled. When we arrived at Rock River, we found Colonel Taylor on the opposite side, in a little fort built of prairie sod. He sent an officer in a canoe to bring me over. I said to the officer that I would come over as soon as I got my men in camp. I knew of a good spring 1/2 mile above, and I determined to camp at it. After the men were in camp, I called on General Henry, and he accompanied me. On meeting Colonel Taylor, he looked like a man born to command. He seemed a little piqued that I did not come over and camp with him. I told him we felt just as safe as if quartered in his one-horse fort. Besides, I knew what his orders would be, and wanted to try the mettle of my men before starting on the perilous trip I knew he would order. He said the trip was perilous, and that since the murder of the 6 men, all communications with Galena had been cut off, and it might be besieged, that he wanted me to proceed to Galena, and that he would have my orders for me in the morning, and asked what outfit I wanted. I answered, nothing but coffee, side meat, and bread. In the morning, my orders were to collect and bury the remains of the 6 men murdered, proceed to Galena, make a careful search for the signs of Indians, and find out whether they were aiming to escape by crossing the river below Galena, and get all information at Galena of their possible whereabouts before the new troops were ready to follow them. John Dixon, who kept a house of entertainment here, and had sent his family to Galena for safety, joined us, and hauled our wallets of corn and grub in his wagon, which was a great help. Lieutenant Harris, USA, also joined us. I now had 50 men to go with me on the march. I detailed 2 to march on the right, 2 on the left, and 2 in advance, to act as lookouts to prevent a surprise. They were to keep in full view of us, and to remain out until we camped for the night. Just at sundown of the first day, while we were at lunch, our advance scouts came in under whip and reported Indians. We bounced to our feet, and having a full view of the road for a long distance, could see a large body coming toward us. All eyes were turned to John Dixon, who, as the last one dropped out of sight coming over a ridge, pronounced them Indians. I stationed my men in a ravine crossing the road, where anyone approaching could not see us until within 30 yards. The horses I had driven back out of sight in a valley. I asked General Henry to take command. He said, "No, stand at your post," and walked along the line, talking to the men in a low, calm voice. Lieutenant Harris, USA, seemed much agitated. He ran up and down the line and exclaimed, "Captain, we will catch hell!" He had horse pistols, belt pistols, and a double-barreled gun. He would pick the flints, reprime, and lay the horse pistols at his feet. When he got all ready, he passed along the line slowly, and seeing the nerves of the men all quiet, after General Henry's talk to them, said, "Captain, we are safe. We can whip 500 Indians." Instead of Indians, they proved to be the command of General Dodge from Galena of 150 men, en route to find out what had become of General Atkinson's army, as, since the murder of the 6 men, communication had been stopped for more than 10 days. My lookout at the top of the hill did not notify us, and we were not undeceived until they got within 30 steps of us. My men then raised a yell and ran to finish their lunch. When we got within 15 miles of Galena on Apple Creek, we found a stockade filled with women and children and a few men, all terribly frightened. The Indians had shot at and chased 2 men that afternoon, who made their escape to the stockade. They insisted in our quartering in the fort, but instead we camped 100 yards outside and slept, what little sleep we did get, with our guns on our arms. General Henry did not sleep, but drilled my men all night, so that the moment they were called they would bounce to their feet and stand in 2 lines, the front ready to fire and fall back to reload, while the others stepped forward to take their places. They were called up a number of times, and we got but little sleep. We arrived at Galena the next day, and found the citizens prepared to defend the place. They were glad to see us, as it had been so long since they had heard from General Atkinson and his army. The few Indians prowling about Galena and murdering were simply there as a ruse. On our return from Galena, near the forks of the Apple River and Gratiot Roads, we could see General Dodge on the Gratiot Road, on his return from Rock River. His 6 scouts had discovered my 2 men that I had allowed to drop in the rear. 2 men who had been in Stillman's defeat, and having weak horses were allowed to fall behind. Having weak horses, they had fallen in the rear about 2 miles, and each took the other to be Indians, and such an exciting race I never saw until they got sight of my company. Then they came to a sudden halt, and after looking at us a few moments, wheeled their horses and gave up the chase. My 2 men did not know but that they were Indians until they came up with us and shouted, "Indians!" They had thrown away their wallets and guns and used their ramrods as whips. The few houses on the road that usually accommodated the travel were all standing, but vacant, as we went. On our return, we found them burned by the Indians. In my return to the Illinois River, I reported to General Atkinson, saying that, from all we could learn, the Indians were aiming to escape by going north, with the intention of crossing the Mississippi River above Galena. The new troops had just arrived and were being mustered into service. My company had only been organized for 20 days, and as time had now expired, the men were mustered out. All but myself again volunteered for the 3rd time. It was the middle of June when Captain Iles and his company returned to Dixon's Ferry from their Indian hunt and were mustered out. On June 20th, Lincoln was mustered in again by Major Anderson as a member of an independent company under Captain Jacob M. Early. His arms were valued this time at only $15, his horse and equipments at $85. A week after re-enlistment, Lincoln's company moved northward with the army. It was time they moved, for Black Hawk was overrunning the country and scattering death wherever he went. The settlers were wild with fear, and most of the settlements were abandoned. At a sudden sound, at the merest rumor, men, women, and children fled. "I well remember these troublesome times," writes one Illinois woman. "We often left our bread dough unbaked to rush to the Indian fort nearby." When Mr. John Bryant, a brother of William Cullen Bryant, visited the colony in Princeton in 1832, he found it nearly broken up on account of the war. Everywhere crops were neglected, for the able-bodied men were volunteering. William Cullen Bryant, who in June 1834 traveled on horseback from Petersburg to near Pekin and back, wrote home, Every few miles on our way, we fell in with bodies of Illinois militia proceeding to the American camp, or saw where they had encamped for the night. They generally stationed themselves near a stream or a spring in the edge of a wood, and turned their horses to graze on the prairie. Their way was barked or girdled, and the roads through the uninhabited country were as much beaten and as dusty as the highways on New York Island. Some of the settlers complained that they made war upon the pigs and chickens. They were a hard-looking set of men, unkempt and unshaved, wearing shirts of dark calico and sometimes calico capotes. Soon after the army moved up the Rock River, the Independent Spy Company, of which Lincoln was a member, was sent with a brigade to the northwest, near Galena, in pursuit of the Hawk. The nearest Lincoln came to an actual engagement in the war was here. The skirmish of Kellogg's Grove took place on June 25th. Lincoln's company came up soon after it was over and helped bury the 5 men killed. It was probably to this experience that he referred when he told a friend once of coming on a camp of white scouts one morning just as the sun was rising. The Indians had surprised the camp and killed and scalped every man. "I remember just how those men looked," said Lincoln, "as we rode up the little hill where their camp was. The red light of the morning sun was streaming upon them as they lay head towards us on the ground, and every man had a large red spot on the top of his head, about as big as $1, where the redskins had taken his scalp. It was frightful, but it was grotesque, and the red sunlight seemed to paint everything all over." Lincoln paused as if recalling the vivid picture, and added somewhat irrelevantly, "I remember that one man had buckskin breeches on." Early's company, on returning from their expedition, joined the main army on its northward march. By the end of the month, the troops crossed into Michigan territory, as Wisconsin was then called, and July was passed floundering in swamps and stumbling through forests in pursuit of the now nearly exhausted Black Hawk. No doubt Early's company saw the hardest service on the march for to it was allotted the scouting. The farther the army advanced, the more difficult was the situation. Finally, the provisions gave out, and July 10th, 3 weeks before the last battle of the war, that of Bad Axe, in which the whites finally massacred most of the Indian band, Lincoln's company was disbanded at Whitewater, Wisconsin, and he and his friends started for home. The volunteers in returning suffered much from hunger. More than one of them had nothing to eat on the journey except meal and water baked in rolls of bark laid by the fire. Lincoln not only went hungry on this return, he had to tramp most of the way. The night before his company started from Whitewater, he and one of his messmates had their horses stolen, and, excepting when their more fortunate companions gave them a lift, they walked as far as Peoria, Illinois, where they bought a canoe, and paddled down the Illinois River to Havana. Here they sold the canoe and walked across the country to New Salem. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1. Chapter 7. Lincoln runs for State Assembly and is defeated. Storekeeper, student, postmaster, surveyor. On returning to New Salem, Lincoln at once plunged into electioneering. He ran as an avowed Clay man, and the country was stiffly Democratic. However, in those days political contests were almost purely personal. If the candidate was liked, he was voted for, irrespective of principle. The Democrats of New Salem worked for Lincoln out of their personal regard for him, said Stephen T. Logan, a young lawyer of Springfield, who made Lincoln's acquaintance in the campaign. He was as stiff as a man could be in his Whig doctrines. They did this for him simply because he was popular, because he was Lincoln. It was the custom for the candidates to appear at every gathering which brought the people out, and if they had a chance, to make speeches. Then, as now, the farmers gathered at the county seat or at the largest town within their reach on Saturday afternoons to dispose of produce, buy supplies, see their neighbors, and get the news. During election time, candidates were always present, and a regular feature of the day was listening to their speeches. They never missed public sales, it being expected that after the vendue, the candidates would take the auctioneer's place. Lincoln let none of these chances to be heard slip. Accompanied by his friends, generally including a few Clary's Grove boys, he always was present. The first speech he made was after a sale at Pappsville. What he said there is not remembered, but an illustration of the kind of man he was, interpolated into his discourse, made a lasting impression. A fight broke out in the audience while he was on the stand, and observing that one of his friends was being worsted, he bounded into the group of contestants, seizing the fellow who had his supporter down, threw him, according to tradition, 10 or 12 feet, mounted the platform, and finished the speech. Sangamon County could appreciate such a performance, and the crowd at Pappsville that day never forgot Lincoln. His visits to Springfield were of great importance to him. Springfield was not at that time a very attractive place. Bryant, visiting it in June 1832, said that the houses were not as good as at Jacksonville, a considerable proportion of them being log cabins, and the whole town having an appearance of dirt and discomfort. Nevertheless, it was the largest town in the county, and among its inhabitants were many young men of breeding, education, and energy. One of these men Lincoln had become well acquainted with in the Black Hawk War, Major John T. Stewart, at that time a lawyer, and, like Lincoln, a candidate for the General Assembly. He met others at this time who were to be associated with him more or less closely in the future in both law and politics, among them Judge Logan and William Butler. With these men, the manners which had won him the day at Pappsville were of little value. What impressed them was his very sensible speech, and his decided individuality and originality. The election came off on August 6th. Lincoln was defeated. This was the only time Abraham was ever defeated on a direct vote of the people, says his autobiographical notes. He had a consolation in his defeat, however, for in spite of the pronounced Democratic sentiments of his precinct, he received, according to the official poll book in the county clerk's office at Springfield, 227 votes out of 300 cast. This defeat did not take him out of politics. 6 weeks later, he filled his first civil office, that of clerk of the September election. The report, in his hand, still exists, his first official document. In the following years, few elections were held in New Salem at which Lincoln did not act as clerk. The election over, Lincoln began to look for work. One of his friends, an admirer of his physical strength, advised him to become a blacksmith, but it was a trade which afforded little leisure for study and for meeting and talking with men, and he had already resolved, it is evident, that books and men were essential to him. The only employment in New Salem which offered both employment and the opportunities he sought was clerking in a store. Now, the stores in New Salem were in more need of customers than of clerks, business having been greatly overdone. In the fall of 1832, 4 stores offered wares to the 100 inhabitants of New Salem. The most pretentious was that of Hill and McNeil, which carried a large line of dry goods. The 3 others, owned respectively by the Herndon brothers, Reuben Radford, and James Rutledge, were groceries. Failing to secure employment in any of these establishments, Lincoln resolved to buy a store. He was not long in finding an opportunity to purchase. James Herndon had already sold out his half-interest in Herndon's brother's store to William F. Berry, and Rowan Herndon, not getting along well with Berry, was only too glad to find a purchaser of his half in the person of Abe Lincoln. Berry was as poor as Lincoln, but that was not a serious obstacle, for their notes were accepted for the Herndon stock of goods. They had barely hung out their sign when something happened which threw another store into their hands. Reuben Radford had made himself obnoxious to the Clary's Grove boys, and one night they broke in his doors and windows and overturned his counters and sugar barrels. It was too much for Radford, and he sold out next day to William G. Greene for a $400 note signed by Greene. At the latter's request, Lincoln made an inventory of the stock and offered him $650 for it, a proposition which was cheerfully accepted. Berry and Lincoln, being unable to pay cash, assumed the $400 note payable to Radford and gave Green their joint note for $250. The little grocery owned by James Rutledge was the next to succumb. Berry and Lincoln bought it at a bargain, their joint note taking the place of cash. The three stocks were consolidated. Their aggregate cost must have been not less than $1,500. Berry and Lincoln had secured a monopoly of the grocery business in New Salem. Within a few weeks, two penniless men had become the proprietors of 3 stores and had stopped buying only because there were no more to purchase. But the partnership, it was soon evident, was unfortunate. Berry, though the son of a Presbyterian minister, was, according to tradition, a very wicked young man, drinking, gambling, and taking an active part in all of the disturbances in the neighborhood. In spite of the bad habits of his partner, Lincoln left the management of the business largely to him. It was his love of books which was responsible for this poor business management. He had soon discovered that storekeeping in New Salem, after all duties were done, left a large amount of leisure on a man's hands. It was his chance to read, and he scoured the town for books. Hour after hour he was seen stretched on the counter, his head on a cracker box, or outside under a tree, reading, oblivious of business, indifferent to the evident fact that Berry was squandering whatever the firm might make. It was in this period that Lincoln discovered Shakespeare and Burns. In New Salem there was one of those curious individuals, sometimes found in frontier settlements, half poet, half loafer, incapable of earning a living in any steady employment, yet familiar with good literature and capable of enjoying it. Jack Kelso. He repeated passages from Shakespeare and Burns incessantly over the odd jobs he undertook, or as he idled by the streams, for he was a famous fisherman, and Lincoln soon became one of his constant companions. The tastes he formed in company with Kelso he retained through life. It was not only Burns and Shakespeare that interfered with the grocery keeping. Lincoln had begun seriously to read law. His first acquaintance with the subject, we have already seen, had been made when, a mere lad, a copy of the Revised Statutes of Indiana had fallen into his hands. But from the time he left Indiana in 1830, he had no legal reading, until one day, soon after the grocery was started, there happened one of those trivial incidents which so often turn the current of a life. It is best told in Mr. Lincoln's own words. One day, a man who was migrating to the West drove up in front of my store with a wagon which contained his family and household plunder. He asked me if I would buy an old barrel for which he had no room in his wagon, and which, he said, contained nothing of special value. I did not want it, but to oblige him I bought it, and paid him, I think, $50 for it. Without further examination I put it away in the store and forgot all about it. Some time after, in overhauling things, I came upon the barrel, and emptying it upon the floor to see what it contained, I found at the bottom of the rubbish a complete edition of Blackstone's Commentaries. I began to read those famous works, and I had plenty of time, for during the long summer days when the farmers were busy with their crops, my customers were few and far between. The more I read, this he said with unusual emphasis, the more intensely interested I became. Never in my whole life was my mind so thoroughly absorbed. I read until I devoured them. But all this was fatal to business, and by spring it was evident that something must be done to stimulate the grocery sales. Liquor selling was the expedient adopted, for on the 6th of March, 1833, the County Commissioner's Court of Sangamon County granted the firm of Berry and Lincoln a license to keep a tavern at New Salem. It is probable that the license was procured not to enable the firm to keep a tavern, but to retail the liquors which they had in stock. Each of the 3 groceries which Berry and Lincoln acquired had the usual supply of liquors, and it was only natural that they should seek a way to dispose of the surplus quickly and profitably, an end which could best be accomplished by selling it over the counter, by the glass. To do this lawfully required a tavern license, and it is a warrantable conclusion that such was the chief aim of Berry and Lincoln in procuring a franchise of this character. We are fortified in this conclusion by the coincidence that 3 other grocers of New Salem were among those who took out tavern licenses. In a community in which liquor drinking was practically universal, at a time when whiskey was as legitimate an article of merchandise as coffee or calico, when no family was without a jug, when the minister of the gospel could take his dram without any breach of propriety, it is not surprising that a reputable young man should have been found selling whiskey. Liquor was sold at all groceries, but it could not be lawfully sold in a smaller quantity than 1 quart. The law, however, was not always rigidly observed, and it was the custom of storekeepers to treat their patrons. The license issued to Berry and Lincoln read as follows: Ordered that William F. Berry, in the name of Berry and Lincoln, have a license to keep a tavern in New Salem to continue 12 months from this date, and that they pay $1 in addition to the $6 heretofore paid as per treasurer's receipt, and that they be allowed the following rates, viz. French brandy per half pint, 25. Peach brandy per half pint, 18 3/4. Apple brandy per half pint, 12. Holland gin per half pint, 18 3/4. Domestic per half pint, 12 1/2. Wine per half pint, 25. Rum per half pint, 18 3/4. Whiskey per half pint, 12 1/2. Breakfast, dinner, or supper, 25. Lodging per night, 12 1/2. Horse per night, 25. Single feed, 12 1/2. Breakfast, dinner, or supper for stage passengers who gave bond as required by law, 37 1/2. At the granting of a tavern license, the applicants therefore were required by law to file a bond. The bond given in the case of Berry and Lincoln was as follows: Know all men by these presents, we, William F. Berry, Abraham Lincoln, and John Bowling Green, are held and firmly bound unto the county commissioners of Sangamon County in the full sum of $300, to which payment, well and truly to be made, we bind ourselves, our heirs, executors, and administrators firmly by these presents, sealed with our seal, and dated the 6th day of March, A.D. 1833. Now the condition of this obligation is such that, whereas the said Berry and Lincoln has obtained a license from the County Commissioner's Court to keep a tavern in the town of New Salem to continue 1 year. Now if the said Berry and Lincoln shall be of good behavior, and observe all the laws of this state relative to tavern keepers, then this obligation to be void or otherwise remain in full force. Abraham Lincoln, seal. William F. Berry, seal. Bowling Green, seal. This bond appears to have been written by the clerk of the Commissioner's Court, and Lincoln's name was signed by someone other than himself, very likely by his partner, Berry. Business was not so brisk in Berry and Lincoln's grocery, even after the license was granted, that the junior partner did not welcome an appointment as postmaster, which he received May, 1833. The appointment of a Whig by a Democratic administration seems to have been made without comment. The office was too insignificant to make his politics an objection, say his autobiographical notes. The duties of the new office were not arduous, for letters were few, and their comings far between. At that date, the mails were carried by 4-horse post coaches from city to city, and on horseback from central points into the country towns. The rates of postage were high. A single-sheet letter carried 30 miles or under cost 6 cents, 30 to 80 miles, 10 cents, 80 to 150 miles, 12 1/2 cents, 150 to 400 miles, 18 1/2 cents, over 400 miles, 25 cents. A copy of one of the popular magazines sent from New York to New Salem would have cost fully 25 cents. The mail was irregular in coming as well as light in its contents. Though supposed to arrive twice a week, it sometimes happened that a fortnight or more passed without any mail. Under these conditions, the New Salem post office was not a serious care. A large number of the patrons of the office lived in the country, many of them miles away, and generally Lincoln delivered their letters at their doors. These letters he would carefully place in the crown of his hat and distribute them from house to house. Thus it was in a measure true that he carried the New Salem post office in his hat. The habit of carrying papers in his hat clung to Lincoln, for many years later, when he was a practicing lawyer in Springfield, he apologized for failing to answer a letter promptly by explaining, "When I received your letter, I put it in my old hat, and buying a new one the next day, the old one was set aside, and so the letter was lost sight of for a time." But whether the mail was delivered by the postmaster himself, or was received at the store, it was the habit to stop and visit a while. He who received a letter read it and repeated the contents. If he had a newspaper, usually the postmaster could tell him in advance what it contained, for one of the perquisites of the early post office was the privilege of reading all printed matter before delivering it. Every day, then, Lincoln's acquaintance in New Salem, through his position as postmaster, became more intimate. As the summer of 1833 went on, the condition of the store became more and more unsatisfactory. As the position of postmaster brought in only a small revenue, Lincoln was forced to take any odd work he could get. He helped in other stores in the town, split rails, and looked after the mill. But all this yielded only a scant and uncertain support, and when in the fall he had an opportunity to learn surveying, he accepted it eagerly. The condition of affairs in Illinois in the early 30s made a demand for the service of surveyors. The immigration had been phenomenal. There were thousands of farms to be surveyed and thousands of corners to be located. Speculators bought up large tracts and mapped out cities on paper. It was years before the first railroad was built in Illinois, and as all inland traveling was done on horseback or in the stagecoach, each year hundreds of miles of wagon roads were opened through woods and swamps and prairies. As the county of Sangamon was large and eagerly sought by immigrants, the county surveyor in 1833, one John Calhoun, needed deputies. But in a country so new, it was no easy matter to find men with the requisite capacity. With Lincoln, Calhoun had little if any personal acquaintance, for they lived 20 miles apart. Lincoln, however, had made himself known by his meteoric race for the legislature in 1832, and Calhoun had heard of him as an honest, intelligent, and trustworthy young man. One day he sent word to Lincoln by Pollard Simmons, who lived in the New Salem neighborhood, that he had decided to appoint him a deputy surveyor, if he would accept the position. Going into the woods, Simmons found Lincoln engaged in his old occupation of making rails. The two sat down together on a log, and Simmons told Lincoln what Calhoun had said. Now, Calhoun was a Jackson man. He was for Clay. What did he know about surveying, and why should a Democratic official offer him a position of any kind? He immediately went to Springfield and had a talk with Calhoun. He would not accept the appointment, he said, unless he had the assurance that it involved no political obligation, and that he might continue to express his political opinions as freely and frequently as he chose. This assurance was given. The only difficulty then in the way was the fact that he knew absolutely nothing of surveying. But Calhoun, of course, understood this, and agreed that he should have time to learn. With the promptness of action with which he always undertook anything he had to do, Lincoln procured Flint and Gibson's treatise on surveying, and sought Mentor Graham for help. At a sacrifice of some time, the schoolmaster aided him to a partial mastery of the intricate subject. Lincoln worked literally day and night, sitting up night after night until the crowing of the cock warned him of the approaching dawn. So hard did he study that his friends were greatly concerned at his haggard face. But in 6 weeks he had mastered all the books within reach relating to the subject, a task which, under ordinary circumstances, would hardly have been achieved in as many months. Reporting to Calhoun for duty, greatly to the amazement of that gentleman, he was at once assigned to the territory in the northwest part of the county, and the first work he did, of which there is any authentic record, was in January 1834. In that month, he surveyed a piece of land for Russell Godby, dating the certificate January 14, 1834, and signing it J. Calhoun, SSC, by A. Lincoln. Lincoln was frequently employed in laying out public roads, being selected for that purpose by the county commissioner's court. So far as can be learned from the official records, the first road he surveyed was from Moose's Ferry on Salt Creek via New Salem to the county line in the direction of Jacksonville. For this he was allowed $15 for 5 days' service, and $2.50 for a plat of the new road. The next road he surveyed, according to the records, was that leading from Athens to Sangamon Town. This was reported to the county commissioner's court November 4, 1834. But road surveying was only a small portion of his work. He was more frequently employed by private individuals. According to tradition, when he first took up the business, he was too poor to buy a chain, and instead used a long, straight grapevine. Probably this is a myth, though surveyors who had experience in the early days say it may be true. The chains commonly used at that time were made of iron. Constant use wore away and weakened the links, and it was no unusual thing for a chain to lengthen 6 inches after a year's use. And a good grapevine, to use the words of a veteran surveyor, would give quite as satisfactory results as one of those old-fashioned chains. Lincoln's surveys had the extraordinary merit of being correct. Much of the government work had been rather indifferently done, or the government corners had been imperfectly preserved, and there were frequent disputes between adjacent landowners about boundary lines. Frequently Lincoln was called upon in such cases to find the corner in controversy. His verdict was invariably the end of the dispute, so general was the confidence in his honesty and skill. Some of these old corners located by him are still in existence. The people of Petersburg proudly remember that they live in a town which was laid out by Lincoln. This he did in 1836, and it was the work of several weeks. Lincoln's pay as a surveyor was $3 a day, more than he had ever before earned. Compared with the compensation for like services nowadays, it seems small enough, but at that time it was really princely. The governor of the state received a salary of only $1,000 a year, the Secretary of State $600, and good board and lodging could be obtained for $1 a week. But even $3 a day did not enable him to meet all his financial obligations. The heavy debts of the store hung over him. He was obliged to help his father's family. The long distances he had to travel in his new employment had made it necessary to buy a horse, and for it he had gone into debt. My father, says Thomas Watkins of Petersburg, who remembers the circumstances well, sold Lincoln the horse, and my recollection is that Lincoln agreed to pay him $50 for it. Lincoln was a little slow in making the payments, and after he had paid all but $10, my father, who was a high-strung man, became impatient and sued him for the balance. Lincoln, of course, did not deny the debt, but raised the money and paid it. I do not often tell this, Mr. Watkins adds, because I have always thought that there never was such a man as Lincoln, and I have always been sorry father sued him. Between his duties as deputy surveyor and postmaster, Lincoln had little leisure for the store, and its management passed into the hands of Berry. The stock of groceries was on the wane. The numerous obligations of the firm were maturing, with no money to meet them. Both members of the firm, in the face of such obstacles, lost courage, and when, early in 1834, Alexander and William Trent asked if the store was for sale, an affirmative answer was eagerly given. A price was agreed upon and the sale was made. Now, neither Alexander Trent nor his brother had any money, but as Berry and Lincoln had bought without money, it seemed only fair that they should be willing to sell on the same terms. Accordingly, the notes of the Trent brothers were accepted for the purchase price, and the store was turned over to the new owners. But about the time their notes fell due, the Trent brothers disappeared. The few groceries in the store were seized by creditors, and the doors were closed, never to be opened again. Misfortunes now crowded upon Lincoln. His late partner, Barry, soon reached the end of his wild career, and one morning a farmer from the Rock Creek neighborhood drove into New Salem with the news that he was dead. The appalling debt which had accumulated was thrown upon Lincoln's shoulders. It was then too common in the expressive language of the pioneer, as the Trents had done, but this was not Lincoln's way. He quietly settled down among the men he owed and promised to pay them. For 15 years he carried this burden, a load which he cheerfully and manfully bore, but one so heavy that he habitually spoke of it as the national debt. Talking once of it to a friend, Lincoln said, "That debt was the greatest obstacle I have ever met in life. I had no way of speculating, and could not earn money except by labor, and to earn by labor $1,100 besides my living seemed the work of a lifetime. There was, however, but one way. I went to the creditors, and I told them that if they would let me alone, I would give them all I could earn over my living as fast as I could earn it." As late as 1848, so we are informed by Mr. Herndon, Mr. Lincoln, then a member of Congress, sent home money saved from his salary to be applied on these obligations. All the notes, with interest at the high rates then prevailing, were at last paid. With a single exception, Lincoln's creditors seemed to be lenient. One of the notes given by him came into the hands of a Mr. Van Bergen, who, when it fell due, brought suit. The amount of the judgment was more than Lincoln could pay, and his personal effects were levied upon. These consisted of his horse, saddle and bridle, and surveying instruments. James Short, a well-to-do farmer living on Sand Ridge, a few miles north of New Salem, heard of the trouble which had befallen his young friend. Without advising Lincoln of his plans, he attended the sale, bought in the horse and surveying instruments for $120, and turned them over to their former owner. Lincoln never forgot a benefactor. He not only repaid the money, with interest, but nearly 30 years later remembered the kindness in a most substantial way. After Lincoln left New Salem, financial reverses came to James Short, and he removed to the far west to seek his fortune anew. Early in Lincoln's presidential term, he heard that Uncle Jimmy was living in California. One day Mr. Short received a letter from Washington, D.C. Tearing it open, he read the gratifying announcement that he had been commissioned an Indian agent. The kindness of Mr. Short was not exceptional in Lincoln's New Salem career. When the store had winked out, as he put it, and the post office had been left without headquarters, one of his neighbors, Samuel Hill, invited the homeless postmaster into his store. There was hardly a man or woman in the community who would not have been glad to have done as much. It was a simple recognition, on their part, of Lincoln's friendliness to them. He was what they called obliging, a man who instinctively did the thing which he saw would help another, no matter how trivial or homely it was. In the home of Rowan Herndon, where he had boarded when he first came to the town, he had made himself loved by his care of the children. He nearly always had one of them around with him, says Mr. Herndon. In the Rutledge Tavern, where he afterwards lived, the landlord told with appreciation how, when the house was full, Lincoln gave up his bed, went to the store, and slept on the counter, his pillow a web of calico. If a traveler stuck in the mud in New Salem's one street, Lincoln was always the first to help pull out the wheel. The widows praised him because he chopped their wood. The overworked because he was always ready to give them a lift. It was the spontaneous, unobtrusive helpfulness of the man's nature which endeared him to everybody, and which inspired a general desire to do all possible in return. There are many tales told of homely service rendered him, even by the hard-working farmers' wives around New Salem. There was not one of them who did not gladly put on a plate for Abe Lincoln when he appeared, or would not darn or mend for him when she knew he needed it. Hannah Armstrong, the wife of the hero of Clary's Grove, made him one of her family. Abe would come out to our house, she said, drink milk, eat mush, cornbread and butter, bring the children candy, and rock the cradle while I got him something to eat. has stayed at our house 2 or 3 weeks at a time." Lincoln's pay for his first piece of surveying came in the shape of 2 buckskins, and it was Hannah who foxed them on his trousers. His relations were equally friendly in the better homes of the community. Even at the minister's, the Reverend John Cameron's, he was perfectly at home, and Mrs. Cameron was by him affectionately called Aunt Polly. It was not only his kindly service which made Lincoln loved, it was his sympathetic comprehension of the lives and joys and sorrows and interests of the people. Whether it was Jack Armstrong and his wrestling, Hannah and her babies, Kelso and his fishing and poetry, the schoolmaster and his books, with one and all he was at home. He possessed in an extraordinary degree the power of entering into the interests of others, a power found only in reflective, unselfish natures endowed with a humorous sense of human foibles, coupled with a great tenderness of heart. Men and women amused Lincoln, but so long as they were sincere, he loved them and sympathized with them. He was human in the best sense of that fine word. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1, Chapter 8, Electioneering in Illinois in 1834. Lincoln reads law. First term as Assemblyman. Lincoln's first great sorrow. Now that the store was closed and his surveying increased, Lincoln had an excellent opportunity to extend his acquaintance by traveling about the country. Everywhere he won friends. The surveyor naturally was respected for his calling's sake, but the new deputy surveyor was admired for his friendly ways, his willingness to lend a hand indoors as well as out, his learning, his ambition, his independence. Throughout the county he began to be regarded as a right smart young man. Some of his associates appear even to have comprehended his peculiarly great character, and dimly to have foreseen a splendid future. Often, says Daniel Green Burner, at one time clerk in Berry and Lincoln's grocery, I have heard my brother-in-law, Dr. Duncan, say he would not be surprised if someday Abe Lincoln got to be governor of Illinois. Lincoln, Mr. Burner adds, was thought to know a little more than anybody else among the young people. He was a good debater and liked it. He read much and seemed never to forget anything. Lincoln was fully conscious of his popularity, and it seemed to him in 1834 that he could safely venture to try again for the legislature. Accordingly, he announced himself as a candidate, spending much of the summer of 1834 in electioneering. It was a repetition of what he had done in 1832, though on the larger scale made possible by wider acquaintance. In company with the other candidates, he rode up and down the county, making speeches in the public squares, in shady groves, now and then in a log schoolhouse. In his speeches he soon distinguished himself by the amazing candor with which he dealt with all questions, and by his curious blending of audacity and humility. Wherever he saw a crowd of men, he joined them, and he never failed to adapt himself to their point of view in asking for votes. If the degree of physical strength was their test for a candidate, he was ready to lift a weight or wrestle with the countryside champion. If the amount of grain a man could cut would recommend him, he seized the cradle and showed the swath he could cut. The campaign was well conducted, for in August he was elected one of the 4 assemblymen from Sangamon. The best thing which Lincoln did in the canvass of 1834 was not winning votes. It was coming to a determination to read law, not for pleasure, but as a business. In his autobiographical notes he says, "During the canvass, in a private conversation, Major John T. Stuart, one of his fellow candidates, encouraged Abraham to study law. After the election he borrowed books of Stuart, took them home with him, and went at it in good earnest. He never studied with anybody." He seems to have thrown himself into the work with almost impatient ardor. As he tramped back and forth from Springfield, 20 miles away, to get his law books, he read sometimes 40 pages or more on the way. Often he was seen wandering at random across the fields, repeating aloud the points in his last reading. The subject never seemed to be out of his mind. It was the great absorbing interest of his life. The rule he gave 20 years later to a young man who wanted to know how to become a lawyer was the one he practiced. Get books and read and study them carefully. Begin with Blackstone's commentaries, and after reading carefully through, say twice, take Chitty's Pleadings, Greenleaf's Evidence, and Story's Equity in succession. Work, work, work is the main thing. Having secured a book of legal forms, he was soon able to write deeds, contracts, and all sorts of legal instruments, and he was frequently called upon by his neighbors to perform services of this kind. In 1834, says Daniel Green Burner, my father, Isaac Burner, sold out to Henry Onstott, and he wanted a deed written. I knew how handy Lincoln was that way and suggested that we get him. We found him sitting on a stump. All right, said he, when informed what we wanted. If you will bring me a pen and ink and a piece of paper, I will write it here. I brought him these articles, and picking up a shingle and putting it on his knee for a desk, he wrote out the deed. As there was no practicing lawyer nearer than Springfield, Lincoln was often employed to act the part of advocate before the village squire, at that time Bowling Green. He realized that this experience was valuable, and never, so far as known, demanded or accepted a fee for his services in these petty cases. Justice was sometimes administered in a summary way in Squire Green's court. Precedents and the venerable rules of law had little weight. The squire took judicial notice of a great many facts, often going so far as to fill, simultaneously, the two functions of witness and court. But his decisions were generally just. James McGrady Rutledge tells a story in which several of Lincoln's old friends figure, and which illustrates the legal practices of New Salem. Jack Kelso, says Mr. Rutledge, owned, or claimed to own, a white hog. It was also claimed by John Ferguson. The hog had wandered around Bowling Green's place until he felt somewhat acquainted with it. Ferguson sued Kelso, and the case was tried before Squire Green. The plaintiff produced 2 witnesses, who testified positively that the hog belonged to him. Kelso had nothing to offer save his own unsupported claim. "Are there any more witnesses?" inquired the court. He was informed that there were no more. "Well," said Squire Green, "the 2 witnesses we have heard have sworn to a blank lie. I know this shoat, and I know it belongs to Jack Kelso. I therefore decide this case in his favor." An extract from the record of the county commissioner's court illustrates the nature of the cases that came before the justice of the peace in Lincoln's day. It also shows the price put upon the privilege of working on Sunday in 1832. January 29, 1832. Alexander Gibson found guilty of Sabbath breaking and fined 12.5 cents. Fine paid into court. Signed, Edward Robinson, J.P. The session of the 9th Assembly began December 1st, 1834, and Lincoln went to the Capitol, then Vandalia, 75 miles southeast of New Salem, on the Kaskaskia River, in time for the opening. Vandalia was a town which had been called into existence in 1820, especially to give the state government an abiding place. Its very name had been chosen, it is said, because it sounded well for a state capital. As the tradition goes, while the commissioners were debating what they should call the town they were making, a wag suggested that it be named Vandalia, in honor of the Vandals, a tribe of Indians which, he said, had once lived on the borders of the Kaskaskia. This, he argued, would conserve a local tradition while giving a euphonious title. The commissioners, pleased with so good a suggestion, adopted the name. When Lincoln first went to Vandalia, it was a town of about 800 inhabitants. Its noteworthy features, according to Peck's Gazetteer of Illinois for 1834, being a brick courthouse, a 2-story brick edifice used by state officers, a neat framed house of worship for the Presbyterian Society with a cupola and bell, a framed meeting house for the Methodist Society, 3 taverns, several stores, 5 lawyers, 4 physicians, a land office, and 2 newspapers. It was a much larger town than Lincoln had ever lived in before, though he was familiar with Springfield, then twice as large as Vandalia, and he had seen the cities of the Mississippi. The assembly which he entered was composed of 81 members, 26 senators, and 55 representatives. As a rule, these men were of Kentucky, Tennessee, or Virginia origin, with here and there a Frenchman. There were but few Eastern men, for there was still a strong prejudice in the state against Yankees. The close bargains and superior airs of the emigrants from New England contrasted so unpleasantly with the open-handed hospitality and the easy ways of the Southerners and French that a pioneer's prospects were blasted at the start if he acted like a Yankee. A History of Illinois in 1837, published evidently to boom the state, cautioned the emigrant that if he began his life in Illinois by affecting superior intelligence and virtue, and catechizing the people for their habits of plainness and simplicity, and their apparent want of those things which he imagines indispensable to comfort, he must expect to be forever marked as a Yankee, and to have his prospects correspondingly defeated. A hard-shell Baptist preacher of about this date showed the feeling of the people when he said, in preaching of the richness of the grace of the Lord, "It tucks in the isles of the sea in the uttermost part of the Yeth. It embraces the Eskimos and the Hottentots, and some, my dear brethren, go so far as to suppose that it tucks in the poor benighted Yankees, but I don't go that fur." When it came to an election of legislators, many of the people didn't go that fur either. There was a preponderance of jean suits like Lincoln's in the assembly, and there were occasional coonskin caps and buckskin trousers. Nevertheless, more than one member showed a studied garb and a courtly manner. Some of the best blood of the South went into the making of Illinois, and it showed itself from the first in the assembly. The surroundings of the legislators were quite as simple as the attire of the plainest of them. The courthouse, in good old colonial style, with square pillars and belfry, was finished with wooden desks and benches. The state furnished her lawmakers few perquisites beyond their $3 a day. A cork inkstand, a certain number of quills, and a limited amount of stationery were all the extras an Illinois legislator in 1834 got from his position. Scarcely more could be expected from a state whose revenues, from December 1st, 1834 to December 1st, 1836, were only about $125,000, with expenditures during the same period amounting to less than $165,000. Lincoln thought little of these things, no doubt. To him, the absorbing interest was the men he met. To get acquainted with them, measure them, compare himself with them, and discover wherein they were his superiors and what he could do to make good his deficiency. This was his chief occupation. The men he met were good subjects for such study. Among them were William L.D. Ewing, Jesse K. Dubois, Stephen T. Logan, Theodore Ford, and Governor Duncan, men destined to play large parts in the history of the state. One whom he met that winter in Vandalia was destined to play a great part in the history of the nation, the Democratic candidate for the office of State Attorney for the 1st Judicial District of Illinois, a man 4 years younger than Lincoln. He was only 21 at the time. A newcomer, too, in the state, having arrived about a year before, under no very promising auspices either, for he had only 37 cents in his pockets, and no position in view. But a man of mettle, it was easy to see, for already he had risen so high in the district where he had settled that he dared contest the office of state attorney with John J. Hardin, one of the most successful lawyers of the state. This young man was Stephen A. Douglas. He had come to Vandalia from Morgan County to conduct his campaign, and Lincoln met him first in the halls of the old courthouse, where he and his friends carried on with success their contest against Hardin. The Ninth Assembly gathered in a more hopeful and ambitious mood than any of its predecessors. Illinois was feeling well. The state was free from debt. The Black Hawk War had stimulated the people greatly, for it had brought a large amount of money into circulation. In fact, the greater portion of the $8 to $10 million the war had cost had been circulated among the Illinois volunteers. Immigration, too, was increasing at a bewildering rate. In 1835, the census showed a population of 269,974. Between 1830 and 1835, 2/5 of this number had come in. In the Northeast, Chicago had begun to rise. Even for a western town, its growth had been unusually rapid, declared Peck's Gazetteer of 1834. The harbor building there, the proposed Michigan and Illinois Canal, the rise in town lots, all promised to the state a great metropolis. To meet the rising tide of prosperity, the legislators of 1834 felt that they must devise some worthy scheme, so they chartered a new state bank with a capital of $1,500,000 and revived a bank which had broken 12 years before, granting it a charter of $300,000. There was no surplus money in the state to supply the capital. There were no trained bankers to guide the concern. There was no clear notion of how it was all to be done. But a banking capital of $1,800,000 would be a good thing in the state, they were sure. And if the East could be made to believe in Illinois as much as their legislators believed in her, the stocks would go. And so the banks were chartered. But even more important to the state than banks was a highway. For 13 years, plans for the Illinois and Michigan Canal had been constantly before the Assembly. Surveys had been ordered, estimates reported, the advantages extolled, but nothing had been done. Now, however, the Assembly, flushed by the first thrill of the coming boom, decided to authorize a loan of $500,000 on the credit of the state. Lincoln favored both these measures. He did not, however, do anything especially noteworthy for either of the bills, nor was the record he made in other directions at all remarkable. He was placed on the Committee of Public Accounts and Expenditures and attended meetings with fidelity. His first act as a member was to give notice that he would ask leave to introduce a bill limiting the jurisdiction of justices of the peace, a measure which he succeeded in carrying through. He followed this by a motion to change the rules so that it should not be in order to offer amendments to any bill after the third reading, which was not agreed to, though the same rule, in effect, was adopted some years later, and is to this day in force in both branches of the Illinois Assembly. He next made a motion to take from the table a report which had been submitted by his committee, which met a like fate. His first resolution, relating to a state revenue to be derived from the sales of public lands, was denied a reference and laid upon the table. Neither as a speaker nor an organizer did he make any especial impression on the body. In the spring of 1835, the young representative from Sangamon returned to New Salem to take up his duties as postmaster and deputy surveyor, and to resume his law studies. He exchanged his rather exalted position for the humbler one with a light heart. New Salem held all that was dearest in the world to him at that moment, and he went back to the poor little town with a hope, which he had once supposed honor forbade his acknowledging even to himself, glowing warmly in his heart. He loved a young girl of that town, and now for the first time, though he had known her since he first came to New Salem, was he free to tell his love. One of the most prominent families of the settlement in 1831, when Lincoln first appeared there, was of James Rutledge. The head of the house was one of the founders of New Salem, and at that time the keeper of the village tavern. He was a high-minded man, of a warm and generous nature, and had the universal respect of the community. He was a South Carolinian by birth, but had lived many years in Kentucky before coming to Illinois. Rutledge came of a distinguished family. One of his ancestors signed the Declaration of Independence. Another was Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, by appointment of Washington, and another was a conspicuous leader in the American Congress. The third of the 9 children in the Rutledge household was a daughter, Anne Mays, born in Kentucky, January 7, 1813. When Lincoln first met her, she was 19 years old, and fresh as a flower. Many of those who knew her at that time have left tributes to her beauty and gentleness, and even today there are those living who talk of her with moistened eyes and softened tones. She was a beautiful girl, says her cousin, James McGrady Rutledge, and as bright as she was beautiful. She was well educated for that early day, a good conversationalist, and always gentle and cheerful, a girl whose company people liked. So fair a maid was not, of course, without suitors. The most determined of those who sought her hand was one John McNeill, a young man who had arrived in New Salem from New York soon after the founding of the town. Nothing was known of his antecedents, and no questions were asked. He was understood to be merely one of the thousands who had come west in search of fortune. That he was intelligent, industrious, and frugal, with a good head for business, was at once apparent. For in 4 years from his first appearance in the settlement, besides earning a half-interest in a general store, McNeill had acquired a large farm a few miles north of New Salem. His neighbors believed him to be worth about $12,000. John McNeill was an unmarried man, at least so he represented himself to be, and very soon after becoming a resident of New Salem, he formed the acquaintance of Anne Rutledge, then a girl of 17. It was a case of love at first sight, and the two soon became engaged, in spite of the rivalry of Samuel Hill, McNeill's partner. But Anne was, as yet, only a young girl, and it was thought very sensible in her and considerate in her lover that both acquiesced in the wishes of Anne's parents that, for some time at least, the marriage be postponed. Such was the situation when Lincoln appeared in New Salem. He naturally soon became acquainted with the girl. She was a pupil in Mentor Graham's school, where he frequently visited, and rumor says that he first met her there. However that may be, it is certain that in the latter part of 1832 he went to board at the Rutledge Tavern, and there was thrown daily into her company. During the next year, 1833, John McNeill, in spite of his fair prospects, became restless and discontented. He wanted to see his people, he said, and before the end of the year he decided to go east for a visit. To secure perfect freedom from his business while gone, he sold out his interest in his store. To Anne, he said that he hoped to bring back his father and mother, and to place them on his farm. "This duty done," was his farewell word, "you and I will be married." In the spring of 1834 McNeill started east. The journey overland by foot and horse was, in those days, a trying one, and on the way McNeill fell ill with chills and fever. It was late in the summer before he reached his home and wrote back to Anne, explaining his silence. The long wait had been a severe strain on the girl, and Lincoln had watched her anxiety with softened heart. It was to him, the New Salem postmaster, that she came to inquire for letters. It was to him she entrusted those she sent. In a way, the postmaster must have become the girl's confidant, and his tender heart must have been deeply touched. After the long silence was broken, and McNeill's first letter of explanation came, the cause of anxiety seemed removed. But strangely enough, other letters followed only at long intervals, and finally they ceased altogether. Then it was that the young girl told her friends a secret which McNeill had confided to her before leaving New Salem. He had told her what she had never even suspected before, that John McNeill was not his real name, but that it was John McNamar. Shortly before he came to New Salem, he explained, his father had suffered a disastrous failure in business. He was the oldest son, and in the hope of retrieving the lost fortune, he resolved to go west, expecting to return in a few years and share his riches with the rest of the family. Anticipating parental opposition, he ran away from home, and being sure that he could never accumulate anything with so numerous a family to support, he endeavored to lose himself by a change of name. All this Anne had believed and not repeated, but now, worn out by waiting, she took the story to her friends. With few exceptions, they pronounced the story a fabrication, and McNamar an impostor. His excuse seemed flimsy. Why had he worn this mask? At best, they declared, he was a mere adventurer, and was it not more probable that he was a fugitive from justice, a thief, a swindler, or a murderer? And who knew how many wives he might have? With all New Salem declaring John McNamar false, Anne Rutledge could hardly be blamed for imagining that he was dead or had forgotten her. It was not until McNeil, or McNamar, had been gone many months, and gossip had become offensive, that Lincoln ventured to show his love for Anne, and then it was a long time before the girl would listen to his suit. Convinced at last, however, that her former lover had deserted her, she yielded to Lincoln's wishes, and promised in the spring of 1835, soon after Lincoln's return from Vandalia, to become his wife. But Lincoln had nothing on which to support a family. Indeed, he found it no trifling task to support himself. As for Anne, she was anxious to go to school another year. It was decided that in the autumn she should go with her brother to Jacksonville and spend the winter there in an academy. Lincoln was to devote himself to his law studies, and the next spring, when she returned from school and he had been admitted to the bar, they were to be married. A happy spring and summer followed. New Salem took a cordial interest in the two lovers, and presaged a happy life for them, and all would undoubtedly have gone well if the young girl could have dismissed the haunting memory of her old lover. The possibility that she had wronged him, that he might reappear, that he loved her still, though she now loved another, that perhaps she had done wrong. A torturing conflict of memory, love, conscience, doubt, and morbidness lay like a shadow across her happiness, and wore upon her until she fell ill. Gradually her condition became hopeless, and Lincoln, who had been shut from her, was sent for. The lovers passed an hour alone in an anguished parting, and soon after, on August 25th, 1835, Anne died. The death of Anne Rutledge plunged Lincoln into the deepest gloom. That abiding melancholy, that painful sense of the incompleteness of life which had been his mother's dowry, asserted itself. It filled and darkened his mind, and his imagination tortured him with its black pictures. One stormy night, Lincoln was sitting beside William Greene, his head bowed on his hand, while tears trickled through his fingers. His friend begged him to control his sorrow, to try to forget. "I cannot," moaned Lincoln. "The thought of the snow and rain on her grave fills me with indescribable grief." He was seen walking alone by the river and through the woods, muttering strange things to himself. He seemed to his friends to be in the shadow of madness. They kept a close watch over him, and at last Bowling Green, one of the most devoted friends Lincoln then had, took him home to his little log cabin, half a mile north of New Salem, under the brow of a big bluff. Here, under the loving care of Greene and his good wife Nancy, Lincoln remained until he was once more master of himself. But though he had regained self-control, his grief was deep and bitter. Anne Rutledge was buried in Concord Cemetery, a country burying ground 7 miles northeast of New Salem. To this lonely spot Lincoln frequently journeyed to weep over her grave. "My heart is buried there," he said to one of his friends. When McNamar returned, for McNamar's story was true, and 2 months after Anne Rutledge died, he drove into New Salem with his widowed mother and his brothers and sisters in the prairie schooner beside him, and learned of Anne's death. He saw Lincoln at the post office, as he afterwards said, and he seemed desolate and sorely distressed. On himself, apparently, her death produced no deep impression. Within a year he married another woman, and his conduct toward Anne Rutledge is to this day a mystery. In later life, when Lincoln's sorrow had become a memory, he told a friend who questioned him, "I really and truly love the girl, and think often of her now." There was a pause, and then the President added, "And I have loved the name of Rutledge to this day." When the death of Anne Rutledge came upon Lincoln, for a time threatening to destroy his ambition and blast his life, he was in a most encouraging position. Master of a profession in which he had an abundance of work and earned fair fees, hopeful of being admitted in a few months to the bar, a member of the State Assembly, with every reason to believe that, if he desired it, his constituency would return him, Few men are as far advanced at 26 as was Abraham Lincoln. Intellectually, he was far better equipped than he believed himself to be, better than he has ordinarily been credited with being. True, he had had no conventional college training, but he had by his own efforts attained the chief result of all preparatory study, the ability to take hold of a subject and assimilate it. The fact that in 6 weeks he had acquired enough of the science of surveying to enable him to serve as deputy surveyor shows how well trained his mind was. The power to grasp a large subject quickly and fully is never an accident. The nights Lincoln spent in Gentryville lying on the floor in front of the fire, figuring on the fire shovel, the hours he passed in poring over the statutes of Indiana, the days he wrestled with Kirkham's grammar, alone made the mastery of Flint and Gibson possible. His struggle with Flint and Gibson made easier the volumes he borrowed from Major Stewart's law library. Lincoln had a mental trait which explains his rapid growth in mastering subjects. Seeing clearly was essential to him. He was unable to put a question aside until he understood it. It pursued him, irritated him until solved. Even in his Gentryville days, his comrades noted that he was constantly searching for reasons, and that he explained so clearly. This characteristic became stronger with years. He was unwilling to pronounce himself on any subject until he understood it, and he could not let it alone until he had reached a conclusion which satisfied him. This seeing clearly became a splendid force in Lincoln, for when he once had reached a conclusion, he had the honesty of soul to suit his actions to it. No consideration could induce him to abandon the line of conduct which his reason told him was logical. Joined to these strong mental and moral qualities was that power of immediate action which so often explains why one man succeeds in life while another of equal intelligence and uprightness fails. As soon as Lincoln saw a thing to do, he did it. He wants to know. There is a book. It may be a biography, a volume of dry statutes, a collection of verse. No matter. He reads and ponders it until he has absorbed all it has for him. He is eager to see the world. A man offers him a position as a hand on a Mississippi flatboat. He takes it without a moment's hesitation over the toil and exposure it demands. John Calhoun is ready to make him a deputy surveyor. He knows nothing of the science. In 6 weeks he has learned enough to begin his labors. Sangamon County must have representatives. Why not he? And his circular goes out. Ambition alone will not explain this power of instantaneous action. It comes largely from that active imagination which, when a new relation or position opens, seizes on all its possibilities, and from them creates a situation so real that one enters with confidence upon what seems to the unimaginative the rashest undertaking. Lincoln saw the possibilities in things and immediately appreciated them. But the position he filled in Sangamon County in 1835 was not all due to these qualities. Much was due to his personal charm. By all accounts he was big, awkward, ill-clad, shy, yet his sterling honor, his unselfish nature, his heart of the true gentleman, inspired respect and confidence. Men might laugh at his first appearance, but they were not long in recognizing the real superiority of his nature. Such was Abraham Lincoln at 26, when the tragic death of Anne Rutledge made all that he had attained, all that he had planned, seem fruitless and empty. He was too sincere and just, too brave a man, to allow a great sorrow permanently to interfere with his activities. He rallied his forces and returned to his law, his surveying, his politics. He brought to his work a new power, that insight and patience which only a great sorrow can give. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1. Chapter 9. Lincoln is re-elected to the Illinois Assembly. His first published address. Protests against pro-slavery resolutions of the Assembly. The Ninth General Assembly of Illinois held its opening session in the winter of 1834-35. It was Lincoln's first experience as a legislator, and it was rather a tame one. But in December 1835, the members were called to an extra session, which proved to be in every way more exciting and more eventful than its predecessors. The chief reason for its being called was in itself calculated to exhilarate the hopeful young lawgivers. A census had been taken since their last session, and so large an increase in population had been reported that it was considered necessary to summon the Assembly to reapportion the legislative districts. When the reapportionment was made, it was found that the General Assembly was increased by 50 members, the number of senators being raised from 26 to 40, of representatives from 55 to 91. A growth of 50 members in 4 years excited the imagination of the state. The dignity and importance of Illinois suddenly assumed new importance. It was imagined that the story of New York's growth in wealth and influence was to be repeated in this new country, and every ambitious man in the Assembly determined to lead in the rise of the state. The work on internal improvements begun in the previous session took a new form. The governor, in calling the members together, had said, "While I would urge the most liberal support of all such measures as tending with perfect certainty to increase the wealth and prosperity of the state, I would at the same time most respectfully suggest the propriety of entrusting the construction of all such works, where it can be done consistently with the general interest, to individual enterprise." The legislators acquiesced, and in this session began to grant a series of private charters for internal improvements, which, had they been carried out, would have given the state communication in 1840 almost, if not quite, equal to those of today. The map on page 135 shows the incorporations of railroad and canal companies made in the extra session of the Ninth Assembly, 1835-36. And in the regular session of the 10th, 1836-37. 16 of the railroads were chartered in the former session. Lincoln and his colleagues did not devote their attention entirely to chartering railroads. 10 schools were chartered in the same session, some of which exist today. In the next session, 12 academies and 18 colleges received charters. The absorbing topic of the winter, however, and the one in which Lincoln was chiefly concerned, was the threatened naturalization of the convention system in Illinois. Up to this time, candidates for office in the United States had generally nominated themselves, as we have seen Lincoln doing. The only formality they imposed upon themselves was to consult a little unauthorized caucus of personal friends. Unless they were exceptionally cautious persons, the disapproval of this caucus did not stand in their way at all. So long as party lines were indistinct and the personal qualities of a candidate were considered rather than his platform, this method of nomination was possible. But with party organization it began to change. In the case of presidential candidates, the convention, with its delegates and platform, had just appeared, the first full-fledged one being held but 3 years before, in 1832. Along with the presidential convention came the machine, an organization of all those who belonged to a party, intended to secure unity of effort. By means of primaries and conventions, one candidate was put forward by a party instead of a dozen being allowed to offer themselves. The strength which the convention gave the Democratic Party, which first adopted and developed it, was enormous. The Whigs opposed the new institution. They declared it was intended to abridge the liberties of the people by depriving individuals, on their own mere motion, of the privilege of becoming candidates, and depriving each man of the right to vote for a candidate of his own selection and choice. The efficacy of the new method was so apparent, however, that, let the Whigs preach as they would, it was rapidly adopted. In 1835, the whole machinery was well developed in New England and New York and had appeared in the West. In the north of Illinois, the Democrats had begun to organize under the leadership of two men of Eastern origin and training, Ebenezer Peck of Chicago and Stephen A. Douglas of Jacksonville. And this session of the Illinois legislature, the convention system became a subject of discussion. The Whigs, Lincoln among them, violently opposed the new scheme. It was a Yankee contrivance, they said, favored only by New Englanders like Douglas, or worse still by monarchists like Peck. They recalled with pious indignation that Peck was a Canadian, brought up under an aristocratic form of government, that he had even deserted the liberal party of this government to go over to the ultra-monarchists. They declared it a remarkable fact that no man born and raised west of the mountains or south of the Potomac had yet returned to vindicate the wholesale system of convention. In spite of Whig warnings, however, the convention system was approved by a vote of 26 to 25. The Ninth Assembly expired at the close of this extra session, and in June, Lincoln announced himself as a candidate for the 10th Assembly. A few days later, the Sangamon Journal published his simple platform. New Salem, June 13, 1836. To the editor of the Journal. In your paper of last Saturday, I see a communication, over the signature of many voters, in which the candidates who are announced in the Journal are called upon to show their hands. Agreed. Here's mine. I go for all sharing the privileges of government who assist in bearing its burdens. Consequently, I go for admitting all whites to the right of suffrage who pay taxes or bear arms, by no means excluding females. If elected, I shall consider the whole people of Sangamon my constituents, as well those that oppose as those that support me. While acting as their representative, I shall be governed by their will on all subjects upon which I have the means of knowing what their will is, and upon all others I shall do what my own judgment teaches me will best advance their interests. Whether elected or not, I go for distributing the proceeds of the sales of the public lands to the several states, to enable our state, in common with others, to dig canals and construct railroads without borrowing money and paying the interest on it. If alive on the first Monday in November, I shall vote for Hugh L. White for president. Very respectfully, A. Lincoln. The campaign which Lincoln began with this letter was in every way more exciting for him than those of 1832 and 1834. In the reapportionment of the legislative districts which had taken place the winter before, Sangamon County's delegation had been enlarged to 7 representatives and 2 senators. This gave large new opportunities to political ambition, and doubled the enthusiasm of political meetings. But the increase of the representation was not all that made the campaign exciting. Party lines had never before been so clearly drawn in Sangamon County, nor personal abuse quite so frank. One of Lincoln's first acts was to answer a personal attack. During his absence from New Salem, a rival candidate passed through the place and stated publicly that he was in possession of facts which, if known to the public, would entirely destroy Lincoln's prospects at the coming election. But he declared that he thought so much of Lincoln that he would not tell what he knew. Lincoln met this mysterious insinuation with shrewd candor. "No one has needed favors more than I," he wrote his rival, "and generally few have been less unwilling to accept them. But in this case, favor to me would be an injustice to the public, and therefore I must beg your pardon for declining it. That I once had the confidence of the people of Sangamon County is sufficiently evident, and if I have done anything, either by design or misadventure, which, if known, would subject me to a forfeiture of that confidence, he that knows of that thing and conceals it is a traitor to his country's interest. I find myself wholly unable to form any conjecture of what fact or facts, real or supposed, you spoke. But my opinion of your veracity will not permit me for a moment to doubt that you at least believed what you said. I am flattered with the personal regard you manifested for me. but I do hope that on mature reflection you will view the public interest as a paramount consideration, and therefore let the worst come." Usually during the campaign, Lincoln was obliged to meet personal attacks, not by letter, but on the platform. Joshua Speed, who later became the most intimate friend that Lincoln probably ever had, tells of one occasion when he was obliged to meet such an attack on the very spur of the moment. A great mass meeting was in progress at Springfield, and Lincoln had made a speech which had produced a deep impression. "I was then fresh from Kentucky," says Mr. Speed, "and had heard many of her great orators. It seemed to me then, as it seems to me now, that I never heard a more effective speaker. He carried the crowd with him and swayed them as he pleased. So deep an impression did he make that George Forquet, a man of such celebrity as a sarcastic speaker and with a great reputation throughout the state as an orator, rose and asked the people to hear him. He began his speech by saying that this young man would have to be taken down, and he was sorry that the task devolved upon him. He made what was called one of his slasher gaff speeches, dealing much in ridicule and sarcasm. Lincoln stood near him with his arms folded, never interrupting him. When Forquet was done, Lincoln walked to the stand and replied so fully and completely that his friends bore him from the courthouse on their shoulders. So deep an impression did this first speech make upon me that I remember its conclusion now after a lapse of 38 years. The gentleman commenced his speech, he said, by saying that this young man would have to be taken down, and he was sorry the task devolved upon him. I am not so young in years as I am in the tricks and trade of a politician, but live long or die young, I would rather die now than, like the gentleman, change my politics and, simultaneous with the change, receive an office worth $3,000 a year, and then have to erect a lightning rod over my house to protect a guilty conscience from an offended God. To understand the point of this, it must be explained that Forquet had been a Whig, but had changed his politics and had been appointed Register of the Land Office, and over his house was the only lightning rod in the town or country. Lincoln had seen the lightning rod for the first time on the day before. This speech has never been forgotten in Springfield, and on my visits there I have repeatedly had the site of the house on which this particular lightning rod was placed pointed out, and one or another of the many versions which the story has taken related to me. It was the practice at that date in Illinois for two rival candidates to travel over the district together. The custom led to much good-natured raillery between them, and in such contests Lincoln was rarely, if ever, worsted. He could even turn the generosity of a rival to account by his whimsical treatment. On one occasion, says Mr. Weir, a former resident of Sangamon County, he had driven out from Springfield in company with a political opponent to engage in joint debate. The carriage, it seems, belonged to his opponent. In addressing the gathering of farmers that met them, Lincoln was lavish in praise of the generosity of his friend. "I am too poor to own a carriage," he said, "but my friend has generously invited me to ride with him. I want you to vote for me if you will, but if not, then vote for my opponent, for he is a fine man." His extravagant and persistent praise of his opponent appealed to the sense of humor in his rural audience, to whom his inability to own a carriage was by no means a disqualification. The election came off in August and resulted in the choice of a delegation from Sangamon County, famous in the annals of Illinois. The 9 successful candidates were Abraham Lincoln, John Dawson, Daniel Stone, Ninian W. Edwards, William F. Elkins, R. L. Wilson, Andrew McCormick, Job Fletcher, and Arthur Herndon. Each one of these men was over 6 feet in height, their combined stature being, it is said, 55 feet. The Long Nine was the name Sangamon County gave them. As soon as the election was over, Lincoln occupied himself in settling another matter of much greater moment. He went to Springfield to seek admission to the bar. The roll of attorneys and counselors at law on file in the office of the clerk of the Supreme Court of Springfield, Illinois, shows that his license was dated September 9, 1836, and that the date of the enrollment of his name upon the official list was March 1, 1837. The first case in which he was concerned, as far as we know, was that of Hawthorne against Woolridge. He made his first appearance in court in October, 1836. Although he had given much time during this year to politics and the law, he had by no means abandoned surveying. Indeed, he never had more calls. The grandiose scheme of internal improvements initiated the winter before had stimulated speculation, and Lincoln frequently was obliged to be away for 3 and 4 weeks at a time, laying out new towns or locating new roads. Every such trip added to his political capital. Such was his reputation throughout the country that when he got a job, says the Honorable J.N. Ruggles, a friend and political supporter, there was a picnic and jolly time in the neighborhood. Men and boys gathered from far and near, ready to carry chain, drive stakes, and blaze trees, if they could only hear Lincoln's odd stories and jokes. The fun was interspersed with foot races and wrestling matches. To this day, the old settlers in many a place of central Illinois repeat the incidents of Lincoln's sojourns in their neighborhood while surveying their town. In December, Lincoln put away his surveying instruments to go to Vandalia for the opening session of the 10th Assembly. Larger by 50 members than its predecessor, this body was as much superior in intellect as in numbers. It included among its members a future President of the United States, a future candidate for the same high office, 6 future United States Senators, 8 future members of the National House of Representatives, a future Secretary of the Interior, and 3 future judges of the state Supreme Court. Here sat side by side Abraham Lincoln and Stephen A. Douglas, Edward Dickinson Baker, who represented at different times the states of Illinois and Oregon in the national councils, O.H. Browning, a prospective senator and future cabinet officer, and William L.D. Ewing, who had just served in the Senate, John Logan, father of the late General John A. Logan, Robert M. Cullom, father of Senator Shelby M. Cullom, John A. McClernand, afterwards member of Congress for many years and a distinguished general in the late Civil War, and many others of national repute. The members came to Vandalia full of hope and exultation. In their judgment, it needed only a few months of legislation to put their state by the side of New York, and from the opening of the session they were overflowing with excitement and schemes. In the general ebullition of spirits which characterized the assembly, Lincoln had little share. Only a week after the opening of the session, he wrote to a friend, Mary Owens at New Salem, that he had been ill, though he believed himself to be about well then, and he added, "But that, with other things I cannot account for, have conspired, and have gotten my spirits so low that I feel I would rather be any place in the world than here. I really cannot endure the thought of staying here 10 weeks." Though depressed, he was far from being inactive. The Sangamon delegation, in fact, had its hands full, and to no one of the 9 had more been entrusted than to Lincoln. In common with almost every delegation, they had been instructed by their constituents to adopt a scheme of internal improvements complete enough to give every budding town in Illinois easy communication with the world. This for the state in general. For Sangamon County in particular, they had been directed to secure the capital. The change in the state's center of population made it advisable to move the seat of government northward from Vandalia, and Springfield was anxious to secure it. To Lincoln was entrusted the work of putting through the bill to remove the capital. In the same letter quoted from above, he tells Miss Owens, "Our chance to take the seat of government to Springfield is better than I expected." Regarding the internal improvement scheme, he feels less confident. Some of the legislature are for it and some against. Which has the majority, I cannot tell. It was not long, however, before all uncertainty about internal improvements was over. The people were determined to have them, and the Assembly responded to their demands by passing an act which provided, at state expense, for railroads, canals, or river improvements in almost every county in Illinois. No finer bit of imaginative work was ever done, in fact, by a legislative body than the map of internal improvements laid out by the 10th Assembly. With splendid disdain of town settlements and resources, they ran the railroads into the counties they thought ought to be opened up, and if there was no terminus, they laid out one. They improved the rivers and they dug canals, they built bridges and drained the swamps. They planned to make the waste places blocked. The object was to benefit every hamlet of the state, said its defenders, and to compensate the counties which were not to have railroads or canals, they voted them a sum of money for roads and bridges. There was no time to estimate exactly the cost of these fine plans, nor did they feel any need of estimates. That was a mere matter of detail. They would vote a fund, and when that was exhausted they would vote more. And so they appropriated sum after sum, $100,000 to improve the Rock River, $1,800,000 to build a road from Quincy to Danville, $4 million to complete the Illinois and Michigan Canal, $250,000 for the Western Mail Route, in all some $12 million. To carry out this elaborate scheme, they provided a commission, one of the first duties of which was to sell the bonds of the state to raise the money for the enterprise. The majority of the Assembly seemed not to have entertained for a moment an idea that there would be any difficulty in selling, at a premium, the bonds of Illinois. On the contrary, says General Linder in his reminiscences, the enthusiastic friends of the measure maintained that instead of there being any difficulty in obtaining a loan of the 15 or 20 millions authorized to be borrowed, our bonds would go like hotcakes and be sought for by the Rothschilds, the Baring brothers, and others of that stamp, and that the premiums which we would obtain upon them would range from 50 to 100%. And that the premium itself would be sufficient to construct most of the important works, leaving the principal sum to go into our treasury, and leave the people free from taxation for years to come. The scheme was carried without difficulty, and the work of raising money and of grading roadbeds began almost simultaneously. All of this seems insane enough today, knowing, as we do, that it ended in panic and bankruptcy, in deserted roadbeds and unpaid bills. But at that time the measure seemed to the legislature only the enterprise which the prospects of the country demanded. Illinois was not alone in confidence and recklessness. Her folly was that of the whole country. Never had there been a period of rasher speculation and inflation. The entire debt of the country had been paid, and a great income was pouring in on the federal government. The completion of certain works like the Erie Canal had stimulated trade and greatly increased the value of lands. Every variety of industry was succeeding. Capital was pouring in from Europe, which seemed dazzled at the thought of a nation free from debt, with a revenue so great that she was forced to distribute it quarterly to her states, as the United States began to do in January 1837. An exaggerated confidence in regard to the future of the country possessed both foreign and domestic capitalists. Credit was practically unlimited. Debt was the road to wealth, and men could realize millions on the wildest schemes. Little wonder that Lincoln and his associates, ignorant of the history of finance and governed as they were by popular opinion, fell into the delusion of the day and sought to found a state on credit. Although Lincoln favored and aided in every way the plan for internal improvements, his real work was in securing the removal of the capital to Springfield. The task was by no means an easy one to direct, for outside of the Long Nine there was, of course, nobody particularly interested in Springfield, and there were delegations from a dozen other counties hot to secure the capital for their own constituencies. It took patient and clever manipulation to put the bill through. Certain votes Lincoln no doubt gained for his cause by force of his personal qualities. Thus, Jesse K. Dubois says that he and his colleagues voted for the bill because they liked Lincoln and wanted to oblige him. But probably the majority he won by skillful log-rolling. The very few letters written by him at this time which have been preserved show this. For instance, a letter to John Bennett in which he says, "Mr. Edwards tells me you wish to know whether the act to which your town incorporation provision was attached passed into a law. It did. You can organize under the general incorporation law as soon as you choose. I also tacked a provision onto a fellow's bill to authorize the relocation of the road from Salem down to your town, but I am not certain whether or not the bill passed. Neither do I suppose I can ascertain before the law will be published, if it is a law." There is nothing in his correspondence, however, to show that he ever sacrificed his principles in these trades. Everything we know of his transactions are indeed to the contrary. General T.H. Henderson of Illinois says in his reminiscences of Lincoln, "Before I had ever seen Abraham Lincoln, I heard my father, who served with him in the legislature of 1838-39 and of 1840-41, relate an incident in Mr. Lincoln's life which illustrates his character for integrity and his firmness in maintaining what he regarded as right in his public acts, in a marked manner. I do not remember whether this incident occurred during the session of the legislature in 1836-37 or 1838-39. But I think it was in that of 1836-37, when it was said that there was a great deal of log-rolling going on among the members. But however that may be, according to the story related by my father, an effort was made to unite the friends of capital removal with the friends of some measure which Lincoln, for some reason, did not approve. What that measure was to which he objected I am not now able to recall, but those who desired the removal of the capital to Springfield were very anxious to effect the proposed combination, and a meeting was held to see if it could be accomplished. The meeting continued in session nearly all night, when it adjourned without accomplishing anything, Mr. Lincoln refusing to yield his objections and to support the obnoxious measure. Another meeting was called, and at the second meeting a number of citizens, not members of the legislature, from the central and northern parts of the state, among them my father, were present by invitation. The meeting was long protracted and earnest in its deliberations. Every argument that could be thought of was used to induce Mr. Lincoln to yield his objections and unite with his friends, and thus secure the removal of the capital to his own city, but without effect. Finally, after midnight, when everybody seemed exhausted with the discussion, and when the candles were burning low in the room, Mr. Lincoln rose among the silence and solemnity which prevailed, and, my father said, made one of the most eloquent and powerful speeches to which he had ever listened. He concluded his remarks by saying, "You may burn my body to ashes and scatter them to the winds of heaven. You may drag my soul down to the regions of darkness and despair to be tormented forever, but you will never get me to support a measure which I believe to be wrong, although by doing so I may accomplish that which I believe to be right." And the meeting adjourned. As was to be expected, the Democrats charged that the Whigs of Sangamon had won their victory by bargain and corruption. These charges became so serious that in an extra session called in the summer of 1837, a few months after the bill passed, Lincoln had a bitter fight over them with General L.D. Ewing, who wanted to keep the capital of Vandalia. "The arrogance of Springfield," said General Ewing, "its presumption in claiming the seat of government, is not to be endured. The law has been passed by chicanery and trickery. The Springfield delegation has sold out to the internal improvement men, and has promised its support to every measure that would gain a vote to the law removing the seat of government." Lincoln answered in a speech of such severity and keenness that the House believed he was digging his own grave, for Ewing was a high-spirited man who would not hesitate to answer by a challenge. It was, in fact, only the interference of their friends which prevented a duel at this time between Ewing and Lincoln. This speech, to many of Lincoln's colleagues, was a revelation of his ability and character. This was the first time, says General Linder, that I began to conceive a very high opinion of the talents and personal courage of Abraham Lincoln. A few months later, the Long Nine were again attacked, Lincoln specially being abused. The assailant this time was a prominent Democrat, Mr. J.B. Thomas. When he had ended, Lincoln replied in a speech which was long known in local political circles as the skinning of Thomas. No one doubted after this that Lincoln could defend himself. He became doubly respected as an opponent, for his reputation for good-humored raillery had already been established in his campaigns. In a speech made in January, he gave another evidence of his skill in the use of ridicule. A resolution had been offered by Mr. Linder to institute an inquiry into the management of the affairs of the state bank. Lincoln's remarks on the resolution form his first reported speech. He began his remarks by good-humored but nettling chaffing of his opponent. "Mr. Chairman," he said, "lest I should fall into the too common error of being mistaken in regard to which side I design to be upon, I shall make it my first care to remove all doubt on that point by declaring that I am opposed to the resolution under consideration in toto. Before I proceed to the body of the subject, I will further remark that it is not without a considerable degree of apprehension that I venture to cross the track of the gentleman from Coles, Mr. Linder. Indeed, I do not believe I could muster a sufficiency of courage to come in contact with that gentleman, were it not for the fact that he, some days since, most graciously condescended to assure us that he would never be found wasting ammunition on small game. On the same fortunate occasion, he further gave us to understand that he regarded himself as being decidedly the superior of our common friend from Randolph, Mr. Shields. And feeling, as I really do, that I, to say the most of myself, am nothing more than the peer of our friend from Randolph, I shall regard the gentleman from Coles as decidedly my superior also. And consequently, in the course of what I shall have to say, whenever I shall have occasion to allude to that gentleman, I shall endeavor to adopt that kind of court language which I understand to be due to decided superiority. In one faculty at least, there can be no dispute over the gentleman's superiority over me and most other men, and that is the faculty of entangling a subject so that neither himself or any other man can find head or tail to it. Taking up the resolution on the bank, he declared its meaning. Some gentlemen have their stock in their hands, while others, who have more money than they know what to do with, want it. And this alone, is the question, to settle which we are called on to squander thousands of the people's money. What interest, let me ask, have the people in the settlement of this question? What difference is it to them whether the stock is owned by Judge Smith or Sam Wiggins? If any gentleman be entitled to stock in the bank, which he is kept out of possession of by others, let him assert his right in the Supreme Court, and let him or his antagonist, whichever may be found in the wrong, pay the costs of suit. It is an old maxim, and a very sound one, that he that dances should always pay the fiddler. Now, sir, in the present case, if any gentleman whose money is a burden to them choose to lead off a dance, I am decidedly opposed to the people's money being used to pay the fiddler. No one can doubt that the examination proposed by this resolution must cost the state some $10,000 or $12,000. And all this to settle a question in which the people have no interest, and about which they care nothing. These capitalists generally act harmoniously and in concert to fleece the people. And now that they have got into a quarrel with themselves, we are called upon to appropriate the people's money to settle the quarrel. The resolution had declared that the bank practiced various methods which were to the great injury of the people. Lincoln took the occasion to announce his ideas of the people and the politicians. If the bank really be a grievance, why is it that no one of the real people is found to ask redress of it? The truth is, no such oppression exists. If it did, our people would groan with memorials and petitions, and we would not be permitted to rest day or night till we had put it down. The people know their rights, and they are never slow to assert and maintain them when they are invaded. Let them call for an investigation, and I shall stand ever ready to respond to the call. But they have made no such call. I make the assertion boldly and without fear of contradiction that no man who does not hold an office or does not aspire to one has ever found any fault of the bank. It has doubled the prices of the products of their farms and filled their pockets with a sound circulating medium, and they are all well pleased with its operations. No, sir, it is the politician who is the first to sound the alarm, which, by the way, is a false one. It is he who, by these unholy means, is endeavoring to blow up a storm that he may ride upon and direct. It is he, and he alone, that here proposes to spend thousands of the people's public treasure for no other advantage to them than to make valueless in their pockets the reward of their industry. Mr. Chairman, this work is exclusively the work of politicians, a set of men who have interests aside from the interests of the people, and who, to say the most of them, are, taken as a mass, at least one step removed from honest men. I say this with the greater freedom because, being a politician myself, none can regard it as personal. The speech was published in full in the Sangamon Journal for January 28, 1837, and the editor commented, "Mr. Lincoln's remarks on Mr. Linder's bank resolution in the paper are quite to the point. Our friend carries the true Kentucky rifle, and when he fires, he seldom fails of sending the shot home." One other act of his in this session cannot be ignored. It is a sinister note in the hopeful chorus of the 10th Assembly. For months there had come from the Southern states violent protests against the growth of abolition agitation in the North. Garrison's paper, the Infernal Liberator, as it was called in the pro-slavery part of the country, had been gradually extending its circulation and its influence, and it already had imitators even on the banks of the Mississippi. The American Anti-Slavery Society was now over 3 years old. A deep, unconquerable conviction of the iniquity of slavery was spreading throughout the North. The South felt it and protested, and the statesmen of the North joined them in their protest. Slavery could not be crushed, said the conservatives. It was sanctioned by the Constitution. The South must be supported in its claims, and agitation stopped. But the agitation went on, and riots, violence, and hatred pursued the agitators. In Illinois in this very year, 1837, we have a printing office raided and an anti-slavery editor, Elijah Lovejoy, killed by the citizens of Alton, who were determined that it should not be said among them that slavery was an iniquity. To silence the storm, mass meetings of citizens, the United States Congress, the state legislatures, took up the question and again voted resolutions assuring the South that the abolitionists were not supported, that the country recognized their right to their peculiar institution, and that in no case should they be interfered with. At Springfield this same year, 1837, the citizens convened and passed a resolution declaring that the efforts of abolitionists in this community are neither necessary nor useful. When the riot occurred in Alton, the Springfield papers uttered no word of condemnation, giving the affair only a laconic mention. The Illinois Assembly joined in the general disapproval, and on March 3rd passed the following resolutions. Resolved by the General Assembly of the State of Illinois, that we highly disapprove of the formulation of abolition societies and of the doctrines promulgated by them. That the right of property in slaves is sacred to the slaveholding states by the federal Constitution, and that they cannot be deprived of that right without their consent. That the general government cannot abolish slavery in the District of Columbia against the consent of the citizens of said district, without a manifest breach of good faith. That the governor be requested to transmit to the states of Virginia, Alabama, Mississippi, New York, and Connecticut a copy of the foregoing report and resolutions. Lincoln refused to vote for these resolutions. In his judgment, no expression on the slavery question should go unaccompanied by the statement that it was an evil, and he had the boldness to protest immediately against the action of the House. He found only one man in the Assembly willing to join him in his protest. These two names are joined to the document they presented. Resolutions upon the subject of domestic slavery having passed both branches of the General Assembly at its present session, the undersigned hereby protest against the passage of the same. They believe that the institution of slavery is founded on both injustice and bad policy, but that the promulgation of abolition doctrines tends rather to increase than abate its evils. They believe that the Congress of the United States has no power under the Constitution to interfere with the institution of slavery in the different states. They believe that the Congress of the United States has the power under the Constitution to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia, but that the power ought not to be exercised unless at the request of the people of the district. The difference between these opinions and those contained in the resolutions is their reason for entering this protest. Dan Stone, A. Lincoln, representatives from the county of Sangamon. The 10th Assembly gave Lincoln an opportunity to show his ability as a political maneuverer, his power as a speaker, and his courage in opposing what seemed to him wrong. There had never been a session of the Assembly when the members had the chance to make so wide an impression. The character of the legislation on foot had called to Vandalia numbers of persons of influence from almost every part of the state. They were invariably there to secure something for their town or county, and naturally made a point of learning all they could of the members and of getting as well acquainted with them as circumstances allowed. Game suppers seem to have been the means usually employed by visitors for bringing people together, and Lincoln became a favorite guest, not only because he was necessary to the success of almost any measure, but because he was so jovial a companion. It was then that he laid the foundation of his extensive acquaintance throughout the state, which in after years stood him in excellent stead. The lobbyists were not the only ones in Vandalia who gave suppers, however. Not a bill was passed nor an election decided that a banquet did not follow. Mr. John Bryant, the brother of William Cullen, was in Vandalia that winter in the interest of his county, and he attended one of these banquets, given by the successful candidate for the United States Senate. Lincoln was present, of course, and so were all the prominent politicians of the state. After the company had gotten pretty noisy and mellow from their imbibitions of yellow seal and corn juice, says Mr. Bryant, Mr. Douglas and General Shields, to the consternation of the host and intense merriment of the guests, climbed up on the table at one end, encircled each other's waists, and to the tune of a rollicking song, pirouetted down the whole length of the table, shouting, singing, and kicking dishes, glasses, and everything right and left, helter-skelter. For this night of entertainment to his constituents, the successful candidate was presented with a bill in the morning for supper, wines, liquors, and damages, which amounted to $600. But boisterous suppers were not by any means the only feature of Lincoln's social life that winter in Vandalia. There was another and quieter side, in which he showed his rare companionableness and endeared himself to many people. In the midst of the log-rolling and jubilations of the session, he would often slip away to some acquaintance's room and spend hours in talk and stories. Mr. John Bryant tells of his coming frequently to his room at the hotel, and sitting, with his knees up to his chin, telling his inimitable stories and his triumphs in the House in circumventing the Democrats. Major Newton Walker of Lewiston, who was in Vandalia at the time, says, "I used to play the fiddle a great deal, and have played for Lincoln a number of times. He used to come over to where I was boarding and ask me to play, and I would take the fiddle with me when I went over to visit him. And when he grew weary of telling stories, he would ask me to give him a tune, which I never refused to do." End of section 9. Section 10 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1. Chapter 10. Lincoln begins to study law. Mary Owens. A newspaper contest. Growth of political influence. As soon as the assembly closed, Lincoln returned to New Salem, but not to stay. He had determined to go to Springfield. Major John Stuart, the friend who had advised him to study law, and who had lent him books and with whom he had been associated closely in politics, had offered to take him as a partner. It was a good opening, for Stuart was one of the leading lawyers and politicians of the state, and his influence would place Lincoln at once in command of more or less business. From every point of view, the change seems to have been wise, yet Lincoln made it with foreboding. To practice law, he must abandon his business as a surveyor, which was bringing him a fair income. He must, for a time at least, go without a certain income. If he failed, what then? The uncertainty weighed on him heavily, the more so because he was burdened by the debts left from his store, and because he was constantly called upon to aid his father's family. Thomas Lincoln had remained in Coles County, but he had not, in these 6 years in which his son had risen so rapidly, been able to get anything more than a poor livelihood from his farm. The sense of responsibility Lincoln had towards his father's family made it the more difficult for him to undertake a new profession. His decision was made, however, and as soon as the session of the 10th Assembly was over, he started for Springfield. His first appearance there is as pathetic as amusing. He had ridden into town, says Joshua Speed, on a borrowed horse, with no earthly property save a pair of saddlebags containing a few clothes. I was a merchant at Springfield and kept a large country store, embracing dry goods, groceries, hardware, books, medicines, bedclothes, mattresses. In fact, everything that the country needed. Lincoln came into the store with his saddlebags on his arm. He said he wanted to buy the furniture for a single bed. The mattress, blankets, sheets, coverlid, and pillow, according to the figures made by me, would cost $17. He said that perhaps was cheap enough, but small as the price was, he was unable to pay it. But if I would credit him till Christmas, and his experiment as a lawyer was a success, he would pay then, saying in the saddest tone, "If I fail in this, I do not know that I can ever pay you." As I looked up at him, I thought then, and I think now, that I never saw a sadder face. I said to him, "You seem to be so much pained at contracting so small a debt, I think I can suggest a plan by which you can avoid the debt, and at the same time attain your end. I have a large room with a double bed upstairs, which you are very welcome to share with me." "Where is your room?" said he. "Upstairs," said I, pointing to a pair of winding stairs which led from the store to my room. He took his saddlebags on his arm, went upstairs, set them on the floor, and came down with the most changed expression of countenance. Beaming with pleasure, he exclaimed, "Well, Speed, I am moved." Another friend, William Butler, with whom Lincoln had become intimate at Vandalia, took him to board. Life at Springfield thus began under as favorable auspices as he could hope for. After Chicago, Springfield was, at that day, the most promising city in Illinois. It had some 1,500 inhabitants, and the removal of the capital was certain to bring many more. Already, in fact, the town felt the effect. "The owner of real estate sees his property rapidly enhancing in value," declared the Sangamon Journal. "The merchant anticipates a large accession to our population, and a corresponding additional sale for his goods. The mechanic already has more contracts offered him for building and improvements than he can execute. The farmer anticipates the growth of a large and important town, a market for the varied products of his farm. Indeed, every class of our citizens look to the future with confidence that we trust will not be disappointed." The effect was apparent, too, in society. "We used to eat all together," said an old man who, in the early 30s, came to Springfield as a hostler. "But about this time some came along and told the people they oughtn't to do so, and then the hired folks ate in the kitchen." This differentiation was apparent to Lincoln, and a little discouraging. He was thinking at the time of this removal of marrying, but he soon saw that it was quite out of the question for him to support a wife in Springfield. "I am afraid you would not be satisfied," he wrote the young woman, There is a great deal of flourishing about in carriages here, which it would be your doom to see without sharing it. You would have to be poor without the means of hiding your poverty. Do you believe you could bear that patiently?" Lincoln's idea of marrying Mary Owens, of whom he asked this question, was a result of a quixotic sense of honor, which had curiously blinded him to the girl's real feelings for him. The affair had begun in the fall of 1836, when a woman of his acquaintance, who was going to Kentucky on a visit, proposed laughingly to bring back a sister of hers on condition that Lincoln marry her. "I, of course, accepted the proposal," Lincoln wrote afterwards in a letter to Mrs. O.H. Browning, "for you know I could not have done otherwise had I really been averse to it, but privately, between you and me, I was most confoundedly well pleased with the project. I had seen the said sister some 3 years before, thought her intelligent and agreeable, and saw no good objection to plodding life through hand in hand with her. Time passed on, the lady took her journey, and in due time returned, sister in company sure enough. This astonished me a little, for it appeared to me that her coming so readily showed that she was a trifle too willing. But on reflection it occurred to me that she might have been prevailed on by her married sister to come, without anything concerning me ever having been mentioned to her. And so I concluded that if no other objection presented itself, I would consent to waive this." Another objection did present itself as soon as he saw the lady. He was anything but pleased with her appearance. "But what could I do?" he continues in his letter to Mrs. Browning. "I had told her sister that I would take her for better or for worse, and I made a point of honor and conscience in all things to stick to my word, especially if others had been induced to act on it, which in this case I had no doubt they had, for I was now fairly convinced that no other man on earth would have her, and hence the conclusion that they were bent on holding me to my bargain. Well, thought I have said it, and be the consequences what they may, it shall not be my fault if I fail to do it. At once I determined to consider her my wife, and this done, all my powers of discovery were put to work in search of perfections in her, which might be fairly set off against her defects. I tried to imagine her handsome, which, but for her unfortunate corpulency, was actually true. Exclusive of this, no woman that I have ever seen has a finer face. I also tried to convince myself that the mind was much more to be valued than the person, and in this she was not inferior, as I could discover, to any with whom I had been acquainted. Shortly after this, without attempting to come to any positive understanding with her, I set out for Vandalia, when and where you first saw me. During my stay there, I had letters from her which did not change my opinion of either her intellect or intention, but on the contrary confirmed it in both. All this while, although I was fixed firm as the surge-repelling rock in my resolution, I found I was continually repenting the rashness which had led me to make it. Through life I have been in no bondage, either real or imaginary, from the thraldom of which I so much desired to be free. After my return home, I saw nothing to change my opinion of her in any particular. She was the same, and so was I. I now spent my time in planning how I might get along in life after my contemplated change of circumstances should have taken place, and how I might procrastinate the evil day for a time, which I really dreaded as much, perhaps more, than an Irishman does the halter. Lincoln was in this state of mind when he went to Springfield, and discovered how unfit his resources were to support a wife there. Although he put the question of poverty so plainly, he assured Miss Owens that if she married him, he would do all in his power to make her happy. "Whatever woman may cast her lot with mine," he wrote her, "should any ever do so, it is my intention to do all in my power to make her happy and contented, and there is nothing I can imagine that would make me more unhappy than to fail in the effort. I know I should be much happier with you than the way I am, provided I saw no signs of discontent in you. What you have said to me may have been in the way of jest, Or I may have misunderstood it. If so, then let it be forgotten. If otherwise, I much wish you would think seriously before you decide. What I have said I will most positively abide by, provided you wish it. My opinion is that you had better not do it. You have not been accustomed to hardship, and it may be more serious than you now imagine. I know you are capable of thinking correctly on any subject, and if you deliberate maturely upon this before you decide, then I am willing to abide your decision." This decidedly dispassionate view of their relation seems not to have brought any decision from Miss Owens, for 3 months later Mr. Lincoln wrote her an equally judicial letter, telling her that he could not think of her with entire indifference, that in all cases he wanted to do right, and most particularly so in all cases with women, and summing up his position as follows: "I now say that you can drop the subject, dismiss your thoughts, if you ever had any, from me forever, and leave this letter unanswered, without calling forth one accusing murmur from me. And I will go even further, and say that if it will add anything to your comfort or peace of mind to do so, it is my sincere wish that you should. Do not understand by this that I wish to cut your acquaintance. I mean no such thing. What I do wish is that our further acquaintance shall depend upon yourself. If such further acquaintance would contribute nothing to your happiness, I am sure it would not to mine. If you feel yourself in any degree bound to me, I am now willing to release you, provided you wish it, while on the other hand, I am willing and even anxious to bind you faster, if I can be convinced that it will, in any considerable degree, add to your happiness. This, indeed, is the whole question with me. Nothing would make me more miserable than to believe you miserable. Nothing more happy than to know you were so." Miss Owens had enough discernment to recognize the disinterestedness of this love-making, and she refused Mr. Lincoln's offer. She found him deficient in those little links which make up the chain of a woman's happiness, she said. When finally refused, Lincoln wrote the letter to Mrs. Browning from which the above citations have been taken. He concluded it with an account of the effect on himself of Miss Owens' refusal. "I was mortified, it seemed to me, in 100 different ways. My vanity was deeply wounded by the reflection that I had so long been too stupid to discover her intentions, and at the same time never doubting that I understood them perfectly. And also that she, whom I had taught myself to believe nobody else would have, had actually rejected me with all my fancied greatness. And to cap the whole, I then, for the first time, began to suspect that I was really a little in love with her. But let it all go. I'll try and outlive it. Others have been made fools of by the girls, but this can never with truth be said of me. I most emphatically, in this instance, made a fool of myself. I have now come to the conclusion never again to think of marrying, and for this reason, I would never be satisfied with anyone who would be blockhead enough to have me." The skill, the courage, and the good will Lincoln had shown in his management of the bill for the removal of the capital gave him at once a position in Springfield. The entire Long Nine, indeed, were regarded by the county as its benefactors, and throughout the summer there were barbecues and fireworks, dinners and speeches in their honor. The service rendered Old Sangamon by the present delegation was a continually recurring toast at every gathering. At one sumptuous dinner, the internal improvement scheme in all its phases was toasted again and again by the banqueters. The Long Nine of Old Sangamon, well done, good and faithful servants, drew long applause. Among those who offered volunteer toasts at this dinner were A. Lincoln, Esquire, and S. A. Douglas, Esquire. At a dinner at Athens given to the delegation, 8 formal toasts and 25 volunteers are quoted in the report of the affair in the Sangamon Journal. Among them were the following: A. Lincoln. He has fulfilled the expectations of his friends and disappointed the hopes of his enemies. A. Lincoln, one of nature's noblemen. By A. Lincoln. Sangamon County will ever be true to her best interests, and never more so than in reciprocating the good feelings of the citizens of Athens and neighborhood." Lincoln had not been long in Springfield before he was able to support himself from his law practice, a result due, no doubt, very largely to his personal qualities and to his reputation as a shrewd politician. Not that he made money. The fee book of Lincoln and Stewart shows that the returns were modest enough, and that sometimes they even traded out their account. Nevertheless, it was a satisfaction to earn a livelihood so soon. Of his peculiar methods as a lawyer at this date we know very little. Most of his cases are utterly uninteresting. The very first year he was in Springfield, however, he had one case which created a sensation, and which is an admirable example of the way he could combine business and politics, as well as of his merciless persistency in pursuing a man whom he believed unjust. It seems that among the offices to be filled at the August election of 1837 was that of probate justice of the peace. One of the candidates was General James Adams, a man who had come on from the East in the early 20s, and who had at first claimed to be a lawyer. He had been an aspirant for various offices, among them that of governor of the state, but with little success. A few days before the August election of 1837, an anonymous handbill was scattered about the streets. It was an attack on General Adams, charging him with having acquired the title to a 10-acre lot of ground near the town by the deliberate forgery of the name of Joseph Anderson, of Fulton County, Illinois, to an assignment of a judgment. Anderson had died, and his widow, going to Springfield to dispose of the land, had been surprised to find that it was claimed by General Adams. She had employed Stewart and Lincoln to look into the matter. The handbill, which went into all of the details at great length, concluded as follows: "I have only made these statements because I am known by many to be one of the individuals against whom the charge of forging the assignment and slipping it into the General's papers has been made, and because our silence might be construed into a confession of the truth. I shall not subscribe my name, but hereby authorize the editor of the journal to give it up to anyone who may call for it." After the election, at which General Adams was successful, the handbill was reproduced in the Sangamon Journal, with a card signed by the editor in which he said, "To save any further remarks on this subject, I now state that A. Lincoln, Esquire, is the author of the handbill in question." The same issue of the paper contained a lengthy communication from General Adams denying the charge of fraud. The controversy was continued for several weeks in the newspapers, General Adams often filling 6 columns of a single issue of the Springfield Republican. He charged that the assault upon him was the result of a conspiracy between a knot of lawyers, doctors, and others who wished to ruin his reputation. Lincoln's answers to Adams are most emphatic. In one case, quoting several of his assertions, he pronounced them all as false as hell, as all this community must know. Adams' replies were always voluminous. "Such is the turn which things have lately taken," wrote Lincoln, "that when General Adams writes a book, I am expected to write a commentary on it." Replying to Adams' denunciation of the lawyers, he said, "He attempted to impose himself upon the community as a lawyer, and he actually carried the attempt so far as to induce a man who was under the charge of murder to entrust the defense of his life to his hands, and finally took his money and got him hanged. Is this the man that is to raise a breeze in his favor by abusing lawyers? If he is not a lawyer, he is a liar, for he proclaimed himself a lawyer and got a man hanged by depending on him." Lincoln concluded, "Farewell, General. I will see you again at court, if not before. When and where, we will settle the question whether you or the widow shall have the land." The widow did get the land, but this was not the worst thing that happened to Adams. The climax was reached when the Sangamon Journal published a long editorial, written by Lincoln, no doubt, on the controversy, and followed it with a copy of an indictment found against Adams in Oswego County, New York, in 1818. The offense charged in this indictment was the forgery of a deed by Adams, a person of evil name and fame and of a wicked disposition. Lincoln's victory in this controversy undoubtedly did much to impress the community, not necessarily that he was a good lawyer, but rather that he was a clever strategist and a fearless enemy. It was not, in fact, as a lawyer that he was prominent in the first years after he came to Springfield. It was as a politician. The place he had taken among the leaders of the Whig Party in the winter of 1836 and 1837 he easily kept. The qualities which he had shown from the outstart of his public life were only strengthened as he gained experience and self-confidence. He was the terror of the pretentious and insincere, and had a way of exposing their shams by clever tricks which were unanswerable arguments. Thus it was considered necessary, at that day, by a candidate to prove the farmers that he was poor, and like themselves, horny-handed. Those politicians who wore good clothes and dined sumptuously were careful to conceal their regards for the elegancies of life from their constituents. One of the Democrats who in this period took particular pains to decry the Whigs for their wealth and aristocratic principles was Colonel Dick Taylor, generally known in Illinois as Ruffleshirt Taylor. He was a vain and handsome man, who habitually arrayed himself as gorgeously as the fashion allowed. One day, when he and Lincoln had met in debate at a countryside gathering, Colonel Dick became particularly bitter in his condemnation of Whig elegance. Lincoln listened for a time, and then, slipping near the speaker, suddenly caught his coat, which was buttoned up close, and tore it open. A mass of ruffled shirt, a gorgeous velvet vest, and a great gold chain, from which dangled numerous rings and seals, were uncovered to the crowd. Lincoln needed to make no further reply that day to the charge of being a rag baron. Lincoln loved fair play as he hated shams, and throughout these early years in Springfield boldly insisted that friend and enemy have the chance do them. A dramatic case of this kind occurred at a political meeting held one evening in the Springfield courtroom, which at that date was temporarily in a hall under Stuart and Lincoln's law office. Directly over the platform was a trap door. Lincoln frequently would lie by this opening during a meeting, listening to the speeches. One evening one of his friends, E.D. Baker, in speaking angered the crowd, and an attempt was made to pull him down. Before the assailants could reach the platform, however, a pair of long legs dangled from the trap door, and in an instant Lincoln dropped down beside Baker, crying out, "Hold on, gentlemen, this is a land of free speech." His appearance was so unexpected, and his attitude so determined, that the crowd soon was quiet, and Baker went on with his speech. Lincoln did not take a prominent place in his party because the Whigs lacked material. He had powerful rivals: Edward Dickinson Baker, Colonel John J. Hardin, John T. Stewart, Ninian W. Edwards, Jesse K. Dubois, O. H. Browning were but a few of the brilliant men who were throwing all their ability and ambition into the contest for political honors in the state. Nor were the Whigs a whit superior to the Democrats. William L. D. Ewing, Ebenezer Peck, William Thomas, James Shields, John Calhoun were in every respect as able as the best men of the Whig party. Indeed, one of the prominent Democrats with whom Lincoln came often in contact was popularly regarded as the most brilliant and promising politician of the state, Stephen A. Douglas. His record had been phenomenal. He had amazed both parties in 1834 by securing the appointment by the legislature to the office of State Attorney for the First Judicial Circuit, over John J. Hardin. In 1836 he had been elected to the legislature, and although he was at that time but 23 years of age, he had shown himself one of the most vigorous, capable, and intelligent members. Indeed, Douglas's work in the 10th Assembly gave him about the same position in the Democratic Party of the state at large that Lincoln's work in the same body gave him in the Whig Party of his own district. In 1837, he had had no difficulty in being appointed Register of the Land Office, a position which compelled him to make his home in Springfield. It was only a few months after Lincoln rode into town, all his earthly possessions in a pair of saddlebags, that Douglas appeared, handsome, polished, and always with an air of prosperity. The advent of the young Democratic official was in striking contrast to that of the sad-eyed, ill-clad, poverty-stricken young lawyer from New Salem. From the first, Lincoln and Douglas were thrown constantly together in the social life of the town, and often pitted against each other in what were the real forums of the state at that day. The space around the huge Franklin stove of some obliging storekeeper, the steps of somebody's law office, a pile of lumber or a long timber lying in the public square where the new State House was going up. In the fall of 1837, Douglas was nominated for Congress on the Democratic ticket. His Whig opponent was Lincoln's law partner, John T. Stuart. The campaign which the two conducted was one of the most remarkable in the history of the state. For 5 months of the spring and summer of 1838, they rode together from town to town all over the northern part of Illinois. Illinois at that time was divided into but 3 congressional districts, the third, in which Sangamon County was included, being made up of the 22 northernmost counties, speaking 6 days out of 7. When the election came off in August 1838, out of 36,000 votes cast, Stuart received a majority of only 14. But even that majority, the Democrats always contended, was won unfairly. The campaign was watched with intense interest by the young politicians of Springfield. No one of them felt a deeper interest in it than Lincoln, who was himself a candidate for the state legislature, and who was spending a great deal of his time in electioneering. As the campaign of 1840 approached, Lincoln was more and more frequently pitted against Douglas. He had, by this time, no doubt learned something of the power of the little giant, as Douglas was already called. Certainly no man in public life between 1837 and 1860 had a greater hold on his followers. The reasons for this grasp are not hard to find. Douglas was by nature buoyant, enthusiastic, impetuous. He had that sunny boyishness which is so irresistible to young and old. With it he had great natural eloquence. When his deep, rich voice rolled out fervid periods in support of the sub-treasury and the convention system, or in opposition to internal improvements by the federal government, the people applauded out of sheer joy at the pleasure of hearing him. He was one of the few people in Illinois whom the epithet of Yankee never hurt. He might be a Yankee, but when he sat down on the knee of some surly lawyer and confidentially told him his plans, or at a political meeting took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves and pitched into his opponent, the sons of Illinois forgot his origin in love for the man. Lincoln undoubtedly understood the charm of Douglas and realized his power. But he already had an insight into one of his political characteristics that few people recognized at that day. In writing to Stuart in 1839, while the latter was attending Congress, Lincoln said, "Douglas has not been here since you left. A report is in circulation here now that he has abandoned the idea of going to Washington, though this report does not come in a very authentic form, so far as I can learn. Though, by the way, speaking of authenticity, you know that if we had heard Douglas say that he had abandoned the contest, it would not be very authentic." At that time, the local issues, which had formerly engaged Illinois candidates almost entirely, were lost sight of in national questions. In Springfield, where the leaders of both parties were living, many hot debates were held in private. Out of these grew, in December 1839, a series of public discussions, extending over 8 evenings, and in which several of the first orators of the state took part. Lincoln was the last man on the list. The people were nearly worn out when his turn came, and his audience was small. He began his speech with some melancholy, self-deprecatory reflections, complaining that the small audience cast a damp over his spirits which he was sure he would be unable to overcome during the evening. He did better than he expected, overcoming the damp on his spirits so effectually that he made what was regarded as the best speech of the series. By a general request it was printed for distribution. While there is little of the perfervid eloquence of 1840 in it, as well as a good deal of the rather boisterous humor of the time, a part of it is devoted to a careful examination of the statements of his opponents, and a refutation of them by means of public documents. As a good Democrat was expected to do, Douglas had explained with plausibility why the Van Buren administration had, in 1838, spent $40 million. Lincoln takes up his statements one by one, and proves, as he says, that the majority of them are wholly untrue. Douglas had attributed a part of the expenditures to the purchase of public lands from the Indians. Now it happens, said Lincoln, that no such purchase was made during that year. It is true that some money was paid that year in pursuance of Indian treaties, but no more, or rather not as much as had been paid on the same account in each of several preceding years. Again, Mr. Douglas says that the removal of Indians to the country west of the Mississippi created much of the expenditure of 1838. I have examined the public documents in relation to this matter, and find that less was paid for the removal of Indians in that than in some former years. The whole sum expended on that account in that year did not much exceed $250,000. For this small sum, although we do not think the administration entitled to credit because large sums have been expended in the same way in former years, we consent it may take one and make the most of it. Next, Mr. Douglas says that $5 million of the expenditure of 1838 consisted of the payment of the French indemnity money to its individual claimants. I have carefully examined the public documents, and thereby find this statement to be wholly untrue. Of the $40 million expended in 1838, I am enabled to say positively that not $1 consisted of payments on the French indemnities. So much for that excuse. Next comes the post office. He says that $5 million were expended during that year to sustain that department. By a like examination of public documents, I find this also wholly untrue. Of the so often mentioned $40 million, not $1 went to the post office. I return to another of Mr. Douglas's excuses for the expenditures of 1838, at the same time announcing the pleasing intelligence that this is the last one. He says that $10 million of that year's expenditure were a contingent appropriation to prosecute an anticipated war with Great Britain on the Maine boundary question. Few words will settle this. First, that the $10 million appropriated was not made till 1839, and consequently could not have been expended in 1838. Second, although it was appropriated, it has never been expended at all. Those who heard Mr. Douglas recollect that he indulged himself in a contemptuous expression of pity for me. Now he's got me, thought I. But when he went on to say that $5 million of the expenditure of 1838 were payments of the French indemnities, which I knew to be untrue, that $5 million had been for the post office, which I knew to be untrue, that $10 million had been for the Maine boundary war, which I not only knew to be untrue, but supremely ridiculous also, and when I saw that he was stupid enough to hope that I would permit such groundless and audacious assertions to go unexposed, I readily consented that, on the score of both veracity and sagacity, the audience should judge whether he or I were the more deserving of the world's contempt. These citations show that Lincoln had already learned to handle public documents, and to depend, for at least a part of his success with an audience, upon a careful statement of facts. The methods used in at least a portion of this speech are exactly those which made the irresistible strength of his speeches in 1858, 1859, and 1860. But there was little of as good work done in the campaign of 1840 by Lincoln or anybody else as is found in this speech. It was a campaign of fun and noise, and nowhere more so than in Illinois. Lincoln was one of the 5 Whig presidential electors, and he flung himself into the campaign with confidence. "The nomination of Harrison takes first rate," he wrote to his partner Stuart, then in Washington. "You know I am never sanguine, but I believe we will carry the state. The chance of doing so appears to me 25% better than it did for you to beat Douglas." The Whigs, in spite of their dislike of the convention system, organized as they never had before, and even sent out a confidential circular of which Lincoln was the author. This circular provided for a remarkably complete organization of the state, as the following extracts will show. After due deliberation, the following is the plan of organization and the duties required of each county committee. 1. To divide each a subcommittee, whose duty it shall be to make a perfect list of all the voters in their respective districts, and to ascertain with certainty for whom they will vote. If they meet with men who are doubtful as to the man they will support, such voters should be designated in separate lines, with the name of the man they will probably support. 2. It will be the duty of said subcommittee to keep a constant watch on the doubtful voters, and from time to time have them talked to by those in whom they have the most confidence, and also to place in their hands such documents as will enlighten and influence them. 5. On the 1st of each month hereafter we shall expect to hear from you. After the first report of your subcommittees, unless there should be found a great many doubtful voters, you can tell pretty accurately the manner in which your county will vote. In each of your letters to us, you will state the number of certain votes both for and against us, as well as the number of doubtful votes, with your opinion of the manner in which they will be cast. 6. When we have heard from all the counties, we shall be able to tell with similar accuracy the political complexion of the state. This information will be forwarded to you as soon as received. Every weapon Lincoln thought of possible use in the contest he secured. Be sure to send me as many copies of the Life of Harrison as you can spare from other uses, he wrote Stuart. Be very sure to procure and send me the Senate Journal of New York of September 1814. I have a newspaper article which says that that document proves that Van Buren voted against raising troops in the last war. And in general, send me anything you think will be a good war club. Every sign of success he quoted to Stuart. The number of subscribers to the Old Soldier, a campaign newspaper which the Whig Committee had informed the Whigs of the state that they must take, the names of Van Buren men who were weakening, and to whom he wanted Stuart to send documents, the name of every theretofore doubtful person who had declared himself for Harrison. "Jaff Bell has come out for Harrison," he put in a postscript to one letter. "Ain't that a caution?" The monster political meetings held throughout the state did much to widen Lincoln's reputation, particularly one held in June in Springfield. 20,000 people attended this meeting, delegations coming from every direction. It took 14 teams to haul the delegation from Chicago, and they were 3 weeks on their journey. Each party carried some huge symbolic piece, the log cabin being the favorite. One of the cabins taken to Springfield was drawn by 30 yokes of oxen. In a hickory tree which was planted beside this cabin, coons were seen playing, and a barrel of hard cider stood by the door, continually on tap. Instead of a log cabin, the Chicago delegation dragged across country a government yawl, rigged up as a 2-masted ship, with a band of music and a 6-pounder cannon on board. There are many reminiscences of this great celebration and Lincoln's part in it still afloat in Illinois. General T.J. Henderson writes, in his entertaining reminiscences of Lincoln, The first time I remember to have seen Abraham Lincoln was during the memorable campaign of 1840, when I was a boy, 15 years of age. It was at an immense Whig mass meeting held at Springfield, Illinois in the month of June of that year. The Whigs attended this meeting from all parts of the state in large numbers, and it was estimated that from 40 to 50,000 people were present. They came in carriages and wagons, on horseback and on foot. They came with log cabins drawn on wheels by oxen, and with coonskins, and hard cider. They came with music and banners, and thousands of them came from long distances. It was the first political meeting I had ever attended, and it made a very strong impression upon my youthful mind. My father, William H. Henderson, then a resident of Stark County, Illinois, was an ardent Whig, and having served under General William Henry Harrison, the then Whig candidate for president, in the War of 1812 to 1815, he felt a deep interest in his election. And although he lived about 100 miles from Springfield, he went with a delegation from Stark County to this political meeting, and took me along with him. I remember that at this great meeting of the supporters of Harrison and Tyler, there were a number of able and distinguished speakers of the Whig party of the state of Illinois present. Among them were Colonel E.D. Baker, who was killed at Ball's Bluff on the Potomac in the late war, and who was one of the most eloquent speakers in the state, Colonel John J. Hardin, who was killed at the Battle of Buena Vista in the Mexican War, Fletcher Webster, a son of Daniel Webster, who was killed in the late war, S. Leslie Smith, a brilliant orator of Chicago, Reverend John Hogan, Ben Bond, and Abraham Lincoln. I heard all of these men speak on that occasion, and while I was too young to be a judge of their speeches, yet I thought them all to be great men, and none of them greater than Abraham Lincoln. The late Judge Scott of Illinois says of Lincoln's speech at that gathering, in an unpublished paper, Lincoln on the Stump and at the Bar, Mr. Lincoln stood in a wagon from which he addressed the mass of people that surrounded it. The meeting was one of unusual interest because of him who was to make the principal address. It was at the time of his greatest physical strength. He was tall and perhaps a little more slender than in later life, and more homely than after he became stouter in person. He was then only 31 years of age, and yet he was regarded as one of the ablest of the Whig speakers in that campaign. There was that in him that attracted and held public attention. Even then, he was the subject of popular regard because of his candid and simple mode of discussing and illustrating political questions. At times he was intensely logical, and was always most convincing in his arguments. The questions involved in that canvass had relation to the tariff, internal public improvements by the federal government, the distribution of the proceeds of the sales of public lands among the several states, and other questions that divided the political parties of that day. They were not such questions as enlisted and engaged his best thoughts. They did not take hold of his great nature, and had no tendency to develop it. At times he discussed the questions of the time in a logical way, but much time was devoted to telling stories to illustrate some phase of his argument, though more often the telling of these stories was resorted to for the purpose of rendering his opponents ridiculous. That was a style of speaking much appreciated at that early day. In that kind of oratory he excelled most of his contemporaries. Indeed, he had no equal in the state. One story he told on that occasion was full of salient points, and well illustrated the argument he was making. It was not an impure story, yet it was not one it would be seemly to publish. But rendered as it was in his inimitable way, it contained nothing that was offensive to a refined taste. The same story might have been told by another in such a way that it would probably have been regarded as transcending the proprieties of popular address. One characterizing feature of all the stories told by Mr. Lincoln, on the stump and elsewhere, was that although the subject matter of some of them might not have been entirely unobjectionable, yet the manner of telling them was so peculiarly his own that they gave no offense, even to refined and cultured people. On the contrary, they were much enjoyed. The story he told on this occasion was much liked by the vast assembly that surrounded the temporary platform from which he spoke, and was received with loud bursts of laughter and applause. It served to place the opposing party and its speakers in a most ludicrous position in respect to the question being considered, and gave him a most favorable hearing for the arguments he later made in support of the measures he was sustaining. Although so active as a Whig politician, Lincoln was not prominent at this period as a legislator. Few bills originated with him. Among these few, one of interest is the Illinois law requiring the examination of school teachers as to their qualifications, and providing for the granting of official certificates of authority to teach. In the pioneer days, any person whom circumstances forced into the business was permitted to teach. On December 2, 1840, Lincoln offered the following resolution in the Illinois House of Representatives. Resolved, that the Committee on Education be instructed to inquire into the expediency of providing, by law, for the examination as to the qualification of persons offering themselves as school teachers, that no teacher shall receive any part of the public school fund who shall not have successfully passed such examination, and that they report by bill or otherwise. A motion to table this resolution was defeated. Within the ensuing 3 months, the legislature passed an act making provision for organizing and maintaining common schools, the act which was the foundation of the common school system of Illinois. Section 81 of this act, providing for the qualification of teachers, embodied Lincoln's idea. This section made it the duty of the school trustees in every township to examine any person proposing to teach school in their vicinity in relation to the qualifications of such person as a teacher, or they might appoint a board of commissioners to conduct the examination, and a certificate of qualification was to be issued by a majority of the trustees or commissioners. Since then, of course, all the states have passed laws providing for the examination of teachers. In Illinois, no material change has been made in Lincoln's plan, for this section of the law was very likely drawn by Lincoln, except that the power of examination has been transferred from the trustees or commissioners to the county superintendent of schools, an office then unknown. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1. Chapter 11. Lincoln's engagement to Mary Todd. Breaking of the engagement. Lincoln Shields duel. Busy as Lincoln was with law and politics the first 3 years after he reached Springfield, he did not by any means fail to identify himself with the interests of the town and of its people. In all the intellectual life of the place he took his part. In the fall of 1837, with a few of the leading young men, he formed a young men's lyceum. One of the very few of his early speeches which has been preserved was delivered before this body, its subject being the perpetuation of our political institutions. At the request of the members of the lyceum, this address was published in the Sangamon Journal for February 3, 1838. The most pleasing feature of his early life in the town was the way in which he attracted all classes of people to him. He naturally, from his political importance and from his relation to Mr. Stuart, was admitted to the best society. But Lincoln was not received there from tolerance of his position only. The few members left of that interesting circle of Springfield in the 30s are emphatic in their statements that he was recognized as a valuable social factor. If indifferent to forms and little accustomed to conventional usages, he had a native dignity and self-respect which stamped him at once as a superior man. He had a good will, an easy adaptability to people, which made him take a hand in everything that went on. His name appears in every list of banqueters and merrymakers reported in the Springfield papers. He even served as a committeeman for cotillion parties. "We liked Lincoln, though he was not gay," said one charming and cultivated old lady to me in Springfield. He rarely danced, he was never very attentive to ladies, but he was always a welcome guest everywhere, and the center of a circle of animated talkers. Indeed, I think the only thing we girls had against Lincoln was that he always attracted all the men around him. Lincoln's kindly interest and perfectly democratic feeling attached him to many people whom he never met save on the streets. Indeed, his life in the streets of Springfield is a most touching and delightful study. He concerned himself in the progress of every building which was put up, of every new street which was opened. He passed nobody without recognition. He seemed always to have time to stop and talk. He became, in fact, part of Springfield's street life, just as he did of the town's politics and society. In 1840, Lincoln became engaged to be married to one of the favorite young women of Springfield, Miss Mary Todd, the sister-in-law of one of his political friends, a member of the Long Nine and a prominent citizen, Ninian W. Edwards. Miss Todd came from a well-known family of Lexington, Kentucky, her father, Robert S. Todd, being one of the leading citizens of his state. She had come to Springfield in 1839 to live with her sister, Mrs. Edwards. She was a brilliant, witty, high-educated girl, ambitious and spirited, with a touch of audacity which only made her more attractive, and she at once took a leading position in Springfield society. There were many young unmarried men in the town, drawn there by politics, and Mr. Edwards' handsome home was open to them in the hospitable Southern way. After Mary Todd became an inmate of the Edwards house, the place was gayer than ever. She received much attention from Douglas, Shields, Lincoln, and several others. It was soon apparent, however, that Miss Todd preferred Lincoln. As the intimacy between them increased, Mr. and Mrs. Edwards protested. However honorable and able a man Lincoln might be, he was still a plebeian. His family were humble and poor. He was self-educated, without address or polish, careless of forms, indifferent to society. How could Mary Todd, brought up in a cultured home, accustomed to the refinements of life, ambitious for social position, accommodate herself to so grave a nature, so dull an exterior? Miss Todd knew her own mind, however. She loved Lincoln, and seems to have believed from the first in his future. Sometime in 1840 they became engaged. But it was not long before there came the clashing inevitable between two persons whose tastes and ambitions were so different. Miss Todd was jealous and exacting, Lincoln thoughtless and inattentive. He frequently failed to accompany her to the merrymakings which she wanted to attend, and she, naturally enough, resented his neglect, interpreting it as a purposed slight. Sometimes, in revenge, she went with Mr. Douglas or some other escort who offered. Reproaches and tears and misunderstandings followed. If the lovers made up, it was only to fall out again. At last Lincoln became convinced that they were incompatible, and resolved that he must break the engagement. But the knowledge that the girl loved him took away his courage. He felt that he must not draw back, and he became profoundly miserable. Whatever woman may cast her lot with mine, should any ever do so, it is my intention to do all in my power to make her happy and contented, and there is nothing I can imagine that would make me more unhappy than to fail in the effort, Lincoln had written Miss Owens 3 years before. How could he make this brilliant, passionate creature, to whom he was betrothed, happy? A mortal dread of the result of the marriage, a harrowing doubt of his own feelings, possessed him. The experience is not so rare in the history of lovers that it should be regarded, as it often has been, as something exceptional and abnormal in Lincoln's case. A reflective nature, founded in melancholy, like Lincoln's, rarely undertakes even the simpler affairs of life without misgivings. He certainly experienced dread and doubt before entering on any new relation. When it came to forming the most delicate and intimate of all human relations, he staggered under a burden of uncertainty and suffering, and finally broke the engagement. So horrible a breach of honor did this seem to him that he called the day when it occurred the fatal 1st of January, 1841, and months afterward he wrote to his intimate friend Speed, "I must regain my confidence in my own ability to keep my resolves when they are made. In that ability I once prided myself as the only or chief gem of my character. That gem I lost. How and where you know too well. I have not yet regained it, and until I do, I cannot trust myself in any matter of much importance." The breaking of the engagement between Miss Todd and Mr. Lincoln was known at the time to all their friends. Lincoln's melancholy was evident to them all, nor did he indeed attempt to disguise it. He wrote and spoke freely to his intimates of the despair which possessed him and of his sense of dishonor. The episode caused a great amount of gossip, as was to be expected. After Mr. Lincoln's assassination and Mrs. Lincoln's sad death, various accounts of the courtship and marriage were circulated. It remained, however, for one of Lincoln's law partners, Mr. W. H. Herndon, to develop and circulate the most sensational of all the versions of the rupture. According to Mr. Herndon, the engagement between the two was broken in the most violent and public way possible, by Mr. Lincoln's failing to appear at the wedding. Mr. Herndon even describes the scene in detail. The time fixed for the marriage was the 1st day of January, 1841. Careful preparations for the happy occasion were made at the Edwards mansion. The house underwent the customary renovation. The furniture was properly arranged, the rooms neatly decorated, the supper prepared, and the guests invited. The latter assembled on the evening in question and awaited in expectant pleasure the interesting ceremony of marriage. The bride, bedecked in veil and silken gown, and nervously toying with the flowers in her hair, sat in the adjoining room. Nothing was lacking but the groom. For some strange reason he had been delayed. An hour passed, and the guests as well as the bride were becoming restless. But they were all doomed to disappointment. Another hour passed. Messengers were sent out over town, and each returning with the same report, it became apparent that Lincoln, the principal in this little drama, had purposely failed to appear. The bride, in grief, disappeared to her room. The wedding supper was left untouched. The guests quietly and wonderingly withdrew. The lights in the Edwards mansion were blown out, and darkness settled over all for the night. What the feelings of a lady as sensitive, passionate, and proud as Miss Todd were, we can only imagine. No one can ever describe them. By daybreak, after persistent search, Lincoln's friends found him. Restless, gloomy, miserable, desperate, he seemed an object of pity. His friends, Speed among the number, fearing a tragic termination, watched him closely in their rooms day and night. Knives and razors and every instrument that could be used for self-destruction were removed from his reach. Mrs. Edwards did not hesitate to regard him as insane, and of course her sister Mary shared in that view. No one can read this description in connection with the rest of Mr. Herndon's text and escape the impression that, if it is true, there must have been a vein of cowardice in Lincoln. The context shows that he was not insane enough to excuse such a public insult to a woman. To break his engagement was, all things considered, not an unusual or abnormal thing. To brood over the rupture, to blame himself, to feel that he had been dishonorable, was to be expected after such an act from one of his temperament. Nothing, however, but temporary insanity or constitutional cowardice could explain such conduct as here described. Mr. Herndon does not pretend to found his story on any personal knowledge of the affair. He was in Springfield at the time, a clerk in Speed's store, but did not have then, nor indeed did he ever have, any social relations with the families in which Mr. Lincoln was always a welcome guest. His authority for the story is a remark which he says Mrs. Ninian Edwards made to him in an interview. Lincoln and Mary were engaged. Everything was ready and prepared for the marriage, even to the supper. Mr. Lincoln failed to meet his engagement, Cause: insanity. This remark, it should be noted, is not from a manuscript written by Mrs. Edwards, but in a report of an interview with her, written by Mr. Herndon. Supposing, however, that the statement was made exactly as Mr. Herndon reports it, it certainly does not justify any sensational description as Mr. Herndon gives. If such a thing had ever occurred, it could not have failed to be known, of course, even to its smallest details, by all the relatives and friends of both Miss Todd and Mr. Lincoln. Nobody, however, ever heard of this wedding party until Mr. Herndon gave his material to the public. One of the closest friends of the Lincolns throughout their lives was a cousin of Mrs. Lincoln's, Mrs. Grimsley, afterwards Mrs. Dr. Brown. Mrs. Grimsley lived in Springfield on the most intimate and friendly relations with Mr. and Mrs. Lincoln, and the first 6 months of their life in the White House she spent with them. She was a woman of unusual culture and of the rarest sweetness and graciousness of character. Some months before Mrs. Brown's death, in August 1895, a copy of Mr. Herndon's story was sent her, with a request that she write for publication her knowledge of the affair. In her reply she said, "Did Mr. Lincoln fail to appear when the invitations were out, the guests invited, and the supper ready for the wedding? I will say emphatically, no. There may have been a little shadow of foundation for Mr. Herndon's lively imagination to play upon, in that the year previous to the marriage, and when Mr. Lincoln and my cousin Mary expected soon to be married, Mr. Lincoln was taken with one of those fearful, overwhelming periods of depression, which induced his friends to persuade him to leave Springfield. This he did for a time, but I am satisfied he was loyal and true to Mary, even though at times he may have doubted whether he was responding as fully as a manly, generous nature should to such affection as he knew my cousin was ready to bestow on him. And this because it had not the overmastering depth of an early love. This everybody here knows, therefore I do not feel as if I were betraying dear friends." Mrs. John Stuart, the wife of Lincoln's law partner at that time, is still living in Springfield, a refined, cultivated, intelligent woman, who remembers perfectly the life and events of that day. When Mr. Herndon's story first came to her attention, her indignation was intense. She protested that she had never before heard of such a thing. Mrs. Stuart was not, however, in Springfield at that particular date, but in Washington, her husband being a member of Congress. She wrote the following statement for this biography. "I cannot deny this, as I was not in Springfield for some months before and after this occurrence was said to have taken place. But I was in close correspondence with relatives and friends during all this time, and never heard a word of it. The late Judge Broadwell told me that he had asked Mr. Ninian Edwards about it, and Mr. Edwards told him that no such thing had ever taken place. All I can say is that I unhesitatingly do not believe such an event ever occurred. I thought I had never heard of this till I saw it in Herndon's book. I have since been told that Lamon mentions the same thing. I read Lamon at the time he published, and felt very much disgusted, but did not remember this particular assertion. The first chapters of Lamon's book were purchased from Herndon, so Herndon is responsible for the whole. Mrs. Lincoln told me herself all the circumstances of her engagement to Mr. Lincoln, of his illness, and the breaking off of her engagement, of the renewal, and her marriage. So, I say, I do not believe one word of this dishonorable story about Mr. Lincoln." Another prominent member in the same circle with Mr. Lincoln and Miss Todd is Mrs. B. T. Edwards, the widow of Judge Benjamin T. Edwards, the sister-in-law of Mr. Ninian Edwards, who had married Miss Todd's sister. She came to Springfield in 1839 and was intimately acquainted with Mr. Lincoln and Miss Todd, and knew, as well as another could know, their affairs. Mrs. Edwards is still living in Springfield, a woman of the most perfect refinement and trustworthiness. In answer to the question, "Is Mr. Herndon's description true?" she writes, "I am impatient to tell you that all that he says about this wedding, the time for which was fixed for the first day of January, is a fabrication. He has drawn largely upon his imagination in describing something which never took place. I know the engagement between Mr. Lincoln and Miss Todd was interrupted for a time, and it was rumored among her young friends that Mr. Edwards had rather opposed it. But I am sure there had been no time fixed for any wedding. That is, no preparations had ever been made until the day that Mr. Lincoln met Mr. Edwards on the street and told him that he and Mary were going to be married that evening. Upon inquiry, Mr. Lincoln said that they would be married in the Episcopal Church, to which Mr. Edwards replied, "No, Mary is my ward, and she must be married at my house." If I remember rightly, the wedding guests were few, not more than 30, and it seems to me all are gone now but Mrs. Wallace, Mrs. Levering, and myself, for it was not much more than a family gathering. Only 2 or 3 of Mary Todd's young friends were present. The entertainment was simple but in beautiful taste, but the bride had neither veil nor flowers in her hair with which to toy nervously. There had been no elaborate trousseau for the bride of the future President of the United States, nor even a handsome wedding gown, nor was it a gay wedding. 2 sisters of Mrs. Lincoln, who are still living, Mrs. Wallace of Springfield and Mrs. Helm of Elizabethtown, Kentucky, deny emphatically that any wedding was ever arranged between Mr. Lincoln and Miss Todd but the one which did take place. That the engagement was broken after a wedding had been talked of, they think possible, but Mr. Herndon's story they deny emphatically. "There is not a word of truth in it," Mrs. Wallace broke out, impulsively, before the question about the non-appearance of Mr. Lincoln had been finished. "I was never so amazed in my life as when I read that story. Mr. Lincoln never did such a thing. Why, Mary Lincoln never had a silk dress in her life until she went to Washington." As Mr. Joshua Speed was all through this period Mr. Lincoln's closest friend, no thought or feeling of the one ever being concealed from the other, Mrs. Joshua Speed, who is still living in Louisville, Kentucky, was asked if she knew of the story. Mrs. Speed listened in surprise to Mr. Herndon's tale. "I never heard of it before," she declared. "I never heard of it. If it is true, I never heard of it." While the above investigation was going on, quite unexpectedly, a volunteer witness to the falsity of the story appeared. The Honorable H. W. Thornton of Millersburg, Illinois, was a member of the 12th General Assembly, which met in Springfield in 1840. During that winter he was boarding near Lincoln, saw him almost every day, was a constant visitor at Mr. Edwards' house, and he knew Miss Todd well. He wrote to the author declaring that Mr. Herndon's statement about the wedding must be false, as he was closely associated with Miss Todd and Mr. Lincoln all winter, and never knew anything of it. Mr. Thornton went on to say that he knew beyond a doubt that the sensational account of Lincoln's insanity was untrue, and he quoted from the House Journal to show how it was impossible that, as Lamon says, using Herndon's notes, Lincoln went crazy as a loon and did not attend the legislature in 1841, 1842 for this reason, or as Herndon says, that he had to be watched constantly. According to the record taken from the journals of the House by Mr. Thornton, and which have been verified in Springfield, Mr. Lincoln was in his seat in the House on that fatal 1st of January, when he is asserted to have been groping in the shadow of madness, and he was also there on the following day. The 3rd of January was Sunday. On Monday the 4th he appears not to have been present. At least, he did not vote. But even this is by no means conclusive evidence that he was not there. On the 5th, and on every succeeding day until the 13th, he was in his seat. From the 13th to the 18th, inclusive, he is not recorded on any of the roll calls, and probably was not present. But on the 19th, when John J. Hardin announced his illness to the House, as Mr. Herndon says, which announcement seems not to have gotten into the journal, Lincoln was again in his place and voted. On the 20th he is not recorded, but on every subsequent day until the close of the session on the 1st of March, Lincoln was in the House. Thus, during the whole of the 2 months of January and February, he was absent not more than 7 days, as good a record of attendance, perhaps, as that made by the average member. Mr. Thornton says further, Mr. Lincoln boarded at William Butler's, near to Dr. Henry's, where I boarded. The missing days, from January 13th to 19th, Mr. Lincoln spent several hours each day at Dr. Henry's. A part of these days I remained with Mr. Lincoln. His most intimate friends had no fears of his injuring himself. He was very sad and melancholy, but being subject to these spells, nothing serious was apprehended. His being watched, as stated in Herndon's book, was news to me until I saw it there. But while Lincoln went about his daily duties, even on the fatal 1st of January, the day when he broke his word to Miss Todd, his whole being was shrouded in gloom. He did not pretend to conceal this from his friends. Writing to Mr. Stewart on January 23rd, he said, "I am now the most miserable man living. If what I feel were equally distributed to the whole human family, there would not be one cheerful face on the earth. Whether I shall ever be better, I cannot tell. I awfully forebode I shall not. To remain as I am is impossible. I must die or be better, it appears to me. The matter you speak of on my account you may attend to as you say, unless you shall hear of my condition forbidding it. I say this because I fear I shall be unable to attend to any business here, and a change of scene might help me." In the summer he visited his friend Speed, who had sold his store in Springfield and returned to Louisville, Kentucky. The visit did much to brighten his spirits, for, writing back in September, after his return, to his friend's sister, he was even gay. A curious situation arose the next year, 1842, which did much to restore Lincoln to a more normal view of his relation to Miss Todd. In the summer of 1841, his friend Speed had become engaged. As the time for his marriage approached, he, in turn, was attacked by a melancholy not unlike that from which Lincoln had suffered. He feared he did not love well enough to marry, and he confided his fear to Lincoln. Full of sympathy for the trouble of his friend, Lincoln tried in every way to persuade him that his twinges of the soul were all explained by nervous debility. When Speed returned to Kentucky, Lincoln wrote him several letters in which he consoled, counseled, or laughed at him. These letters abound in suggestive passages. From what did Speed suffer? From 3 special causes and a general one, which Lincoln proceeds to enumerate. The general cause is that you are naturally of a nervous temperament, and this I say from what I have seen of you personally, and what you have told me concerning your mother at various times, and concerning your brother William at the time his wife died. The first special cause is your exposure to bad weather on your journey, which my experience clearly proves to be very severe on defective nerves. The second is the absence of all business and conversation of friends, which might divert your mind, give it occasional rest from the intensity of thought which will sometimes wear the sweetest idea threadbare, and turn it to the bitterness of death. The third is the rapid and near approach of that crisis on which all your thoughts and feelings concentrate. Speed writes that his fiancée is ill, and his letter is full of gloomy forebodings of an early death. Lincoln hails these fears as an omen of happiness. I hope and believe that your present anxiety and distress about her health and her life must and will forever banish those horrid doubts which I know you sometimes felt as to the truth of your affection for her. If they can once and forever be removed, and I almost feel a presentiment that the Almighty has sent your present affliction expressly for that object, surely nothing can come in their stead to fill their immeasurable measure of misery. It really appears to me that you yourself ought to rejoice and not sorrow at this indubitable evidence of your undying affection for her. Why, Speed, if you did not love her, although you might not wish her death, you would most certainly be resigned to it. Perhaps this point is no longer a question with you, and my pertinacious dwelling upon it is a rude intrusion upon your feelings. If so, you must pardon me. You know the hell I have suffered on that point, and how tender I am upon it. I am now fully convinced that you love her as ardently as you are capable of loving. Your ever being happy in her presence, and your intense anxiety about her health, if there were nothing else, would place this beyond all dispute in my mind. I incline to think it probable that your nerves will fail you occasionally for a while, but once you get them firmly guarded now, that trouble is over forever. I think if I were you, in case my mind were not exactly right, I would avoid being idle. I would immediately engage in some business or go to making preparations for it, which would be the same thing. Mr. Speed's marriage occurred in February, and to the letter announcing it, Lincoln replied, I opened the letter with intense anxiety and trepidation, so much so that, although it turned out better than I expected, I have hardly yet, at a distance of 10 hours, become calm. I tell you, Speed, our forebodings, for which you and I are peculiar, are all the worst sort of nonsense. I fancied, from the time I received your letter of Saturday, that the one of Wednesday was never to come. And yet it did come, and what is more, it is perfectly clear, both from its tone and handwriting, that you were much happier, or, if you think the term preferable, less miserable, when you wrote it than when you wrote the last one before. You had so obviously improved at the very time I so much fancied you would have grown worse. You say that something indescribably horrible and alarming still haunts you. You will not say that 3 months from now, I will venture. When your nerves once get steady now, the whole trouble will be over forever. Nor should you become impatient at their being even very slow in becoming steady. Again, you say, you much fear that that Elysium of which you have dreamed so much is never to be realized. Well, if it shall not, I dare swear that it will not be the fault of her who is now your wife. I now have no doubt that it is the peculiar misfortune of both you and me to dream dreams of Elysium far exceeding all that anything earthly can realize. His prophecy was true. In March, Speed wrote him that he was far happier than he had ever expected to be. Lincoln caught at the letter with pathetic eagerness. It cannot be told how it now thrills me with joy to hear you say you are far happier than you ever expected to be. That much I know is enough. I know you too well to suppose your expectations were not at least sometimes extravagant, and if the reality exceeds them all, I say enough, dear Lord. I am not going beyond the truth when I tell you that the short space it took me to read your last letter gave me more pleasure than the total sum of all I have enjoyed since the fatal 1st of January, 1841. Since then, it seems to me I should have been entirely happy, but for the never-absent idea that there is one still unhappy whom I have contributed to make so. That still kills my soul. I cannot but reproach myself for even wishing to be happy while she is otherwise. She accompanied a large party on the railroad cars to Jacksonville last Monday, and on her return spoke, so that I have heard of it, of having enjoyed the trip exceedingly. God be praised for that. Evidently Lincoln was still unreconciled to his separation from Miss Todd. In the summer of 1842, only 3 or 4 months after the above letter was written, a clever ruse on the part of certain of their friends threw the two unexpectedly together, and an understanding of some kind evidently was reached, for during the season they met secretly at the house of one of Lincoln's friends, Mr. Simeon Francis. It was while these meetings were going on that a burlesque encounter occurred between Lincoln and James Shields, for which Miss Todd was partly responsible, and which no doubt gave just the touch of comedy necessary to relieve their tragedy, and restore them to a healthier view of their relations. Among the Democratic officials then living in Springfield was the auditor of the state, James Shields. He was a hot-headed, blustering Irishman, not without ability, and certainly courageous, a good politician, and on the whole a very well-liked man. However, the swagger and noise with which he accompanied the execution of his duties, and his habit of being continually on the defensive, made him the butt of Whig ridicule. Nothing could have given greater satisfaction to Lincoln and his friends than having an opponent who, whenever they joked him, flew into a rage and challenged them to fight. At the time Lincoln was visiting Miss Todd at Mr. Francis's house, the Whigs were much excited over the fact that the Democrats had issued an order forbidding the payment of state taxes in state banknotes. The banknotes were in fact practically worthless, for the state finances were suffering a violent reaction from the extravagant legislation of 1836 and 1837. One of the popular ways of attacking an obnoxious political doctrine in that day was writing letters from some imaginary backwoods settlement, setting forth in homely vernacular the writer's views of the question, and showing how its application affected his part of the world. These letters were really a rude form of the Bigelow Papers or Nasby letters. Soon after the order was issued by the Illinois officials demanding silver instead of banknotes in payment of taxes, Lincoln wrote a letter to a Springfield paper from the Lost Townships, signing it Aunt Rebecca. In it he described the plight to which the new order had brought the neighborhood, and he intimated that the only reason for issuing such an order was that the state officers might have their salaries paid in silver. Shields was ridiculed unmercifully in the letter for his vanity and his gallantry. It happened that there were several young women in Springfield who had received rather too pronounced attention from Mr. Shields, and who were glad to see him tormented. Among them were Miss Todd and her friend Miss Julia Jane. Lincoln's letter from the Lost Townships was such a success that they followed it up with one in which Aunt Rebecca proposed to the gallant auditor, and a few days later they published some very bad verses signed Kathleen celebrating the wedding. Springfield was highly entertained, less by the verses than by the fury of Shields. He would have satisfaction, he said, and he sent a friend, one General Whitesides, to the paper to ask for the name of the writer of the communications. The editor, in a quandary, went to Lincoln, who, unwilling that Miss Todd and Miss Jane should figure in the affair, ordered that his own name be given as the author of letters and poem. This was only about 10 days after the first letter had appeared, on September 2nd, and Lincoln left Springfield in a day or two for a long trip on the circuit. He was at Tremont when, on the morning of the 17th, two of his friends, E. H. Merriman and William Butler, drove up hastily. Shields and his friend Whitesides were behind, they said, the irate Irishman vowing that he would challenge Lincoln. They, knowing that Lincoln was unpracticed both as to diplomacy and weapons, had started as soon as they had learned that Shields had left Springfield, had passed him in the night, and were there to see Lincoln through. It was not long before Shields and Whitesides arrived, and soon Lincoln received a note in which the indignant auditor said, "I will take the liberty of requiring a full, positive, and absolute retraction of all offensive allusions used by you in these communications in relation to my private character and standing as a man, as an apology for the insults conveyed in them. This may prevent consequences which no one will regret more than myself." Lincoln immediately replied that since Shields had not stopped to inquire whether he really was the author of the articles, had not pointed out what was offensive in them, had assumed facts and hinted at consequences, he could not submit to answer the note. Shields wrote again, but Lincoln simply replied that he could receive nothing but a withdrawal of the first note or a challenge. To this he steadily held, even refusing to answer the question as to the authorship of the letters, which Shields finally put. It was inconsistent with his honor to negotiate for peace with Mr. Shields, he said, unless Mr. Shields withdrew his former offensive letter. Seconds were immediately named, Whitesides by Shields, Merriman by Lincoln, and though they talked of peace, Whitesides declared he could not mention it to his principal. He would challenge me next, and as soon cut my throat as not. This was on the 19th, and that night the party returned to Springfield. But in some way the affair had leaked out, and fearing arrest, Lincoln and Merriman left town the next morning. The instructions were left with Butler. if Shields would withdraw his first note and write another asking if Lincoln was the author of the offensive articles, and if so, asking for gentlemanly satisfaction, then Lincoln had prepared a letter explaining the whole affair. If Shields would not do this, there was nothing to do but fight. Lincoln left the following preliminaries for the duel. First, weapons. Cavalry broadswords of the largest size, precisely equal in all respects, and such as now used by the cavalry company at Jacksonville. Second, position. A plank 10 feet long, and from 9 to 12 inches broad, to be firmly fixed on edge, on the ground, as the line between us, which neither is to pass his foot over on forfeit of his life. Next, a line drawn on the ground on either side of said plank and parallel with it, each at the distance of the whole length of the sword and 3 feet additional from the plank, and the passing of his own such line by either party during the fight shall be deemed a surrender of the contest. Third, time. On Thursday evening at 5 o'clock, if you can get it so, but in no case to be at a greater distance of time than Friday evening at 5 o'clock. Fourth, place. Within 3 miles of Alton, on the opposite side of the river, the particular spot to be agreed on by you. As Mr. Shields refused to withdraw his first note, the entire party started for the rendezvous across the Mississippi. Lincoln and Merryman drove together in a dilapidated old buggy, in the bottom of which rattled a number of broadswords. It was the morning of the 22nd of September when the duelists arrived in town. There are people still living in Alton who remember their coming. The party arrived about the middle of the morning, says Mr. Edward Levis, and soon crossed the river to a sandbar, which at the time was, by reason of the low water, a part of the Missouri mainland. The means of conveyance was an old horse ferry that was operated by a man named Chapman. The weapons were in the keeping of the friends of the principals, and no care was taken to conceal them. In fact, they were openly displayed. Naturally, there was a great desire among the male population to attend the duel, but the managers of the affair would not permit any but their own party to board the ferry boat. Skiffs were very scarce, and but a few could avail themselves of the opportunity in this way. I had to content myself with standing on the levee and watching the proceedings at long range. As soon as the parties reached the island, the seconds began preparations for the duel, the principals meanwhile seating themselves on logs on opposite sides of the field, a half-cleared spot in the timber. One of the spectators says, "I watched Lincoln closely while he sat on his log awaiting the signal to fight. His face was grave and serious. I could discern nothing suggestive of Old Abe as we knew him. I never knew him to go so long before without making a joke, and I began to believe he was getting frightened. But presently he reached over and picked up one of the swords, which he drew from its scabbard. Then he felt along the edge of the weapon with his thumb, like a barber feels of the edge of his razor, raised himself to his full height, stretched out his long arms, and clipped off a twig from above his head with the sword. There wasn't another man of us who could have reached anywhere near that twig, and the absurdity of that long-reaching fellow fighting with cavalry sabers with shields, who could walk under his arm, came pretty near making me howl with laughter. After Lincoln had cut off the twig, he returned the sword to the scabbard with a sigh and sat down. But I detected the gleam in his eye, which was always the forerunner of one of his inimitable yarns, and fully expected him to tell a side-splitter there in the shadow of the grave, Shields's grave. The arrangements for the affair were about completed when the duelists were joined by some unexpected friends. Lincoln and Merryman, on their way to Alton, had stopped at Whitehall for dinner. Across the street from the hotel lived Mr. Elijah Lott, an acquaintance of Merryman. Mr. Lott was not long in finding out what was on foot, and as soon as the duelists had departed, he drove to Carrollton, where he knew that Colonel John J. Herndon and several other friends of Lincoln were attending court, and warned them of the trouble. Herndon and one or two others immediately started for Alton. They arrived in time to calm Shields, and to aid the seconds in adjusting matters with honor to all concerned. That the duelists returned in good spirits is evident from Mr. Levis's reminiscences. It was not very long, says he, until the boat was seen returning to Alton. As it drew near, I saw what was presumably a mortally wounded man lying in the bow of the boat. His shirt appeared to be bathed in blood. I distinguished Jacob Smith, a constable, fanning the supposed victim vigorously. The people on the bank held their breath in suspense, and guesses were freely made as to which of the two men had been so terribly wounded. But suspense was soon turned to chagrin and relief when it transpired that the supposed candidate for another world was nothing more nor less than a log covered with a red shirt. This ruse had been resorted to in order to fool the people on the levee, and it worked to perfection. Lincoln and Shields came off the boat together, chatting in a nonchalant and pleasant manner. The Lincoln-Shields duel had so many farcical features, and Miss Todd had unwittingly been so much to blame for it, that one can easily see that it might have had considerable influence on the relations of the two young people. However that may be, something had made Mr. Lincoln feel that he could renew his engagement. Early in October, not a fortnight after the duel, he wrote Speed, "You have now been the husband of a lovely woman nearly 8 months. That you are happier now than the day you married her, I well know, for without you would not be living. But I have your word for it, too, and the returning elasticity of spirits which is manifested in your letters. But I want to ask you a close question. Are you now, in feelings as well as judgment, glad that you are married as you are?" From anybody but me this would be an impudent question, not to be tolerated, but I know that you will pardon it in me. Please answer it quickly, as I am impatient to know. We do not know Speed's answer, nor the final struggle of the man's heart. We only know that on November 4th, 1842, Lincoln was married, the wedding being almost impromptu. Mrs. Dr. Brown, Miss Todd's cousin, in the same letter quoted from above, describes the wedding. One morning, bright and early, my cousin came down in her excited, impetuous way, and said to my father, "Uncle, you must go up and tell my sister that Mr. Lincoln and I are to be married this evening." And to me, "Get on your bonnet and go with me to get my gloves, shoes, etc., and then to Mr. Edwards." When we reached there, we found some excitement over a wedding being sprung upon them so suddenly. However, my father, in his lovely pacific way, poured oil upon the waters, and we thought everything was ship-shape when Mrs. Edwards laughingly said, "How fortunately you selected this evening, for the Episcopal Sewing Society is to meet here, and my supper is all ordered." But that comfortable little arrangement would not hold, as Mary declared she would not make a spectacle for gossiping ladies to gaze upon and talk about. There had already been too much talk about her. Then my father was dispatched to tell Mr. Lincoln that the wedding would be deferred until the next evening. Clergymen, attendants, and intimate friends were notified, and on Friday evening, in the midst of a small circle of friends, with the elements doing their worst in the way of rain, this singular courtship culminated in marriage. This I know to be literally true, as I was one of her bridesmaids, Miss Jane, afterwards Mrs. Lyman Trumbull, and Miss Rodney being the others. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1. Chapter 12. Lincoln becomes a candidate for Congress and is defeated. On the stump in 1844. Nominated and elected to the 30th Congress. For 8 successive years, Lincoln had been a member of the General Assembly of Illinois. It was quite long enough, in his judgment, and his friends seemed to have wanted to give him something better, for in 1841 they offered to support him as a candidate for governor of the state. This, however, he refused. His ambition was to go to Washington. In 1842 he declined renomination for the Assembly and became a candidate for Congress. He did not wait to be asked, nor did he leave his case in the hands of his friends. He frankly announced his desire and managed his own canvass. There was no reason, in Lincoln's opinion, for concealing political ambition. He recognized at the same time the legitimacy of the ambition of his friends, and entertained no suspicion or rancor if they contested places with him. Do you suppose that I should have ever got into notice if I had waited to be hunted up and pushed forward by older men? He wrote his friend Herndon once, when the latter was complaining that the older men did not help him on. The way for a young man to rise is to improve himself every way he can, never suspecting that anybody wishes to hinder him. Allow me to assure you that suspicion and jealousy never did help any man in any situation. There may sometimes be ungenerous attempts to keep a young man down, and they will succeed, too, if he allows his mind to be diverted from its true channel to brood over the attempted injury. Cast about and see if this feeling has not injured every person you have ever known to fall into it. Lincoln had something more to do, however, in 1842 than simply to announce himself in the innocent manner of early politics. The convention system introduced into Illinois in 1835 by the Democrats had been zealously opposed by all good Whigs, Lincoln included, until constant defeat taught them that to resist organization by an every man for himself policy was hopeless and wasteful, and that if they would succeed, they must meet organization with organization. In 1841, a Whig state convention had been called to nominate candidates for the office of governor and lieutenant governor. And now, in March 1843, a Whig meeting was held again at Springfield, at which the party's platform was laid, and a committee, of which Lincoln was a member, was appointed to prepare an address the convention system was earnestly defended. Against this rapid adoption of the abominated system, many of the Whigs protested, and Lincoln found himself supporting, before his constituents, the tactics he had once warmly opposed. In a letter to his friend John Bennett of Petersburg, written in March 1843, he said, "I am sorry to hear that any of the Whigs of your county, or of any county, should longer be against conventions. On last Wednesday evening a meeting of all the Whigs then here from all parts of the state was held, and the question of the propriety of conventions was brought up and fully discussed, and at the end of the discussion a resolution recommending the system of conventions to all the Whigs of the state was unanimously adopted. Other resolutions were also passed, all of which will appear in the next journal. The meeting also appointed a committee to draft an address to the people of the state, which address will also appear in the next journal. In it you will find a brief argument in favor of conventions, and, although I wrote it myself, I will say to you that it is conclusive upon the point, and cannot be reasonably answered. If there be any good Whig who is disposed still to stick out against conventions, get him at least to read the argument in their favor in the address." The brief argument which Lincoln thought so conclusive, if he did write it himself, justified his good opinion. After its circulation, there were few found to stick out against conventions. The Whigs of the various counties in the Congressional district met on April 5th, as they had been instructed to do, and chose delegates. John J. Hardin of Jacksonville, Edward D. Baker, and Abraham Lincoln of Springfield were the three candidates for whom these delegates were instructed. To Lincoln's keen disappointment, the delegation from Sangamon County was instructed for Baker. A variety of social and personal influences, besides Baker's popularity, worked against Lincoln. "It would astonish, if not amuse, the older citizens," wrote Lincoln to a friend, "to learn that I, a stranger, friendless, uneducated, penniless boy, working on a flatboat at $10 per month, have been put down here as the candidate of pride, wealth, and aristocratic family distinction." He was not only accused of being an aristocrat, he was called a deist. He had fought, or been about to fight, a duel. His wife's relations were Episcopalian and Presbyterian. He and she attended a Presbyterian church. These influences alone could not be said to have defeated him, he wrote, but they levied a tax of considerable % upon my strength. The meeting that named Baker as its choice for Congress appointed Lincoln as one of the delegates to the convention. In getting Baker the nomination, Lincoln wrote to Speed, I shall be fixed a good deal like a fellow who has made a groomsman to a man that has cut him out, and is marrying his own dear gal." From the first, however, he stood bravely by Baker. "I feel myself bound not to hinder him in any way from getting the nomination. I should despise myself were I to attempt it," he wrote certain of his constituents, who were anxious that he should attempt to secure the nomination, in spite of his instructions. It was soon evident to both Lincoln and Baker that John J. Herndon was probably the strongest candidate in the district, and so it proved when the convention met, in May 1843, at Pekin. It has been frequently charged that in this Pekin convention, Herndon, Baker, and Lincoln agreed to take in turn the three next nominations to Congress, thus establishing a species of rotation in office. This charge cannot be sustained. What occurred at the Pekin Convention is here related by one of the delegates, the Honorable J.M. Ruggles of Havana, Illinois. "When the convention assembled," writes Mr. Ruggles, "Baker was there with his friend and champion delegate, Abraham Lincoln. The ayes and noes had been taken, and there were 15 votes apiece, and one in doubt that had not arrived. That was myself. I was known to be a warm friend of Baker, representing people who were partial to Herndon. As soon as I arrived, Baker hurried to me, saying, 'How is it? It all depends on you.' On being told that, notwithstanding my partiality for him, the people I represented expected me to vote for Herndon, and that I would have to do so, Baker at once replied, 'You are right. There is no other way.' The convention was organized, and I was elected secretary. Baker immediately arose and made a most thrilling address, thoroughly arousing the sympathies of the convention, and ended by declining his candidacy. Herndon was nominated by acclamation, and then came the episode. Immediately after the nomination, Mr. Lincoln walked across the room to my table and asked if I would favor a resolution recommending Baker for the next term. On being answered in the affirmative, he said, 'You prepare the resolution. I will support it, and I think we can pass it.' The resolution created a profound sensation, especially with the friends of Herndon. After an excited and angry discussion, the resolution passed by a majority of 1. Lincoln supported Herndon energetically in the campaign which followed. In a letter to the former, written on May 11th, just after the convention, he says, "Butler informs me that he received a letter from you, in which you expressed some doubt as to whether the Whigs of Sangamon will support you cordially. You may at once dismiss all fears on that subject. We have already resolved to make a particular effort to give you the very largest majority possible in our county. From this no Whig of the county dissents. We have many objects for doing it. We make it a matter of honor and pride to do it. We do it because we love the Whig cause. We do it because we like you personally. And last, we wish to convince you that we do not bear that hatred to Morgan County that you people have seemed so long to imagine. You will see by the Journal of this week that we propose, upon pain of losing a barbecue, to give you twice as great a majority in this county as you shall receive in your own. I got up the proposal." Lincoln was true to his promise, and after Herndon was elected and in Washington, he kept him informed of much that went on in the district. Thus, in an amusing letter written in May 1844, while the latter was in Congress, he tells him of one disgruntled constituent who must be pacified, giving him at the same time a hint as to the temper of the Locofocos. "Knowing that you have correspondents enough, I have forborne to trouble you heretofore," he writes, "and I now only do so to get you to set a matter right which has got wrong with one of our best friends. It is old Uncle Thomas Campbell of Spring Creek, Berlin, P.O. He has received several documents from you, and he says they are old newspapers and old documents, having no sort of interest in them. He is, therefore, getting a strong impression that you treat him with disrespect. This I know is a mistaken impression, and you must correct it. The way I leave to yourself. Robert W. Canfield says he would like to have a document or two from you." The locos here are in considerable trouble about Van Buren's letter on Texas and the Virginia electors. They are growing sick of the tariff question, and consequently are much confounded at Van Buren's cutting them off from the new Texas question. Nearly half the leaders swear they won't stand it. Of those are Ford, T. Campbell, Ewing, Calhoun, and others. They don't exactly say they won't go for Van Buren, but they say he will not be the candidate, and that they are for Texas anyhow. The resolution passed at the Pekin Convention in 1843 was remembered and respected by the Whigs when the time came to nominate Hardin's successor. Baker was selected and elected, Lincoln working for him as loyally as he had for Hardin. In this campaign, that of 1844, Lincoln was a presidential elector. He went into the canvass with unusual ardor, for Henry Clay was the candidate, and Lincoln shared the popular idolatry of the man. His devotion was not merely a sentiment, however. He had been an intelligent student of Clay's public life, and his sympathy was all with the principles of the gallant Harry of the West. Throughout the campaign, he worked zealously, traveling all over the state, speaking and talking. As a rule, he was accompanied by a Democrat. The two went unannounced, simply stopping at some friendly house. On their arrival, the word was sent around, "The candidates are here," and the men of the neighborhood gathered to hear the discussion, which was carried on in the most informal way, the candidates frequently sitting tipped back against the side of the house or perched on a rail, whittling during the debates. Nor was all of this electioneering done by argument. Many votes were still cast in Illinois out of personal liking, and the wily candidate did his best to make himself agreeable, particularly to the women of the household. The Honorable William L.D. Ewing, a Democrat who traveled with Lincoln in one campaign, used to tell a story of how he and Lincoln were eager to win the favor of one of their hostesses, whose husband was an important man in his neighborhood. Neither had made much progress until, at milking time, Mr. Ewing started after the woman of the house as she went to the yard, took her pail, and insisted on milking the cow himself. He naturally felt that this was a master stroke. But receiving no reply from the hostess, to whom he had been talking loudly as he milked, he looked around only to see her and Lincoln leaning comfortably over the bars, engaged in an animated discussion. By the time he had completed his self-imposed task, Lincoln had captivated the hostess, and all Mr. Ewing received for his pains was hearty thanks for giving her a chance to have so pleasant a talk with Mr. Lincoln. Lincoln's speeches at this time were not confined to his own state. He made several in Indiana, being invited thither by prominent Whig politicians who had heard him speak in Illinois. The first and most important of his meetings in Indiana was at Bruceville. The Democrats, learning of the proposed Whig gathering, arranged one for the same evening with Lieutenant William W. Carr of Vincennes as speaker. As might have been expected from the excited state of politics at the moment, the proximity of the two mass meetings aroused party loyalty to a fighting pitch. Each party was determined to break up the other's speaking, writes Miss O'Flynn in a description of the Bruceville meeting prepared from interviews with those who took part in it. The night was made hideous with the rattle of tin pans and bells and the blare of cow horns. In spite of all the din and uproar of the younger element, a few grown-up male radicals and partisan women sang and cheered loudly for their favorites, who kept on with their flow of political information. Lieutenant Carr stood in his carriage and addressed the crowd around him, while a local politician acted as grand marshal of the night, and urged the yelling Democratic legion to surge to the schoolhouse, where Abraham Lincoln was speaking, and run the Whigs from their headquarters. Old men now living, who were big boys then, cannot remember any of the burning eloquence of either speaker. As they now laughingly express it, "We were far more interested in the noise than the success of the speakers, and we ran backward and forward from one camp to the other." Fortunately, the remaining speeches in Indiana were made under more dignified conditions. One was delivered at Rockport, another from the door of a harness shop near Gentryville, Lincoln's old home in Indiana, and a third at the old Carter School in the same neighborhood. At the delivery of the last, many of Lincoln's old neighbors were present, and they still tell of the cordial way in which he greeted them and inquired for old friends. After his speech, he drove home with Mr. Josiah Crawford, for whom he had once worked as a day laborer. His interest in every familiar spot, a saw pit where he had once worked, the old swimming pool, the town grocery, the mill, the blacksmith shop, surprised and flattered everybody. He went round inspecting everything, declares one of his hosts. So vivid were the memories which this visit to Gentryville aroused, so deep were Lincoln's emotions, that he even attempted to express them in verse. A portion of the lines he wrote have been preserved, the only remnants of his various early attempts at versification. In this campaign of 1844, Lincoln, for the second time in his political life, met the slavery question. The chief issue of that campaign was the annexation of Texas. The Whigs, under Clay's leadership, opposed it. To annex Texas without the consent of Mexico would compromise our national reputation for fair dealing, Clay argued. It would bring on war with Mexico, destroy the existing relations between North and South, and compel the North to annex Canada. And it would tend to extend rather than restrict slavery. A large party of strong anti-slavery people in the North felt that Clay did not give enough importance to the anti-slavery argument, and they nominated a third candidate, James G. Birney. This Liberal Party, as it was called, had a fair representation in Illinois, and Lincoln must have encountered them frequently, though what arguments he used against them, if any, we do not know, no extracts of his 1844 speeches being preserved. The next year, 1845, he found the abolition sentiment stronger than ever. Prominent among the leaders of the third party in the state were two brothers, Williamson and Madison Durley of Hennepin, Illinois. They were outspoken advocates of their principles, and even operated a station of the Underground Railroad. Lincoln knew the Durleys, and when visiting Hennepin to speak, solicited their support. They opposed their liberty principles. When Lincoln returned to Springfield, he wrote Williamson Durley a letter, which sets forth with admirable clearness his exact position on the slavery question at that period. It is the most valuable document on the question which we have up to this point in Lincoln's life. "When I saw you at home," Lincoln began, "it was agreed that I should write to you and your brother Madison. Until I then saw you, I was not aware of your being what is generally called an abolitionist, or, as you call yourself, a liberty man, though I well knew there were many such in your county. I was glad to hear that you intended to attempt to bring about, at the next election in Putnam, a union of the Whigs proper and such of the liberty men as are Whigs in principle on all questions save only that of slavery. So far as I can perceive, by such union neither party need yield anything on the point in difference between them. If the Whig abolitionists of New York had voted with us last fall, Mr. Clay would now be president, Whig principles in the ascendant, and Texas not annexed, whereas by the division, all that either had in stake in the contest was lost. And indeed, it was extremely probable beforehand that such would be the result. As I always understood, the Liberty men deprecated the annexation of Texas extremely, and this being so, why they should refuse to cast their votes so as to prevent it, even to me seemed wonderful. What was their process of reasoning, I can only judge from what a single one of them told me. It was this: "We are not to do evil that good may come." This general proposition is doubtless correct, but did it apply? If by your votes you could have prevented the extension, etc., of slavery, would it not have been good and not evil so to have used your votes, even though it involved the casting of them for a slaveholder? By the fruit the tree is to be known. An evil tree cannot bring forth good fruit. If the fruit of electing Mr. Clay would have been to prevent the extension of slavery, Could the act of electing have been evil? But I will not argue further. I perhaps ought to say that individually I never was much interested in the Texas question. I never could see much good to come of annexation, inasmuch as they were already a free Republican people on our own model. On the other hand, I never could very clearly see how the annexation would augment the evil of slavery. It always seemed to me that slaves would be taken there in about equal numbers, with or without annexation. And if more were taken because of annexation, still there would be just so many the fewer left where they were taken from. It is possibly true to some extent that with annexation some slaves may be sent to Texas and continued in slavery that otherwise might have been liberated. To whatever extent this may be true, I think annexation an evil. I hold it to be a paramount duty of us in the free states, due to the union of the states and perhaps to liberty itself, paradox though it may seem, to let the slavery of the other states alone. While, on the other hand, I hold it to be equally clear that we should never knowingly lend ourselves, directly or indirectly, to prevent that slavery from dying a natural death, to find new places for it to live in when it can no longer exist in the old. Of course, I am not now considering what would be our duty in cases of insurrection among the slaves. To recur to the Texas question, I understand the Liberty men to have viewed annexation as a much greater evil than ever I did, and I would like to convince you, if I could, that they could have prevented it without violation of principle, if they had chosen. At the time that Lincoln wrote the above letter to the Durley brothers, he was working for a nomination to Congress. In 1843, he had helped elect his friend, Herndon. He had secured the nomination for Baker in 1844 and had worked faithfully to elect him. Now he felt that his duty to his friends was discharged and that he was free to try for himself. He undoubtedly hoped that neither of his friends would contest the nomination. Baker did not. But late in 1845 it became evident that Herndon might. Lincoln was worried over the prospect. "The paper at Pekin has nominated Herndon for governor," he wrote his friend B.F. James in November, and commenting on this, the Alton papers indirectly nominated him for Congress. It would give Herndon a great start, and perhaps use me up, if the Whig papers of the district should nominate him for Congress. If your feelings toward me are the same as when you saw me, which I have no reason to doubt, I wish you would let nothing appear in your paper which may operate against me. You understand, matters stand just as they did when I saw you. Baker is certainly off the track, and I fear Herndon intends to be on it. Herndon certainly was free to run for Congress if he wanted to. He had voluntarily declined the nomination in 1844 because of the events of the Pekin Convention, but he had made no promise to do so in 1846. Many of the Whigs of the district had not expected him to be a candidate, however, arguing that Lincoln, because of his relation to the party, should be given his turn. "We do not entertain a doubt," wrote the editor of the Sangamon Journal in February 1846, "that if we could reverse the positions of the two men, a very large portion of those who now support Mr. Lincoln most warmly would support General Herndon quite as well." As time went on, and Lincoln found in all probability that Herndon would enter the race, it made him anxious and a little melancholy. In writing to his friend Dr. Robert Bowl of Lacon, Illinois, on January 7, 1846, he said, "Since I saw you last fall, I have often thought of writing you, as it was then understood I would, but on reflection I have always found that I had nothing new to tell you. All has happened as I then told you I expected it would. Baker's declining, Herndon's taking the track, and so on. If Herndon and I stood precisely equal, that is, if neither of us had been to Congress, or if we both had, it would not only accord with what I have always done for the sake of peace to give way to him, and I expect I should do it. That I can voluntarily postpone my pretensions, when they are no more than equal to those to which they are postponed, you have yourself seen. but to yield to Herndon under present circumstances seems to me as nothing else than yielding to one who would gladly sacrifice me altogether. This I would rather not submit to. That Herndon is talented, energetic, unusually generous and magnanimous, I have before this affirmed to you, and do not now deny. You know that my only argument is that turnabout is fair play. This he, practically at least, denies. If it would not be taxing you too much, I wish you would write me, telling the aspect of things in your county, or rather your district, and also send the names of some of your Whig neighbors to whom I might, with propriety, write. Unless I can get someone to do this, Herndon, with his old franking list, will have the advantage of me. My reliance for a fair shake, and I want nothing more, in your county is chiefly on you, because of your position and standing, and because I am acquainted with so few others. Let me hear from you soon. Lincoln followed the vibrations of feeling in the various counties with extreme nicety, studying every individual whose loyalty he suspected or whose vote was not yet pledged. Nathan Dresser is here, he wrote to his friend Bennett on January 15, 1846, and speaks as though the contest between Herndon and me is to be doubtful in Menard County. I know he is candid, and this alarms me some. I asked him to tell me the names of the men that were going strong for Herndon. He said Morris was about as strong as any. Now tell me, is Morris going it openly? You remember you wrote me that he would be neutral. Nathan also said that some man, who he could not remember, had said lately that Menard County was again to decide the contest, and that made the contest very doubtful. Do you know who that was? Don't fail to write me instantly on receiving, telling me all, particularly the names of those who are going strong against me. In January, General Herndon suggested that since he and Lincoln were the only persons mentioned as candidates, there be no convention, but the selection be left to the Whig voters of the district. Lincoln refused. It seems to me, he wrote Herndon, that on reflection you will see that the fact of your having been in Congress has in various ways so spread your name in the district as to give you a decided advantage in such a stipulation. I appreciate your desire to keep down excitement, and I promise you to keep cool under all circumstances. I have always been in the habit of acceding to almost any proposal that a friend would make, and I am truly sorry that I cannot in this. I perhaps ought to mention that some friends at different places are endeavoring to secure the honor of the sitting of the convention at their towns respectively, and I fear that they would not feel much complimented if we shall make a bargain that it should sit nowhere. After General Herndon received this refusal, he withdrew from the contest, in a manly and generous letter, which was warmly approved by the Whigs of the district. Both men were so much loved that a break between them would have been a disastrous thing for the party. We are truly glad that a contest which, in its nature, was calculated to weaken the ties of friendship, has terminated amicably, said the Sangamon Journal. The charge that Herndon, Baker, and Lincoln tried to ruin one another in this contest for Congress has often been denied by their associates, and never more emphatically than by Judge Gillespie, an influential politician of the state. Herndon, Judge Gillespie says, was one of the most unflinching and unfaltering Whigs that ever drew the breath of life. He was a mirror of chivalry, and so was Baker. Lincoln had boundless respect for and confidence in them both. He knew they would sacrifice themselves rather than do an act that could savor in the slightest degree of meanness or dishonor. These men, Lincoln, Herndon, and Baker, were bosom friends to my certain knowledge. Lincoln felt that they could be actuated by nothing but the most honorable sentiments towards him. For although they were rivals, they were all three men of the most punctilious honor, and devoted friends. I knew them intimately, and can say confidently that there never was a particle of envy on the part of one towards the other. The rivalry between them was of the most honorable and friendly character, and when Herndon and Baker were killed, Herndon in Mexico, and Baker at Ball's Bluff, Lincoln felt that in the death of each he had lost a dear and true friend. After Herndon's withdrawal, Lincoln went about in his characteristic way trying to soothe his and Herndon's friends. Previous to General Herndon's withdrawal, he wrote one of his correspondents, some of his friends and some of mine had become a little warm, and I felt that for them now to meet face to face and converse together was the best way to efface any remnant of unpleasant feeling, if any such existed. I did not suppose that General Herndon's friends were in any greater need of having their feelings corrected than mine were. In May, Lincoln was nominated. His Democratic opponent was Peter Cartwright, the famous Methodist exhorter, the most famous itinerant preacher of the pioneer era. Cartwright had moved from Kentucky to Illinois when still a young man to get into a free state, and had settled in the Sangamon Valley near Springfield. For the next 40 years he traveled over the state, most of the time on horseback, preaching the gospel in his unique and rugged fashion. His district was at first so large, extending from Kaskaskia to Galena, that he was unable to traverse the whole of it in the same year. He was elected to the legislature in 1828 and again in 1832, Lincoln in the latter year being an opposing candidate. In 1840, when he was the Democratic nominee for Congress against Lincoln, he was badly beaten. Cartwright now made an energetic canvass, his chief weapon against Lincoln being the old charges of atheism and aristocracy, but they failed of effect, and in August Lincoln was elected. The contest over, sudden and characteristic disillusion seized him. Being elected to Congress, though I am grateful to our friends for having done it, has not pleased me as much as I expected, he wrote Speed. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Life of Abraham Lincoln, Volume 1. Chapter 13. Lincoln in Washington in 1847. He opposes the Mexican War. Campaigning in New England. In November 1847, Lincoln started for Washington. The city in 1848 was little more than the outline of the Washington of 1899. The Capitol was without the present wings, dome, or western terrace. The White House, the City Hall, the Treasury, the Patent Office, and the Post Office were the only public buildings standing then which have not been rebuilt or materially changed. The streets were unpaved, and their dust in summer and mud in winter are celebrated in every record of the period. The parks and circles were still unplanted. Near the White House were a few fine old homes, and Capitol Hill was partly built over. Although there were deplorable wastes between these 2 points, the majority of the people lived in southeastern part of the city, on or near Pennsylvania Avenue. The winter that Lincoln was in Washington, Daniel Webster lived on Louisiana Avenue, near 6th Street, Speaker Winthrop and Thomas H. Benton on C Street, near 3rd, John Quincy Adams and James Buchanan, the latter then Secretary of State, on F Street, between 13th and 14th. Many of the senators and congressmen were in hotels, the leading ones of which were Willard's, Coleman's, Gadsby's, Brown's, Young's, Fuller's, and the United States. Stephen A. Douglas, who was in Washington for his first term as senator, lived at Willard's. So inadequate were the hotel accommodations during the sessions that visitors to the town were frequently obliged to accept most uncomfortable makeshifts for beds. Seward, visiting the city in 1847, tells of sleeping on a cot between 2 beds occupied by strangers. The larger number of members lived in messes, a species of boarding club, over which the owner of the house occupied usually presided. The National Intelligencer of the day is sprinkled with announcements of persons prepared to accommodate a mess of members. Lincoln went to live in one of the best known of these clubs, Mrs. Spriggs, in Duff Green's Row on Capitol Hill. This famous row has now entirely disappeared, the ground on which it stood being occupied by the Congressional Library. At Mrs. Spriggs, Lincoln had as messmates several congressmen, A.R. McIlvaine, James Pollock, John Strom, and John Blanchard, all of Pennsylvania, Patrick Tompkins of Mississippi, Joshua R. Giddings of Ohio, and Elisha Embry of Indiana. Among his neighbors in messes on Capitol Hill were Andrew Johnson of Tennessee, Alexander H. Stephens of Georgia, and Jefferson Davis of Mississippi. One of the members of the mess at Mrs. Spriggs's in the winter of 1847-1848 was Dr. S.C. Busey of Washington, D.C. "I soon learned to know and admire Lincoln," says Dr. Busey in his Personal Reminiscences and Recollections, "for his simple and unostentatious manners, kind-heartedness, and amusing jokes, anecdotes, and witticisms. When about to tell an anecdote during a meal, he would lay down his knife and fork, place his elbows upon the table, rest his face between his hands, and begin with the words, 'That reminds me,' and proceed. Everybody prepared for the explosion sure to follow. I recall with vivid pleasure the scene of merriment at the dinner after his first speech in the House of Representatives, occasioned by the descriptions, by himself and others of the Congressional mess, of the uproar in the House during its delivery. Congressman Lincoln was always neatly but very plainly dressed, very simple and approachable in manner, and unpretentious. He attended to his business, going promptly to the House and remaining till the session adjourned, and appeared to be familiar with the progress of legislation. The town then offered little in the way of amusement. The Adelphi Theater was opened that winter for the first time, and presented a variety of mediocre plays. At the Olympia were lively and beautiful exhibitions of model artists. Hertz and Savory, the pianists, then touring in the United States, played several times in the season. And there was a Chinese museum. Add the exhibits of Brown's paintings of the heroes of Palo Alto, Resaca, Monterey, and Buena Vista, and of Power's Greek Slave, the performances of Dr. Valentine, delineator of eccentricities, a few lectures, and numerous church socials, and you have about all there was in the way of public entertainments in Washington in 1848. But of dinners, receptions, and official gala affairs there were many. Lincoln's name appears frequently in the National Intelligencer on committees to offer dinners to this or that great man. In the spring of 1849 he was one of the managers of the inaugural ball given to Taylor. His friend Washburn recalls an amusing incident of Lincoln at this ball. "A small number of mutual friends," says Mr. Washburn, "including Mr. Lincoln, made up a party to attend the inauguration ball together. It was by far the most brilliant inauguration ball ever given. Of course, Mr. Lincoln had never seen anything of this kind before. One of the most modest and unpretending persons present, he could not have dreamed that like honors were to come to him, almost within a little more than a decade. He was greatly interested in all that was to be seen, and we did not take our departure until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. When we went to the cloak and hat room, Mr. Lincoln had no trouble in finding his short cloak, which little more than covered his shoulders, but after a long search was unable to find his hat. After an hour he gave up all idea of finding it. Taking his cloak on his arm, he walked out into Judiciary Square, deliberately adjusting it on his shoulders, and started off bareheaded for his lodgings. It would be hard to forget the sight of that tall and slim man, with his short cloak thrown over his shoulders, starting for his long walk home on Capitol Hill at 4 o'clock in the morning, without any hat on. Another reminiscence of his homely and independent ways comes from the librarian of the Supreme Court at that period, through Lincoln's friend Washburn. Mr. Lincoln, the story goes, came to the library one day for the purpose of procuring some law books, which he wanted to take to his room for examination. Getting together all the books he wanted, he placed them in a pile on a table. Taking a large bandana handkerchief from his pocket, he tied them up, and putting a stick which he had brought with him through a knot he had made in the handkerchief, he shouldered the package and marched off from the library to his room. In a few days he returned the books in the same way. Lincoln's simple, sincere friendliness and his quaint humor soon won him a sure, if quiet, social position in Washington. He was frequently invited to Mr. Webster's Saturday breakfasts, where his stories were highly relished for their originality and drollery. Dr. Busey recalls his popularity at one of the leading places of amusement on Capitol Hill. Congressman Lincoln was very fond of bowling, he says, and would frequently join others of the mess, or meet other members in a match game at the alley of James Casparis, which was near the boarding house. He was a very awkward bowler, but played the game with great zest and spirit, solely for exercise and amusement, and greatly to the enjoyment and entertainment of the other players and bystanders by his criticisms and funny illustrations. He accepted success and defeat with like good nature and humor, and left the alley at the conclusion of the game without a sorrow or disappointment. When it was known that he was in the alley, there would assemble numbers of people to witness the fun which was anticipated by those who knew of his fund of anecdotes and jokes. When in the alley, surrounded by a crowd of eager listeners, he indulged with great freedom in the sport of narrative, some of which were very broad. His witticism seemed, for the most part, to be impromptu, but he always told the anecdotes and jokes as if he wished to convey the impression that he had heard them from someone, but they appeared, very many times, as if they had been made for the immediate occasion. Another place where he became at home and was much appreciated was in the post office at the Capitol. During the Christmas holidays, says Ben Perley Poore, Mr. Lincoln found his way into the small room used as the post office of the house, where a few jovial raconteurs used to meet almost every morning after the mail had been distributed into the members' boxes, to exchange such new stories as any of them might have acquired since they last met. After modestly standing at the door for several days, Mr. Lincoln was reminded of a story, and by New Year's he was recognized as the champion storyteller of the Capitol. His favorite seat was at the left of the open fireplace, tilted back in his chair, with his long legs reaching over to the chimney jamb. He never told a story twice, but appeared to have an endless repertoire of them always ready, like the successive charges in a magazine gun, and always pertinently adapted to some passing event. It was refreshing to us correspondents, compelled, as we were, to listen to so much that was prosy and tedious, to hear this bright specimen of Western genius tell his inimitable stories, especially his reminiscences of the Black Hawk War. But Lincoln had gone to Washington for work, and he at once interested himself in the Whig organization formed to elect the officers of the House. There was only a small Whig majority, and it took skill and energy to keep the offices in the party. Lincoln's share in achieving this result was generally recognized. As late as 1860, 12 years after the struggle, Robert C. Winthrop of Massachusetts, who was elected Speaker, said in a speech in Boston, wherein he discussed Lincoln's nomination to the presidency, "You will be sure that I remember him with interest, if I may be allowed to remind you that he helped to make me the Speaker of the 30th Congress, when the vote was a very close and strongly contested vote." A week after Congress organized, Lincoln wrote to Springfield, "As you are all so anxious for me to distinguish myself, I have concluded to do so before long." And he did it, but not exactly as his Springfield friends wished. The United States was then at war with Mexico, a war that the Whigs abhorred. Lincoln had used his influence against it, but hostilities declared, he had publicly affirmed that every loyal man must stand by the army. Many of his friends, Hardin, Baker, and Shields among them, were at that moment in Mexico. Lincoln had gone to Washington intending to say nothing in opposition to the war. But the administration wished to secure from the Whigs not only votes of supplies and men, but a resolution declaring that the war was just and right. Lincoln, with other members of his party in Congress, refused his sanction and voted for a resolution offered by Mr. Ashburn, which declared that the war had been unnecessarily and unconstitutionally begun. On December 22nd, he made his debut in the House by the famous spot resolutions, a series of searching questions so clearly put, so strong, historically and logically, that they drove the administration from the spot where the war began and showed that it had been the aggressor in the conquest. The resolution ran, "Whereas the President of the United States, in his message of May 11, 1846, has declared that the Mexican government not only refused to receive him, the envoy of the United States, or to listen to his propositions, but after a long-continued series of menaces, has at last invaded our territory and shed the blood of our fellow citizens on our own soil." And again, in his message of December 8, 1846, that we had ample cause of war against Mexico long before the breaking out of hostilities, but even then we forbore to take redress into our own hands until Mexico herself became the aggressor, by invading our soil in hostile array, and shedding the blood of our citizens. And yet again in his message of December 7, 1847, that the Mexican government refused even to hear the terms of adjustment which he, our Minister of Peace, was authorized to propose, and finally, under wholly unjustifiable pretexts, involved the two countries in war, by invading the territory of the state of Texas, striking the first blow, and shedding the blood of our citizens on our own soil. And whereas this House is desirous to obtain a full knowledge of all the facts which go to establish whether the particular spot on which the blood of our citizens was so shed was or was not at that time our own soil, therefore, resolved by the House of Representatives that the President of the United States be respectfully requested to inform this House, first, whether the spot on which the blood of our citizens was shed, as in his message declared, was or was not within the territory of Spain, at least after the Treaty of 1819 until the Mexican Revolution. Second, whether that spot is or is not within the territory which was wrested from Spain by the revolutionary government of Mexico. Third, whether that spot is or is not within a settlement of people, which settlement has existed ever since long before the Texas Revolution, and until its inhabitants fled before the approach of the United States Army. Fourth, whether that settlement is or is not isolated from any and all other settlements by the Gulf and the Rio Grande on the south and west, and by wide uninhabited regions on the north and east. Fifth, whether the people of that settlement, or a majority of them, or any of them, have ever submitted themselves to the government or laws of Texas or of the United States, by consent or by compulsion, either by accepting office, or voting at elections, or paying tax, or serving on juries, or having process served upon them, or in any other way. Sixth, whether the people of that settlement did or did not flee from the approach of the United States Army, leaving unprotected their homes and their growing crops before the blood was shed, as in the message stated, and whether the first blood so shed was or was not shed within the enclosure of one of the people who had thus fled from it. Seventh, whether our citizens whose blood was shed, as in his message declared, were or were not at that time armed officers and soldiers sent into that settlement by the military order of the President through the Secretary of War. Eighth, whether the military force of the United States was or was not so sent into that settlement after General Taylor had more than once intimated to the War Department that, in his opinion, no such movement was necessary to the defense or protection of Texas. In January, Lincoln followed up these resolutions with a speech in support of his position. His action was much criticized in Illinois, where the sound of the drum and the intoxication of victory had completely turned attention from the moral side of the question, and Lincoln found himself obliged to defend his position with even Mr. Herndon, his law partner, who, with many others, objected to Lincoln's voting for the Ashburn resolution. That vote, wrote Lincoln in answer to Mr. Herndon's letter, affirms that the war was unnecessarily and unconstitutionally commenced by the President, and I will stake my life that if you had been in my place, you would have voted just as I did. Would you have voted what you felt and knew to be a lie? I know you would not. Would you have gone out of the House, skulked the vote? I expect not. If you had skulked one vote, you would have had to skulk many more before the end of the session. Richardson's resolutions, introduced before I made any move or gave any vote upon the subject, made the direct question of the justice of the war, so that no man can be silent if he would. You are compelled to speak, and your only alternative is to tell the truth or a lie. I cannot doubt which you would do. This vote has nothing to do in determining my votes on the questions of supplies. I have always intended, and still intend, to vote supplies. Perhaps not in the precise form recommended by the President, but in a better form for all purposes, except locofoco party purposes. This determination to keep the wrong of the Mexican War before the people, even while voting supplies for it, Lincoln held to steadily. In May a pamphlet was sent him, in which the author claimed that, in view of all the facts, the government of the United States had committed no aggression in Mexico. Not in view of all the facts, Lincoln wrote him. There are facts which you have kept out of view. It is a fact that the United States Army, in marching to the Rio Grande, marched into a peaceful Mexican settlement and frightened the inhabitants away from their homes and their growing crops. It is a fact that Fort Brown, opposite Matamoros, was built by that army within a Mexican cotton field, on which, at the time the army reached it, a young cotton crop was growing, and which crop was wholly destroyed, and the field itself greatly and permanently injured by ditches, embankments, and the like. It is a fact that when the Mexicans captured Captain Thornton and his command, they found and captured them within another Mexican field. Now, I wish to bring these facts to your notice, and to ascertain what is the result of your reflections upon them. If you can deny that they are facts, I think I can furnish proofs which shall convince you that you are mistaken. If you admit that they are facts, then I shall be obliged for a reference to any law of language, law of states, law of nations, law of morals, law of religions, any law, human or divine, in which no authority can be found for saying those facts constitute no aggression. Possibly you consider those acts too small for notice. Would you venture to so consider them had they been committed by any nation on earth against the humblest of our people? I know you would not. Then I ask, is the precept, "Whatever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them," obsolete? Of no force? Of no application? The routine work assigned Lincoln in the 30th Congress was on the Committee on the Post Office and the Post Roads. Several reports were made by him from this committee. These reports, with the speech on internal improvements, cover his published work in the House up to July. As the Whigs were to hold their national convention for nominating a candidate for the presidency in June, Lincoln gave considerable time during the spring to electioneering. In his judgment, the Whigs could elect nobody but General Taylor, and he urged his friends in Illinois to give up Henry Clay, to whom many of them still clung. Mr. Clay's chance for an election, he wrote, is just no chance at all. Lincoln went to the convention, which was held in Philadelphia, and, as he prophesied, Old Rough and Ready was nominated. He went back to Washington full of enthusiasm. "In my opinion, we shall have a most overwhelming, glorious triumph," he wrote a friend. "One unmistakable sign is that all the odds and ends are with us. Barn burners, Native Americans, Tyler men, disappointed office seekers, locofocos, and the Lord knows what. This is important, if in nothing else, in showing which way the wind blows." In connection with Alexander H. Stephens, of whom he had become a warm friend, Toombs, and Preston, Lincoln formed the first Congressional Taylor Club, known as the Young Indians. Campaigning had already begun on the floor of Congress, and the members were daily making speeches for the various candidates. On July 27th, Lincoln made a speech for Taylor. It was a boisterous election speech, full of merciless caricaturing, and delivered with inimitable drollery. It kept the House in an uproar, and was reported the country over by the Whig press. The Baltimore American, in giving a synopsis of it, called it the crack speech of the day, and said of Lincoln, "He is a very able, acute, uncouth, honest, upright man, and a tremendous wag withal." Mr. Lincoln's manner was so good-natured and his style so peculiar that he kept the House in a continuous roar of merriment for the last half-hour of his speech. He would commence a point in his speech far up one of the aisles, and keep on talking, gesticulating, and walking until he would find himself, at the end of a paragraph, down in the center of the area in front of the clerk's desk. He would then go back and take another head and work down again, and so on through his capital speech. This speech, as well as the respect Lincoln's work in the House had inspired among leaders of the party, brought him an invitation to deliver several campaign speeches in New England at the close of Congress, and he went there early in September. There was in New England at that date much strong anti-slavery feeling. The Whigs claimed to be Free Soilers, as well as the party which appropriated that name, and Lincoln, in the first speech he made, defined carefully his position on the slavery question. This was at Worcester, Massachusetts, on September 12th. The Whig State Convention had met to nominate a candidate for governor, and the most eminent Whigs of Massachusetts were present. Curiously enough, the meeting was presided over by ex-Governor Levi Lincoln, a descendant, like Abraham Lincoln, from the original Samuel of Hingham. There were many brilliant speeches made, but if we are to trust the reports of the day, Lincoln's was the one which by its logic, its clearness, and its humor did the most for the Whig cause. "Gentlemen inform me," says one Boston reporter, who came too late for the exercises, "that it was one of the best speeches ever heard in Worcester, and that several Whigs who had gone off on the Free Soil fizzle have come back again to the Whig ranks." A report of the speech was printed in the Boston Advertiser. According to this report, Lincoln spent the first part of his hour defending General Taylor against the charge of having no principles, and in proving him a good Whig. Mr. Lincoln then passed, said the Advertiser, to the subject of slavery in the States, saying that the people of Illinois agreed entirely with the people of Massachusetts on this subject, except, perhaps, that they did not keep so constantly thinking about it. All agreed that slavery was an evil, but that we are not responsible for it, and cannot affect it in states of this Union where we do not live. But the question of the extension of slavery to new territories of this country is a part of our responsibility and care, and is under our control. In opposition to this, Mr. Lincoln believed that the self-named Free Soil Party was far behind the Whigs. Both parties opposed the extension. As he understood it, the new party had no principle except this opposition. If their platform held any other, it was in such a general way that it was like the pair of pantaloons the Yankee peddler offered for sale, large enough for any man, small enough for any boy. They therefore had taken a position calculated to break down their single important declared object. They were working for the election of either General Cass or General Taylor. The speaker then went on to show, clearly and eloquently, the danger of extension of slavery likely to result from the election of General Cass. To unite with those who annexed the new territory to prevent the extension of slavery in that territory seemed to him to be in the highest degree absurd and ridiculous. Suppose these gentlemen succeeded in electing Mr. Van Buren. They had no specific means to prevent the extension of slavery to New Mexico and California, and General Taylor, he confidently believed, would not encourage it and would not prohibit its restriction. But if General Cass was elected, he felt certain that the plans of farther extension of territory would be encouraged, and those of the extension of slavery would meet no check. The Free Soil men, in claiming that name, indirectly attempted deception by implying that Whigs were not Free Soil men. In declaring that they would do their duty and leave the consequences to God, they merely gave an excuse for taking a course they were not able to maintain by a fair and full argument. To make this declaration did not show what their duty was. If it did, we should have no use for judgment. We might as well be made without intellect. And when divine or human law does not clearly point out what is our duty, we have no means of finding out what it is but using our most intelligent judgment of the consequences. If there were divine law or human law for voting for Martin Van Buren, or if a fair examination of the consequences and first reasoning would show that voting for him would bring about the ends they pretended to wish, then he would give up the argument. But since there was no fixed law on the subject, and since the whole probable result of their action would be an assistance in electing General Cass, he must say that they were behind the Whigs in their advocacy of the freedom of the soil. Mr. Lincoln proceeded to rally the Buffalo Convention for forbearing to say anything, after all the previous declarations of those members who were formerly Whigs, on the subject of the Mexican War, because the Van Burens had been known to have supported it. He declared that, of all the parties asking the confidence of the country, this new one had less of principle than any other. He wondered whether it was still the opinion of these free soil gentlemen, as declared in the whereas at Buffalo, that the Whig and Democratic parties were both entirely dissolved and absorbed into their own body. Had the Vermont election given them any light? They had calculated on making as great an impression in that state as in any part of the Union, and there their attempts had been wholly ineffectual. Their failure there was a greater success than they would find in any other part of the Union. At the close of this truly masterly and convincing speech, the advertiser goes on, the audience gave 3 enthusiastic cheers for Illinois, and 3 more for the eloquent Whig member from that state. After the speech at Worcester, Lincoln spoke at Lowell, Dedham, Roxbury, Chelsea, and Cambridge, and on September 22nd in Tremont Temple, Boston, following a splendid oration by Governor Seward. His speech on this occasion was not reported, though the Boston papers united in calling it powerful and convincing. His success at Worcester and Boston was such that invitations came from all over New England asking him to speak. But Lincoln won something in New England of vastly deeper importance than a reputation for making popular campaign speeches. Here, for the first time, he caught a glimpse of the utter impossibility of ever reconciling the Northern conviction that slavery was evil and unendurable, and the Southern claim that it was divine and necessary, and he began here to realize that something must be done. The first impression of slavery which Abraham Lincoln received was in his childhood in Kentucky. His father and mother belonged to a small company of Western abolitionists who at the beginning of the century boldly denounced the institution as an iniquity. So great an evil did Thomas and Nancy Lincoln hold slavery that to escape it they were willing to leave their Kentucky home and move to a free state. Thus their boy's first notion of the institution was that it was something to flee from, a thing so dreadful that it was one's duty to go to pain and hardship to escape it. In his new home in Indiana he heard the debate on slavery go on. The state he had moved into was in a territory made free forever by the Ordinance of 1787, but there were still slaves and believers in slavery within its boundaries, and it took many years to eradicate them. Close to his Indiana home lay Illinois, and here the same struggle went on through all his boyhood. The lad was too thoughtful not to reflect on what he heard and read of the differences of opinions on slavery. By the time the statutes of Indiana fell into his hands, some time before he was 18 years old, he had gathered a large amount of practical information about the question, which he was able then to weigh in the light of the great principles of the Constitution, the Ordinance of 1787, and the laws of Indiana, which he had begun to study with passionate earnestness. When he left Indiana for Illinois, he continued to be thrown up against slavery. In his trip in 1831 to New Orleans, he saw its most terrible features. As a young legislator, he saw the citizens of his town and his fellows in the legislature ready to condemn as dangerous agitators those who dared call slavery an evil, saw them secretly sympathize with outlawry like the Alton riot and the murder of Elijah Lovejoy. So keenly did he feel the danger of passing resolutions against abolitionists, which tacitly implied that slavery was, as the South was beginning to claim, a divine institution, that in 1837 he was one of the only 2 members of the Illinois Assembly who were willing to publicly declare that the institution of slavery is founded on both injustice and bad policy. From time to time, as he traveled on the Mississippi and Ohio, he saw the workings of slavery. In 1841, coming home from a visit to Louisville, Kentucky, he was in the same boat with a number of Negroes. The sight so impressed him that he described it to a friend. A gentleman had purchased 12 Negroes in different parts of Kentucky, and was taking them to a farm in the South. They were chained 6 and 6 together. A small iron clevis was around the left wrist of each, and this fastened to the main chain by a shorter one, at a convenient distance from the others, so that the Negroes were strung together precisely like so many fish upon a trot line. In this condition, they were being separated forever from the scenes of their childhood, their friends, their fathers and mothers, their brothers and sisters, and many of them from their wives and children, and going into perpetual slavery, where the lash of the master is proverbially more ruthless and unrelenting than any other wear. And yet amid all these distressing circumstances, as we would think them, they were the most cheerful and apparently happy creatures on board. One whose offense for which he had been sold was an over-fondness for his wife, played the fiddle almost continually, and the others danced, sang, cracked jokes, and played various games with cards from day to day. How true it is that God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb, or in other words, that he renders the worst of human conditions tolerable, while he permits the best to be nothing better than tolerable. Runaway slaves, underground railway stations, masters and men tracking Negroes, the occasional capture of a man or woman to be taken back to the South, trials of fugitives, all the features common in those years, particularly in the states bordering on bond territory, Lincoln saw. In 1847, he was even engaged to defend a slave owner's claim, a case he lost, the Negro being allowed to go free. It was not until 1844-45, however, that the matter became an important element in his political life. Heretofore it had been a moral question only. Now, however, the annexation of Texas made it a political one. It became necessary that every politician and voter decide whether the new territory should be bond or free. The abolitionists or Liberty Party grew rapidly in Illinois. Lincoln found himself obliged not only to meet democratic arguments, but the abolition theories and convictions. When, in 1847, he went to Congress, it was already evident that the Mexican War would be settled by the acquisition of large new territory. What was to be done with it? The North had tried to forestall the South by bringing in a provision that whatever territory was acquired should be free forever. The Wilmot Proviso, as it was called from the name of the originator, went through as many forms as Proteus, though its intent was always the same. From first to last, Lincoln voted for it. I may venture to say that I voted for it at least 40 times during the short time I was there, he said in after years. Although he voted so persistently, he did little or no debating on the question in the House, and in the hot debates from which he could not escape, he acted as a peacemaker. At Mrs. Spriggs's mess, where he boarded in Washington, the Wilmot Proviso was the topic of frequent conversation, and the occasion of very many angry controversies. Dr. Busey, who was a fellow boarder, says of Lincoln's part in these discussions that, though he may have been as radical as any in the household, he was so discreet in giving expression to his convictions on the slavery question as to avoid giving offense to anybody, and was so conciliatory as to create the impression, even among the pro-slavery advocates, that he did not wish to introduce or discuss subjects that would provoke a controversy. When such conversation would threaten angry or even unpleasant contention, he would interrupt it by interposing some anecdote, thus diverting it into a hearty and general laugh, and so completely disarranged the tenor of the discussion that the parties engaged would either separate in good humor or continue conversation free from discord. This amicable disposition made him very popular with the household. But when, in 1848, Lincoln went to New England, he experienced for the first time the full meaning of the Free Soil sentiment, as the new abolition sentiment was called. Massachusetts was quivering at that moment under the impassioned protests of the great abolitionists. Sumner was just deciding to abandon literature to devote his life to the cause of freedom, and was speaking wherever he had the chance, and often in scenes which were riots. "Ah me, such an assembly," wrote Longfellow in his journal after one of these speeches of Sumner. "It was like one of Beethoven's symphonies played in a sawmill." Whittier was laboring at Amesbury by letters of counsel and encouragement to friends, by his pure, high-souled poems of protest and promise, and by his editorials to the National Era, which he and his friends had just started in Washington. Lowell was publishing the last of the Biglow papers, and preparing the whole for the book form. He was writing, too, some of his noblest prose. Emerson, Palfrey, Hoar, Adams, Phillips, Garrison were all at work. Giddings had been there from Ohio. Only a few days before Lincoln arrived, a great convention of Free Soilers and bolting Whigs had been held in Tremont Temple, and its earnestness and passion had produced a deep impression. Sensitive as Lincoln was to every shade of popular feeling and conviction, the sentiment in New England stirred him as he had never been stirred before on the question of slavery. Listening to Seward's speech in Tremont Temple, he seems to have had a sudden insight into the truth, a quick illumination, and that night, as the two men sat talking, he said gravely to the great anti-slavery advocate, "Governor Seward, I have been thinking about what you said in your speech. I reckon you are right. We have got to deal with this slavery question, and got to give much more attention to it hereafter than we have been doing." End of section 13.